Boom. All right. We're here. We're starting up on TikTok right now. I can't leave you motherfuckers alone for 5 seconds. Mark, what's up? First one up on TikTok. Let's see what we got here. First one up on YouTube is Evelyn. One have a wonderful safe slash night or night slash day. I like it. I like it. Good evening. Hello, Lily. Hello, everyone. Got a lot of you guys already in YouTube. We found a Chinese spy, Nick. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means, like, at all. Nick, you lost a ton of weight. You're looking good. I really haven't lost a ton of weight, but I appreciate it. Really do. I have lost some weight, though. You know, I have been moving a lot lately, so it's possible I actually did lose some weight. You know what I mean? Like, from all the walking and stuff. The goat is back. The goat is back and feels like it's needed more than ever. Oh my goodness. I walk away. I walk away from you. You people. What do you mean you people? For 5 seconds and I come back and everyone's ripping each other's hairs out. I know what it is. Everyone was feeling real upset for not having Nick's lives. That's what it was. Everyone was just really mad, and so everyone was taking it out on each other. You left us Jews alone. Modern day debate is trying to get you to debate Candace Owens. I saw that. It's not going to happen, but I saw it. We are back.
Hello, hello. We're back. Ugh.
You guys are right. I did lose a few pounds. I was going to go check. I never really check. Anyways.
Thank you.
You ruined my sleep routine not being alive. Sorry. Bar Reed head girl. Anyways, says Nick is the avatar. He will save the world. But when the world needed him most, he vanished to Las Vegas. All right, I'll tell you guys though. Before we get into the sad and boring news,
thank you guys.
And the news about all this infighting, I will tell you guys about Las Vegas. How was Vegas last time I went there for New Year's Eve? It was empty as fuck. Really? You know, that's crazy for New Year's Eve. I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty crazy. Sam? Nope. Sam's not connecting. Okay. England lost. Sad face. You mean happy face? England deserved to lose. Sam, what's up?
Yo, what up, Nick? I just want to say, man, like I'm so glad that you do lives because like you've put me on to information I definitely wouldn't have before, right? Like I was like full Palestine, yada yada, couldn't see Israel's side, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
But I saw that you were talking about Charlie Kirk, pew pew, in some video that you posted talking about like how we didn't have it yet, but apparently in the course there was this video evidence that made it obvious that Tyler Robinson actually did it. I'm just so curious what you've seen because for me, like, that case is so strange, man. It doesn't seem like that's what's happened. I'm really curious what your take on that is.
Yeah, can you expand? Like, what do you think is so interesting about it? I thought it was pretty boring, not gonna lie.
Well, so I mean, I've watched a lot of videos going into detail about people analyzing the case, and I mean, like for example, the crowd doesn't necessarily like all look from the direction where we're assuming things came from, the shot came from.
You understand how
Um,
bullets work? Have you ever been in an area where there's a shooting, but an open area where there's sound traveling in all directions?
yes, but I mean,
You think
I
you could
maybe
tell where a gunshot comes from when you're standing down into a dip, like a sort of, let's call it a valley, if you will, and someone shoots from above your head behind you? You think it's going to sound like it's above your head behind you?
I mean, potentially so. Like, I
It
mean,
might be, you're right, potentially so, which is why some people did look back, but you're saying not everyone's looking the same. Think of it this way, okay? I'm going to try to help you out with when you come across these things where it's like, but this is weird. Make sure the difference between people asking questions like what seems like you're doing and the people that use it to push a narrative, there's one thing that makes a difference. It's when you establish from both sides the same standard. And what I mean by that is just as much as you ask the question, wait a minute, why are they all looking in different directions? Or not all of them, but some of them are, right? Equally ask, okay, let's say it's a conspiracy. Why would they first off, you have to assume everyone in the crowd is a patsy. Let's just assume that for the conspiracy. They're all Mossad or CIA or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? Wouldn't they have all trained for this? Wouldn't they all be in on it? So why would they look in different directions anyway? Like, what purpose does that serve them to fuck that up?
I get what you're saying. I guess that would boil down to uncertainty. So
Then we have to ask ourselves, what makes more sense? That it's possible that I, or you in this case, Sam, may not understand trajectory of sound in an open area in a dip of a university. Is that more likely, or is it more likely that there's 5,000 Patsy, Mossad, Mormon, beekeeping Egyptians? Like you have to ask yourself. I get you think it looks weird. It's not weird at all, by the way. I used to do shot, like, you know what shot put is and all that.
Yeah.
I used to do that actually. And sound travels all over. It doesn't always sound like it's coming from where you think it should be coming from. But I'm just saying, if you don't know the answer, just like think about it logically. Does it make sense for it to be anything else?
I totally get you there. So so I have a few more like parts of the case that throw me off. Like there's a lot of
Like what?
a lot of things. Well, so like for example, the timeline of like him getting on the roof, assembling the gun, disassembling the gun,
Assembling the gun. Okay, let's go one at a time. So how did he have to get on the roof? Let's see how long that takes. What did he have to do?
Well, my speculation. It
Not
doesn't really.
speculation. What do we know? How did he get on the roof?
I mean, he took the parking garage like stairs up, and then
It's not a parking
like,
garage. It's the parking garage where he parked the car. That's how he got on campus. But how did he get on the roof?
well, he was going up those staircases.
Yeah, there's 2 flights of stairs. Well, really, it's 1 flight, but it's kind of like broken half and half. But sure, 2 flights of stairs. He walked upstairs, and you're on the roof. So what's confusing about that before we move on to assembling the gun?
I would say nothing.
Okay, great. So
Nothing.
let's move on to assembling the pew pew. Do you know how long that
Yes.
takes? Do you know how to assemble that rifle?
Not
Okay,
particularly.
you take an Allen wrench. It might be a screwdriver, but I think it's an Allen wrench. And there's 2 bolts. You take the stock, right? You take the barrel, and it connects. And you take the screws, and you go doot doot doot, and then doot doot doot, and it's done. It's assembled. That's it. That's all you got to do. It takes 5 to 10 seconds. If you're slow, 15 seconds. So what part of that's confusing?
Well, I think that you're right that it can take like as minimum or as little as 10 to 15
No, no,
seconds.
no. That's max.
Well, I mean to be fair, Tyler
two
Robinson.
screws.
How old was he?
Old enough to know how to use a screwdriver, I hope. Yeah? You agree with that?
I would
My
agree
son,
with you there.
my son is 13, right? I've given him pew pew training, but not on that rifle. If I told him how to do it, he would do it in 15 seconds. And my son's 13, so I'm not. What do you think? You think he's so young that he doesn't know how to use a screwdriver?
Well, not necessarily that, but
So then
more
why
so.
would it take any more than 15 seconds? I'm being as honest as I can with you. I think
No,
15 seconds is
no,
kind of a long time.
But at the same time, I would assume that this kid's adrenaline,
Okay,
along with
let's call it 20 seconds then, just to really add in. Sure, fine. I don't know what adrenaline has to do with, like, once you get it on, you're screwing. I can understand, like, maybe as adrenaline, it might be hard to click the, screwdriver in the slot or the Allen key into the slot. Fine. But, okay, let's call it 20 seconds. And that is being very conservative here, or liberal, I guess, in this case. What? Okay, so 20 seconds. Why does that matter? What's confusing about that? Let's call it 30 seconds. What's confusing about that?
I feel as though I
I don't want your feelings. I want logic
I know,
here.
I
Put
know,
your
but-
emotions aside for a second. Give me some logic. So he goes up the stairs. Doot, doot, doot. He screws the pew pew together. Let's say 30 seconds later. He's in the prone position. Lines up the shot. I'm sure he probably stared through that scope for a minute or two before even taking the shot. What is confusing about that? Be
Yes.
very direct.
I will try to be very direct. He has to zero the scope. He zeroes it. He allegedly fires
Yeah,
at.
it's 150 yards. He wouldn't even have to zero it, but sure, keep going.
Are you so sure that at
I'm,
150 yards?
dude. Oh my gosh, dude. I was in the
No,
military for 12 years. Are you really questioning me right now,
well, the reason I'm
dude?
questioning.
We shoot at beginner level. Okay, in the military, we use that rifle and shoot it with iron sights at 150 yards. What is confusing here?
Well, from a lot of like other sources that I've looked at from other people who've like had military training, they've talked about this kind of stuff. And
What did they say? What did they? I no, you're not being direct, and it's kind of pissing me off a little bit. Be direct. I want you to be very direct. Don't say I saw a video. Tell me, what did the video see so I can tell you why that video was wrong, if it was.
I mean, it was. Do you know who Valhalla VST
I don't
is?
care. Just tell me what the video said. Be very direct and 10 words or less. What did the video say?
Uh, it basically explained that like him putting the gun together, zeroing it, disassembling it, and getting off the
Wait,
roof.
why did? Who said he disassembled it?
I'm pretty sure that's the whole FBI story. Is
No, the FBI. And if anyone watched the prelim trial, he very clearly, and there's a video of it, of him jumping off the roof with it wrapped in a towel. Nobody said anything about him disassembling it. That's a made up thing from conspiracy theorists because they're trying to make it make sense from their point of view.
Oh, I mean, I figured this was part of the FBI's entire story.
Nope. You can very clearly see the video. He jumped off the roof with it wrapped in a towel.
I mean, I've watched the video. I'm not so sure about that.
What do you mean? Are you calling me a fucking liar? I'm telling you, you can see the video and he has it wrapped in a towel. I mean, I guess you could say we don't know what's under the towel, but it's gun shaped and gun length and he's holding it like a pew-pew. What else could it be? Is it his dildo? Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that on X or TikTok.
It'd be an insane one if it was.
Seriously, what are you saying right now? I'm telling you, the video shows it.
Maybe I need to go back to like the FBI's explanation.
I'm trying to figure out what is so confusing. What is so confusing? He walked up there. He had all the time in the world. You agree with that, right? Like the time.
I would say for the setup, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like anyone was worried about him before the shot. It was only after that he needed to be quick, okay? And that was as quick as
Mods,
grabbing.
do not mute people. Do not mute people for dumb reasons. I repeat, I can check who mutes.
Okay, he muted that
So
person
stop.
because he said he was reporting, babe.
No. It's other times too.
Okay. Anyways, so also someone is saying that they're going to report even if it's somebody not on our side. I don't like that. Okay, you should just block those people if they're going to say they're going to report, even if it's someone on our side. Unless someone on our side like legitimately deserves it, like they're praising Schmittler or something. Yeah, report the fuck out of that guy. I'm just saying, like, if they're just reporting somebody because they don't like him, I don't like that. Anyways, so yeah, seriously, dude, you're coming up. I got to be honest, like you're trying to pretend like you're in good faith, but you're saying the dumbest Candace Owens type shit ever. I'm just going to be
Dude, I
honestly
promise you-
direct with you. I don't need your promises. I'm telling you how you sound. Irregardless, I love saying that word because my wife loves when I say irregardless instead of regardless. Anyways, regardless, right? I'm telling you what you sound like. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not, because either you are one of those people, in which case you're being dumb, or you're not one of those people, and it's like, dude, where's your critical thinking skills here? Okay? So we agree that before the firing, he has all the time really in the world, right? Like, it's not like anyone's paying attention to him. Is that a fair statement?
100%.
Okay. So I don't understand where the whole, like, well, him getting on the roof, which is him walking upstairs. I don't know why that's weird, but him getting on the roof and then screwing in 2 screws. That could have taken him 5 minutes and would have been fine. It didn't take him 5 minutes, but even if it did, there's nothing wrong with that. No one's looking at the roof like, where's that Tyler Robinson? So he takes the shot. It wasn't even a good shot, right? I guarantee you he was not aiming for his neck. He just missed and it worked out in the end for him. But he takes the shot and then he immediately runs. And then he immediately jumps off with the rifle in his hand, wrapped in a towel. And then he runs to the woods, ditches the rifle, and I think he goes home from there or something. Or maybe he goes and circles back to his car. I don't really know, actually. I have to remember what he did from there. But what is so confusing about that?
Well, okay. So this is what's confusing for me. So like I was trying to say earlier, things don't get confusing for me in the process of him like going up and whatnot. Everything after the shot,
I mean,
right?
that's what you said, but okay, keep going.
So according to the story that I have been hearing, it was the case that he had disassembled the rifle and then reassembled it later on after he had gotten off the roof, after he had gotten to wherever he disposed of it, right?
Yeah, do you know where you got that information from? Do you remember like who said that?
It was probably from Valhalla VFT if I had to.
Yeah,
If I had to guess.
do you
It's a
think
while
that
since I've.
do you think people that are not investigating, okay, they're doing like TikTok investigating, but I meant actual real investigators or Tyler's defense attorneys. Do you think they're going to have like actual information beyond just basic public information?
I mean, I would assume not. No.
Right. And so you're taking your information from somebody who already doesn't have it. Let me ask you a question. Did you watch the preliminary hearing or at least a little bit of it?
I watched summaries of the
Okay.
preliminary hearing.
Did the defense team of Tyler, did they use any of Candace's information? I'm not saying did they say Candace Owens said. I'm saying the things that Candace Owens has put forward as her theories and all the people like Valhalla and whoever, right, that are saying the same shit. Did Tyler's defense team say any of that? Did they mimic any of that information?
Trust me when I say this. Like, I don't know what Candace Owens has said. Like, I don't keep up with,
Everything
I'm
that
not a
you're
Candace
saying
Owens
is pretty
watcher.
much is what she's saying. So did
But I'm really not a Candace Owens watcher. I don't know.
I don't care if you are or not. I'm asking you, did Tyler's defense team, the people being paid millions to get this guy off the hook, right? Did they use any of the Valhalla's theories or Candace Owens or any of these internet sleuths theories? Did they mimic any of those theories?
I don't think so.
The answer is no. Now, my next question is, if these theories even held even the tiniest bit of water, even a droplet of water, could you tell me why the defense team would ignore it and not use it?
I mean, I would assume it's because like we're not done with like the actual like.
We're done with the prelim, 100%. The thing that makes the judge decide if this is going to trial or not, this is when you produce at least your hard evidence. Obviously, when you get into the trial, you get into the nitty gritty, but this is when you produce your evidence to try, in the defense's case, to make it not go to trial. If they had something, whether it's the exploding mic theory, whether it's hey, he couldn't have possibly been on the campus because of X, Y, and Z, whether it's he couldn't have possibly have taken the shot and assembled and disassembled and jumped and this would be the time that they presented. Why did they not present any of this? I know why, because it's all bullshit. But from your thought, why? Why would they not produce any of it?
I mean, there has been like a few things like that they brought up. And I can't remember if this was necessarily the defense asking this question, but I remember one of the lead investigators being questioned about how they found like a 223 round on top of a building that's like behind.
Yeah, that's not accurate either. So this is something that they were talking about with the caliber that they said that they found, and it wasn't even specifically 223. It was, I have to look it up again because I remember reading about this. Anyways, while I look this up, regardless, my question is still the same. Why did the defense not use any of that information?
Well, to be fair, I don't think I necessarily have a good like reason for why they wouldn't. Beside, the only thing I can think of is that like, we're just not entirely done.
Do
with
you
the case.
agree? The prelim is done. You're wrong. The preliminary, when you produce all the evidence you have to make it not go to trial, is done. They would have produced this information, right? So, do you agree that the defense is going to have more information than Candace Owens, Valhalla, me, you, everyone in this chat? Do you agree with that?
I mean, it would make sense that they would. Yes.
Great. So, is it possible, if you used a little bit of logic right now, that the reason they're not using it, Candace Owens fans, they say, hey, that makes sense what Candace Owens is saying, or whoever, right? Whether it's Valhalla, it doesn't matter. They're all saying the same shit. Because they're going off of limited information. Now, the defense, they're going to hear that and be like, hey, is it possible Tyler wasn't on the campus like Candace Owens is saying? And then they're going to have a piece of evidence that we don't have in the public that's like, oh yeah, no, he was definitely on the UVU campus. In fact, Tyler probably told them himself. He's like, yeah, I was on the campus. So they are coming from a place of like, yeah, that's dumb. Candace Owens
Candace Owens, is she saying that he wasn't even on campus at the time?
Correct. She says she said he's never been on that campus ever.
That's wild.
It's about as wild as, oh, by the way, I looked up. Yeah, the 223 or whatever was a police officer's casing. He was like
I
cleaning
could have
his chamber
swore
or
that they
something.
were talking about I could have swore they were saying that it wasn't a police
Okay,
officer's case.
let me ask you a question, okay?
I'm not.
Let me ask you. No, you're not. You're not being fucking honest. You're being absolutely.
I swear to God, I'm being honest.
Then you're just not a smart individual. I'm sorry. I know you're a fan, and I'm sorry to say it, but I got to be honest with you. Because let me ask you a question. What other reason could it be?
One more time.
What other reason could it be that there was another chamber, or sorry, another cartridge, bullet, whatever? What other reason could it be to be wherever they said they found it? I don't remember exactly where.
I mean, the only other reason I can think of is that potentially the shot actually came from there.
Okay, where?
From where they found that.
Where did they find it?
On top of the building that was elevated at a higher angle / farther back from the spot where.
Okay, perfect. So the shot actually comes from there. So who's Tyler Robinson to you?
Like, what would his point in all of this be?
Sure. Do you think Tyler was actually in that spot and he shot the 223 and the whole...
No, I would assume he's a scapegoat at that point.
Okay, he's a scapegoat. So do you believe he was on the roof, though, where he said he was, or where the...
Yes,
at least
I think
okay,
I think
okay, perfect. So what was he going to do if the Mossad / CIA / whoever is scapegoating Tyler Robinson was going to do what they did? Let's say they never... Let's say you're right. Tyler actually didn't do anything. The shot actually came from that location. It was a 223. Let's say it was Mormons that did it. I don't know. Mormons really couldn't stand Charlie. They took him out. Okay. So what was Tyler Robinson's purpose? Was he going to shoot Charlie if the Mormon didn't do it?
I would assume just to be a scapegoat.
You're not answering my question at all. You're not even coming close to answering my question. My question to you is, what would Tyler have done if that Mormon whatever didn't shoot?
Oh, missed.
What?
I would assume he would still just run.
You're not answering my question.
No. If
oh my God, I'm gonna speak very slowly, okay? If they never took the shot, this 223 guy never took the shot, what would Tyler have done?
I don't know what Tyler would have done. I mean, I would assume. Here's the thing.
Oh my God, nope, stop. What would he have done? Would he have taken a shot? Was he just up there bird watching? What was he doing up there?
I'm trying to tell you, my assumption, my belief would be that if the shot came from there and they never took the shot, I think that the whole purpose of his existence in that.
I'm gonna ask the question one more time, dude. I really need you to lock in. Okay? No, shut the fuck up for a second. Just listen to the question. Just listen. Everyone's laughing because my question's so obvious and it's like you're not even coming close to answering it. I really need you to listen. Are you listening?
Okay, yeah, but super quick. I can't even see
Nope,
chat.
shut the fuck up. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Great. What was Tyler doing up there? Don't say to be a scapegoat because Tyler doesn't know that from his point of view. Why did Tyler walk up the steps and get on that rooftop? What was he doing?
He was there to allegedly shoot Charlie.
So what you're saying is Tyler went up there with the decision to pew Charlie, correct?
No, not.
Oh my God. There's no way. This guy's trolling me, right?
I'm not trolling you. I swear.
Are you just dumb?
Dude,
I don't understand. Listen, what was Tyler doing up there? Why did Tyler make the decision to walk up those steps? What was he going to do?
I mean, I'm assuming Tyler could potentially be this like brainwashed individual. Like,
you're not answering my question. What
you want me to say
he going to do? What was his decision? Why did he go up those steps?
I literally don't know how to answer you to pew Charlie.
Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Thank you. So your logic, okay, was that Tyler was going to do it anyways. So the Mossad / no, shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up.
You're forcing that into my mouth, bro. That's crazy.
Oh my God. Did you not just say to pew Charlie? Did he not just say that?
No, but the reason I said that is because every single thing else that I was trying to say when I was trying to say
you weren't saying anything else. You didn't say anything else, dude. You just kept saying what the Mormon / Mossad or whatever wanted him to be. My question to you is, what was Tyler's thought? Why did he go up those steps? What was the reason he walked up those steps? I don't understand what is so confusing about the question.
hard. I mean, I don't know where to take this if you're not. If like
I
I'm, I
want
want.
you to, dude, if you answer with anything else, with your fucking emotions and bullshit
Not
gish
answer
galloping,
my.
stop, shut up, shut up. You keep talking about, well, I don't know. Stop being a fucking victim. I'm asking you. You're coming up with this conspiracy in your head. I'm more than glad to hear your conspiracy play out, but you're not answering a fucking question. So your conspiracy right now is that somebody else took the shot.
Yes.
Whoever, okay? I'm asking you, what was Tyler doing on that roof? Not what the Mormon slash Mossad or whatever wanted. Who do you think shot? Can I just, so I can stop saying Mormon Mossad? Who do you think was
I
the one?
I I mean, as far as like the
Can you just
group
answer
that.
with one? I don't need the gish galloping. Can you just give me the answer of who you think so I can move on with the question? Who do you think
I don't know who
shot?
I think. I don't know.
Holy
I don't have
fucking
enough evidence
Jesus
to.
fucking
Bro, I
Christ!
don't
You
have
don't
enough
have any
evidence
evidence that somebody else took the shot, but you believe that.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here if if the evidence.
Okay,
That's being
you're trying to speak past me again, and I don't care about any of the other shit. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna call him Mormons. Okay, is that good?
we can do that. I mean,
Okay,
sure.
great. So the Mormon has this plan to shoot him with the 223. Okay. Holy shit! It's like pulling fucking. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Jesus fucking Christ! He's an adult, and he. Okay.
Bro,
Nope. Stop. Just stop. Okay. You have no critical thinking skills. It's fucking insane.
true.
I'm like pulling teeth to get an answer out of you. So the
You're
Mormon
forcing me.
guy. Nope. Stop. Just stop talking. So the Mormon guy goes up there. Let's say 30 minutes before Tyler. He's set up. He has his 223. He's getting ready. Okay. Now Tyler made a separate decision because you're saying he's not part of it. He's just a scapegoat. Okay. So he doesn't know the Mormon's up there with the 223. So far, so good. We good?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So, you said he was a scapegoat.
Yes, but he'd be in on it. He can't just.
Got it. Okay, got it. Perfect. So he's in on it. He knows the
Yes.
Mormon guy's up there. So did Tyler have the rifle in his hand then?
I mean, it's a possibility that he did.
Let's try it one more time. Does Tyler have the rifle we see in the video? Okay,
Yes.
we see it in the video with it wrapped around a towel. Does he have that, or was that AI video or magic?
He has it.
Okay, great. Oh my god, it's like pulling fucking teeth. Okay. So why did he walk up there with the rifle if he's in on it and he knows the Mormon guy's going to shoot him anyways? And why did they not have the same rifle? Why would they have this guy has a 30-06 cartridge? If they're in on it together, are you saying they're too stupid and they accidentally brought different rifles? Can you explain that to me? Can you walk me down that process? No, just answer.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Also, like, let me ask you, like, on.
Shut up.
once you-
Just shut up. Just
Wait, let
just
me
shut
ask
up.
one more-
Just shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ. This guy's if I keep you up here, I'm gonna say a word that's gonna get me banned off TikTok. I'm trying. I haven't even gotten into what I want this live to be about. Jesus fucking Christ. I really, really hope he actually was trolling, right? Because then at least it's like, all right, he's just trolling. But if he actually was that fucking that was worse than Candace Owens, actually. That, like, count to 10, Nick. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Nope, still pissed. Okay. All right, we haven't talked. Everyone asking if we've talked about the clavicular stuff yet. No, we have not yet. I'm gonna bring up this weird Arab dude who keeps saying debate me, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah, I'll destroy you, boy. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you, nigger, nigger,
Just
nigger,
waiting
nigger,
for him
nigger,
to get
nigger, nigger,
banned.
nigger, nigger. Yeah, you're gonna get banned because of this,
I'm
buddy.
not going to get banned. You'll get banned because TikTok, with all its flaws, does understand the difference between a guest and somebody else. Anyways, okay. Let's catch up with these super chats. Leroy, thanks for the membership. McFly says that female viewer who asked you about Clavicular a couple days ago was right. To be honest, Israel and the media shouldn't give him any attention. I don't even remember what she said, to be honest with you. Leroy says, hi, Nick. Thanks for everything you do. I watch you all the time from Australia. I've learned so much about Israel's history and conservatism in general. Your logic and insight are inspirational.
Not up there.
Thanks. Says you're up here. What are you talking about? Oh, weird. It is being all weird.
Yes, request is
It might be a glitch. No, this has happened before. It's a glitch, you guys. All right, I'm going to restart on TikTok. Just give me a second, guys. And I'll read the super chats on YouTube. Let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. All right. Yeah, I've learned so much about Israel's history and conservatism in general. Your logic and insight are inspirational. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on, I'm trying to reopen this TikTok Live Studio. TikTok Live Studio. Fly says the funniest thing about Candace's beekeeper conspiracy theory is that it's literally the plot line to Jason Statham's Beekeeper movie. I've never seen that movie, so couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you. It's hot in here. I need to turn on the AC. Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on one sec, guys. Jesus Christ. All right, you guys. I have no idea what's going on. It's just glitching. It's like multiple things are being like that. But I'm just gonna continue reading from this. I will figure out that after, so that way I don't go blank for too long. Finally, the air's on. No. Where was I last? Funniest thing about... Nope, I already read that. Black Republican. To be fair, the defense would not give their entire strategy away. Incorrect, because double jeopardy wouldn't apply. If they don't get through preliminaries, they can retry them with other evidence. Yeah, that's very incorrect. They won't give away all of the nuance, but they're not going to completely withdraw something that would stop the entire trial. That's insane. Yeah, no, that's just incorrect. Evil Eye, thanks for the membership. Nick, you need to write a book for debating kids as a parent. I used to stop and it worked like a charm. What? I don't even know what you're saying. I don't think you should be debating kids. Legend Must says, save your strength, that there are sadly far dumber than him. That's true. White Corvette, thanks for the membership. Jose, will you post your Dean debate? Okay, yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll get to it. I probably won't, to be honest, guys, because it wasn't my stream. I have to figure out how to get it, and then I have to edit the... Yeah, I'll figure it out. Soul Drive from the Descendants of Alzut. Maybe I'll just figure out how to get it, and I'll just play it on here. Maybe it might be easier. Thanks, Soul Drive, for the super chat. Help save the planet, Nick. Be part of the solution. Nah. I turn the AC down. 68 degrees. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this. Okay. Let us talk about the clavicular stuff. So, first off, I am glad to be back. If you reply to that Forest guy, I have no idea who you're talking about, and I don't know if I particularly care. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. So I was gone for a few days, flew to Las Vegas, and went to a Sean Kelly thing. It was a 1 versus 10. I was the 1 pro-Israeli versus 10 pro-Palestinians. Okay. And I had a nice dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Hebrew Hammer and our good friend that we call Shevartza on here. Actually, he has a lot of names. And you got smoked. No, actually, it was incredibly embarrassing for the pro-Palestinians. In fact, Sean Kelly texted Jeremy after and was like, that was legitimately the best debate I've ever had on my show. And it was very incredible. And I got to be honest, sometimes I can walk away from debates and be like, hey, I did really well, but there's some things that I was like, that did not happen here. It was very, very, very bad for them. I cannot wait for it to come out. Sean Kelly says he's going to try to get it out within a week because he said it was a slaughter. In fact, it was so much of a slaughter that the pro-Palestinians were saying how good I was in the Hey.
I can confirm that Nick dropped an absolute nuke on those people that he was debating. I was there, and I'm critical of Nick. He knows. He dropped Hiroshima and Nagasaki style bombs on the... Now, Nick will admit, I think he'll agree with me, the competition was less than elite. They were not the best of the best. Not that they have a best of the best.
You didn't see the Arab guy. He was, again, still sucked. I'm not trying to say he did well, but he did better than the other guys that you saw.
Yeah, But to be clear, Nick detonated on these people. It was so bad. It got to the point, and I'm not kidding, where I almost asked the podcast guy, whatever his name is, if he wanted me to come in and pretend to be a pro pally just to make it more exciting, because it would have been a lot better if I had been on their side than these guys. These guys, let me ask you this. I never asked you this. Who were they? Not where did they come from, but like, what was their position?
I mean, they're all pro-Palestinians. The Arab
But they didn't
dude,
seem like it.
well, they just were very nervous. You see how much they were shaking? Like, it was even the Arab dude, the guy that's a Palestinian, quote unquote, right? He like came up, and just so you guys know, the Arab guy was the same guy that was on. I didn't know this until after people just told me, because I'm face blind. But anyways, he was the guy that was debating Rudy Rockman on the Jubilee episode. The one with kind of like the colored eyes. He's like barely over white skin, like he's like slightly tan, but he's like white skin, but he's an Arab. You guys know what I'm talking about? He's like older gentleman, curly hair. Anyways, he was up there, and it was really funny because he's like, he comes up during the second prompt, right? He doesn't decide to debate at all over the first prompt. He was probably like, scoping me, and he was doing this, like he was grabbing his water, shaking, and he noticed that I noticed, and then he like hit his hand below the table. And then I looked at him, I was like, are you okay? And he's just like, he ignored it. He was just like shaking. And I don't know why they were so nervous, but
Well, they didn't strike me as particularly pro pally.
no,
I
they
know
were. They were just,
I mean,
for
they
sure.
were more. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying their arguments didn't come from a pro-Palestinian perspective at all. It was mostly just whining and bitching about Israel.
I thought that was a pro-Palestinian position.
Well, I think that's more anti-Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I think most pro-Pallies are anti-Israel, not pro-Pally.
No, I'm saying there's people who are anti-Israel and not necessarily pro-Pally. They just hate Israel more. That's kind of the way. Like the second guy with the shirt halfway unbuttoned, he didn't strike me as particularly the gay guy.
I thought they were all gay. No,
No, the second guy who was really gay. Like really gay. He didn't strike me as pro-Pally because he kept conceding everything about them. He was just more like mad at Israel. He even said he was a Zionist previously and then stopped being pro-Israel. So I didn't. Anyways, the point is, Nick did amazing, you guys. He was phenomenal. He did excellent.
It's not going to be edited. Sean Kelly says, at least for the full video, he's going to make a bunch of clips because that's what he does. But he's going to post the whole thing. We were there for like 4 hours. It wasn't, like I said, I'd have no problem after a debate, especially if it gets 10 people. And by the way, these people, they came with notes prepared. They had papers.
Yeah, they did.
1 second, what?
Yeah, they did.
What?
They had full notebooks.
No, it's not. So, yeah, they came with prepared notes, which I was at first kind of like, this seems unfair. But then I was like, whatever, who cares? It did not help them. And then when they were going away to sit, they were talking to each other and Googling things as I was speaking and like showing each other stuff. So it was very much against me. And so I'd have no problem being like, there was a couple things I messed up. There was nothing. It was, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's always things you could do like slightly better, but I'm talking about in the core arguments. It was nothing. It was very, very bad for them. And I'm saying that like, even if I know I'm biased, obviously it's me, but I'm saying putting any bias aside, it was very bad for them. And I know because they all came out to me except for one guy, and I'll explain him in a second. He was a literal Holocaust denier. He didn't give a shit about the Palestinians. He was just a neo-Nazi. But they all came up to me after the first round when we took our first break. All of them except for the Arab guy and the neo-Nazi came up to me and was like, holy shit, you're incredible. There was that black kid who was like, I've been doing debates my whole life. I'm in the politics Discord server. I do debates there. You are the best debater I've ever seen.
He was terrible, that guy.
I think they were all
black
terrible.
Guy was
but
bad.
Yeah.
No, the black guy was really bad.
He wasn't as bad as the guy. You were only there for an hour. You should have seen the little short, like kind of fatter white dude. He was actually the worst. Anyways, because there was other people that came in that you didn't see because they came in like halfway through. But then the Arab guy at the end, right? The same guy that debated Rudy Rockman. He knew I won so much that this guy literally goes, you're very, very smart. He says, you remember things that I can't even understand how you remember them. Like spouting off all these things, and he was like even telling me, or I heard him say after during the break, like he was trying to look these things up and he found out like I was right about them. And then he goes, but he doesn't do it to praise me. But the fact that he admitted that was a big shock. But he did it to say, he's like, you could do a lot of good with how smart you are. And so
Oh,
I
yeah.
asked him,
I remember that.
yeah, I asked him, I said, so what would you like me to do? And he's like, you should be in the middle. And I said, I go where the facts take me. If the facts take me and it was pro-Palestinian, I'd 100% be pro-Palestinian. I don't have any skin in the game to be pro-Israel. I didn't know any Jews or Israelis when I started talking about and being pro-Israel. I didn't even know my wife. I didn't know Hebrew Hammer. I didn't know anybody, right? If the facts took me to the middle ground, that's where I'd be. I said, I've done a lot of research, as you just admitted. I remember things that you cannot. I know he didn't like me saying that, but I said it to him. And I said, I go where the facts go. So don't tell me to go to the middle. I said, you need to convince me to go to the middle, but you're not doing a good job. It was great. It was even funny because he tried that whole, like, he took a piece of paper and he wrote a 6 on it. And he slides it across the table. I'm sitting across from him. And he's like, he tries that bullshit argument where he's like, what do you see? And I was like, I see a 9. And he's like, exactly. He's like, I see a 6. He's like, you're very smart, but maybe, can you understand? He was like, the whole entire time, this Arab dude wasn't arguing. He was just begging me to feel sorry for him. I'm not even kidding. When you guys see it, that was the only arguments he made. He just was like, when I was a kid, I immediately stopped and I was like, I don't care. I really don't care. And he was just like, you don't have any emotion. You're evil. And I'm like, all right, cool. Anyways. And so he goes, I see a 6 and you see a 9. He's like, maybe we just have different perspectives. And I said, okay, I'm going to answer that. I said, here's the difference between your side and my side. You're correct. I see a 9, you see a 6. But what number did you write? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, what number did you write when you wrote this down? He's like, I wrote a 6. And I said, the answer is 6 then. It's not 9. It doesn't matter what I see. And I said, that's what you guys do on the pro ballot side. You look at just headlines. You don't dig into the articles. You don't actually look at where the article got its sourcing from and its primary source. That's what I do. Right? I don't just read the headline that says famine in Gaza. I go to the IPC report and I read it and I determine, wait a minute, why did they use half the statistics and why did they lower it to 15% and why were they using UNRWA as a source? Right? And so I said, you look as like a tunnel vision and all you see is a 6 or a 9. What I do is I open up and I look at context clues. Hey, the paper's in front of this Arab guy. He has a pen. Well, maybe it's not a 9. Maybe it's a 6. And he looked so defeated. He goes, you're so well trained. And I was like, what do you mean? You think I like work for the Mossad? He's like, no, I don't mean that. I mean, you're really well researched and you even had an answer for this. And I'm like, yeah, because it's logic. And yeah, I can't wait for the episode to come out. It was really fun. Anyways, I don't know what's going on with this TikTok being all glitchy. All right.
Do you want me to drop so Donnie can do this?
Yeah, try dropping.
Okie dokie. Goodbye. Everyone in my comment section, go to Nick's live. Go over to him.
No, I didn't. Okay. I'm gonna restart one more time because this happened. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna look at settings, even though I didn't touch the settings. If it doesn't work from there, I'm sorry. We're just gonna have to get into it without guess. But I'm just gonna try one more time, okay? I'll be right back, okay, you guys? I'm sorry. I was gonna get into the clavicular stuff already, and I haven't yet. But just let me try to figure this out. I will look at multi-guess and try to turn it on or whatever. Just give me a second, all right? I'm restarting the live. I'm waiting for someone to say okay, so I know you guys heard me say it. Nick Mattel, I love you. I love you too. All right, there he is. All right, let me see what's going on here. Sorry for those on the significantly better YouTube. YouTube doesn't have this issue. We might get into the moderate stuff first, actually, because the moderate's already actually here. He just texted me. I don't even know how to check multi-guess. Is there like a settings button? Where's the settings? Oh, there we go. Multi-guess. It says on, I think. All right. Let's just try resetting everything. Let's just reset the whole thing. Where was the debate? It was in Sean Kelly's studio. It was in person. Audience control. No, that's not it. I don't know, guys. Who's Sean Kelly? He's the founder, and he does what's called Digital Social Hour. All right, there we go. All right, let's try this. Come on, TikTok. Work with me here. Jesus, Nick. Just spilled. I'm a klutz. I'm a klutz. All right. We're back on TikTok. Can somebody tell me if they see the multi-guest? Oh, we got it. We got a guest request. Nice. I didn't do anything, by the way. I tried to find the setting. I couldn't see any setting that said it. I literally just restarted. Okay. I don't know. I didn't do anything. I just restarted.
That's better.
Hey, Nick.
What's up?
I just requested to show you that it was working, but since I'm up, you haven't talked about Clav yet, have you?
No, we're about to get into that.
Can I throw in my 2 cents?
Make it quick, because everyone's already waiting for me to say, and I'm already
My 2 cents are this. It was a good thing that he went. Israel blew it, making this a mess. But Israel has the same problem we have here. They have CNN, they have MSNBC, they have Haaretz, they have left-wing media that's going to ruin things just like here. That's all. That's all I got to say.
All right. I don't know if you're gonna like my take then, but all right.
Well, we'll see. Okay.
I'm mixed about it. I'm mixed.
All right, let's moderate texted me, so we're gonna start with that because that's really what. Okay, he's texting me multiple things. Whatever you want to do, I can wait. No worries. All right, moderate. I see you're listening. Whatever you want to do, dude. Your request, great. If you want to wait, you can wait too. I don't. It's your choice. All right, you guys. Sorry, I'm not taking any more guest requests because we're gonna get straight into the clavicular thing. All right, so I go on not really vacation, I guess. I mean, kind of. I had a great time with Hebrew Hammer and Mrs. Hammer and Bracha. We had a very, very lovely dinner. It was incredible. And the next day, I did the 1v10. I turned $300 into $1,000 playing craps. Via my rolling too. It wasn't even someone else. That was me rolling. I rolled for 20 to 25 minutes straight. It was incredible. I even did a sucker bet that I never do for anyone that plays craps. The big little big little all bet where you can put something. If you get all, it's 150 to 1 bet, and if you get the big and little, it's 30 to 1. All right, or either one. And I got big. I almost got all. I was one number. I had a roll of 11, and I would have won. Let's see. I think 10 on that, so that would have been $1,500, and I didn't get that. But either way, it was awesome. Anyways, none of that matters. And I come back now. Not that I wasn't seen a little bit on social media as I was in Vegas. Not like I turned my phone off, but like I really looked like after the debate, my last night in Vegas. I'm scrolling, and I just see this clavicular stuff, which I'm going to tell you guys for a little context. I did not know who Clavicular was before the song in the club, Heil, whatever. That's the first time I even knew he existed, right? Maybe I knew of him before. I'm not going to say I didn't at all, but like I didn't really know who he was. So my first and only reference of this guy is he's just one of these like Nick Ev, Myron Gaines, bros who hate women and like are anti-Semites. And I think that's a pretty accurate statement regardless. Excuse me. Here's where my issue is, okay? I'm going to address the first thing I want to address is kind of a little bit of a skip, but I want to address this first for a reason. Okay. And I get I'm about to say stuff. I don't normally get into the drama, but there's just so much infighting going on right now that I felt like, all right, I'm going to talk about it. And I understand that people are not going to fully agree with me. And I understand that some of you are going to be like, absolutely, I agree with you, Nick, and everything in between. Right? I'm going to give you guys my opinion. I speak for myself. I don't really care if you do or do not like it. Okay? The first thing I heard, or really one of the last things I heard, is people are like, hey, why did Israel bring Tyler, whatever that guy's name is, the dude that went to that, made that video about the Jews and said the Jewish invasion and he's trying to make Jews look bad. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Why did they bring him in and not Clavicular? And I thought at first that actually is a decent point until I realized, no, it's not. And I'll explain why. Yes, Oliveira. That's right, Tyler Oliveira. Tyler's whole purpose was to go to Israel to make Israel look bad. 100%. Okay? He was going to go to, I know for a fact, he would go to a place like B'nai Brak, where they probably would look at him, and they would probably even look at a Jew that wasn't like Orthodox weird. But that's not what he's going to say in his video. He's not going to say in his video, yeah, I went to this neighborhood, but to be honest, it's kind of no. He would have said, look at Israel, look at all the Jews. That's 100% what Tyler would have done. Clavicular, who, again, you guys have to understand my context here. So anyone who's like, but Clavicular did this when he was 20. I don't know anything about the guy, all right? So you have to see it from my point of view. I don't know anything about the guy. What I saw, the little that I saw at the point that I'm talking about, he didn't seem like he was going to Israel to make it look bad. He also didn't seem like he was there to make it necessarily look good either. So from what I got about this limited research on the guy is this guy actually doesn't seem to actually give a shit about Israel, Palestine, not much about politics or any of that, okay? He seems like this guy is just a misogynist piece of shit. Yes, Luna, I'm right here. A piece of shit, honestly. He seems like a very awful person, but it seems like that's what he cares about. Whatever looks maxing is and all that bullshit, okay? So, that being said, I'm not... Before anyone starts judging, because I already see people in the comments, oh, what do you mean? Just take a breath. Everyone take a fucking breath, okay? This is why we keep infighting.
Goose fraba, you guys. Goose
okay?
Please.
I'm simply saying that there is a difference between Clavicular, however you say his name, and Tyler Oliveira, right? That's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean I think Clav is a good guy. He's not. Doesn't mean I don't think he's an anti-Semite. He seems like he is. Again, I don't know much about him, but from my point of view, he 100% is. Anyone who sings Heil Schmittler and is laughing and great, you're an anti-Semite. Period. Okay? Now, on the other end, so now that I've defended him a little bit, let's go to the other end. That's what I'm going to do this whole live. I'm going to explain both sides and my position. There are some Jews who are saying, well, I should say pro-Israelis, but mostly Jews, because honestly, a lot of this is just Jews infighting. I get people like me who's not Jewish, we have our opinions, but a lot of it's just Jews infighting, which I'm not against. Jews always infight, and I'll get to that in a second. But on the other end, there's some Jews that are like, he's trying to make Israel look good, and he's trying to say sorry. No, the fuck he isn't. Stop it, okay? Stop it. He is not, at least from my point of view, there's nothing about him that made me think that he was going to Israel as this regretful, I regret what I did, I shouldn't have did it, he didn't come off that way at all, okay? So I really think he's just a guy that's like, I just want to go to clubs and nightlife and looks maxing and mog or whatever the fuck that shit is, okay? All right, so now that I've gotten kind of both situations out, I don't think we should be comparing, like, why did Israel not let this person in and let this person in, okay? Here's where I'm upset. I don't expect shit from Clavicular, okay? We shouldn't expect anything from him. And this whole red carpet rollout for him is, I gotta say, pretty embarrassing. Not because I think he is coming to make the country look so bad and we should all just attack him. I'm saying because who is he? He's nobody. If he wants to be some random person and goes to clubs, and just let him be that guy that goes to clubs, sure, he's going to make videos. Sure, he seems to be a big influencer. I'm not saying it wouldn't go viral. I'm not saying we're not all going to have our opinions, but why? It wasn't even like for, it wasn't even for like 12 hours Jews were talking about it. It wasn't for like a day or two. It's still going on. It's been like 5 days. Dude, why? Now, this is what I did get pissed off at, and this is what I think does need to be talked about. We shouldn't expect anything from Clavicular, okay? He doesn't owe anything to the pro-Israel side. He doesn't owe anything to the Israelis and to the, I should say the Jews and then the Israelis, because the Israelis being more specific. It would be nice if he wasn't such a piece of shit, but I'm just saying he doesn't owe anything. But when you, and by the way, I don't believe in sneak dissing, okay? I don't get into drama. In fact, anyone who's been watching me for 5 years, they can back me up. I pretty much never do this kind of live. However, tonight and only tonight, hopefully, I'm going to do this, okay? So I don't believe in sneak dissing. I'm going to say names specifically. If I offend you, I want to make this very clear. I don't care, okay? Tal the Traveler, who was at my party in Israel. I didn't know who he was
I have
really
a
before.
photo.
I didn't know who he was before, really. Or I knew of him, but I'm saying like personally. This was the first time I met him in my life. He was at my party a month and a half ago in Israel. He showed up, as did a lot of creators, okay? When you, and by the way, I heard about it, but I never saw the video, right? I kept hearing that there was this guy who was degrading Jewish women, but I was like, I don't even know what people are talking about, okay? Yeah, let me put you up on the big screen. Hold on, let me put this up on TikTok. Or sorry, YouTube, I mean. Where is it? There it is. Jesus Christ. Come on, YouTube, work with me here. No. There, right there. There he is, yes. For those on YouTube. He was at my party. Okay? Showed up for a little bit. It wasn't like it was a super long time, but still, he was there. We should not expect anything from Clavicular, but that guy is, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that's not Tal. That's 100% Tal. I promise you it is. You're thinking of Tal the Traveling Clat. No, I'm not talking about Tal the Traveling Clat. I know they have a similar name. Tal the Traveling Clat, good. Tal the Traveler, I'm calling out right now. Okay, you guys got to make sure. You know what? Thank you actually for saying that, because I didn't want people might be thinking I'm talking about Tal the Traveling Clat. Not him. That's my Habibi. That's my friend. I love that guy. We're not talking about him. Okay, we're talking about Tal the Traveler. Okay, yeah, not Tal Oren. Yeah, not Tal Oren. Different guy. He's great. Love him. Still love him. Anyways, so Tal the Traveler, he has this video. Has everyone seen it, or do I need to play it? Has everyone seen it? Yeah, let me try to find it real quick. Because I like I said, tonight and only tonight, we're getting specific, okay? And then we're going to go back to the cause, because that's what's important. In fact, I hate that I have to do this, but we're doing it. Okay, Tal the Traveler. Which, by the way, I unfollowed and removed him as a follower. Clavicular. Wonder if this will make it show up. Can somebody send it to me on hopefully X? X would be the easiest, but if somebody can send me the video, great. Now I'm about to get like 30 different messages. But if someone can send me the video. So while somebody gets me that video, por favor, please, thank you, toda. This guy goes to Clavicular on his phone, and he goes, oh yeah, this Jewish girl wants to sleep with you. And Clavicular goes, oh yeah, if any Jewish girl wants to blank, we can do it in the bathroom stall for 5 seconds, 10 seconds if they're lucky. First off, one, it's kind of weird that you're just admitting you only last 5 seconds. Oh my god, what is happening right now? What is happening right now?
Dude, what the heck?
What the fuck?
Is that like a new TikTok gift?
They do have the songs. There was something on Tal.
It's
It
a
was
new-
Mossad.
Someone says it's a new gift. Why would that be a gift on TikTok? No, it's not hacked, you guys. I know it's a gift. Oh, there's another one.
What the heck is this?
Yeah, this is the one I've heard of.
Okay. I'm not dealing with this right now.
Red Sox.
What the fuck?
It's actually funny.
That's insane. How do you turn off GIFs? 'Cause I will turn them off. Fuck that. Nope. Yeah, I know you guys are saying I can, but I don't know how to. Man, that's like the only problem with TikTok Live Studio is it makes all the things that you would see in the settings on your phone when you're live on your phone, it's in completely different spots, and that's fucking annoying. Because it's like you have to find stuff.
I do want to say Nick is lying. Nobody showed up to that party in Israel. It was completely empty. Maybe some French assassins were there, but that's about it.
Oh, I see it. Here we go. Okay. I didn't turn it off because it doesn't let you turn it off, but it does let you turn off show gift effects. But I'll keep it on for now, just in case. You can just mute the GIF, Nick. Well, can somebody tell me how to do that? That'd be great. That'd be nice. Anyways, where was I? Who's talking now? That was Lance. Here, let me turn on the guest box on YouTube. So, this guy essentially says, hold on, look for gifts, like gifts, receive gifts off. Yeah, it doesn't let me turn it off. It's grayed out. I think you have to do it before the live. Anyways, he goes to Clavicular, and Clavicular says, Jesus Christ, hold on. I think I need to turn this off.
I love how it's in different languages. It's just like so random.
I wonder if I... I don't know. There's something really weird about it because I don't see... Like, when someone sends a gift, don't they normally show it on the side? How come I don't see that gift being sent? Unless it's this one. I'll just block this person.
Yo, I think did I miss it? Did you give your opinion on
Yo,
Clavicular?
Cam's in the chat.
Yo, what up, Lance?
Don't gift him anything, guys. Gift me everything. Thank you.
Okay, I get why Cam's up. Who's the locksmith?
Hey man, I don't know. I just love your videos.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, no, I mean, I have given a little bit, but I'm going back to it. I think I turned off the gifts, I think. Or not turn off the gifts, but the person gifting.
I've been arguing with Israelis all week about this.
Okay.
Well, I guess not. Past couple days.
All right. This is taking way longer than I thought. All right, so let me just get to it real quick. So Clavicular doesn't owe the Jewish community anything, okay? But, and like I said, I don't believe in sneak dissing. I'm going to call it out directly as it is. Tall the Traveler, not to be confused with Tall the Traveling Clad, okay? We're talking about Tall the Traveler. He's not the same person, okay? When he tells Clavicular, Tall is a Jewish Israeli man, okay? When he tells Clavicular, hey, yeah, this chick wants to, sleep with you. Look at her. You should sleep with this chick. And then Clavicular answers by saying something like, yeah, like, oh, any Jewish woman that wants to blank, we can go in the bathroom stall for 5 seconds, 10 seconds if they're lucky. And he's just laughing at it and stuff like that. What the fuck? Like, this isn't just like, oh, come on, he's kind of younger and that's how dudes kind of talk. Like, okay, yes, that's sometimes true in clubs, but we have to add a little bit of context here, right? When you are giving the red carpet to this guy who is very clearly an anti-Semite, which I'm not saying, this is the problem. A lot of people are so like upset with Clavicular and blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't be, but I'm saying the focus isn't there. right? Clavicular doesn't owe anything. I don't think he actually gives a shit about any of this. I don't think he's pro-Palestinian. I don't think he gives a shit. Okay? Do I think he's an anti-Semite? Again, anyone who is screaming Heil Schmittler and laughing at that, obviously that's anti-Semitic. I don't care what anyone says. Full pause, right? But when a Jewish Israeli man is degrading these women, and then you have Moshe and Daniel Braun, who, by the way, if you guys remember, I did a video with him when I was on the UCLA campus arguing Iran. I'm sure you guys saw that video with the Let's Do Something. That's with them. I will no longer be doing anything with them. Okay? Because when you pimp out your sister to this guy, that's insane. What are you doing? I feel like what this really showed was there's two different pro-Israeli creators. There are people that legitimately believe in the cause, okay? And there are people that are obsessed with fame, popularity, following count, I don't know, whatever it is. Praise. Like you saw this guy who clearly is not, again, I'm not saying you need to attack the guy. I'm not even saying they shouldn't have let him into Israel. I'm saying that this guy is definitely not a friend, right? And I think he should be treated just like maybe anyone else that maybe comes to Israel to go to the clubs. Not talk about him at all. But at the same time, you have some of these creators who are rolling out the red carpet for him, pimping out their sister, degrading Jewish women for this guy. For what? For what? Because he's popular, which again, I didn't even know he existed. I didn't even know who he was before the Heil Schmittler video. Before that, I didn't even know he existed.
Looks maxing, baby. You're way behind.
Somebody's drinking
water.
on
that train. Have you seen?
He got famous by saying that
check videos?
Gavin Newsom would win the presidency over JD Vance because JD Vance looks chopped and ugly or whatever. It's like the most disgusting. It's like really bad. It's like, come on.
Okay, so where was I going with this? Yeah, so I just think that's absolutely disgraceful. There's no reason for it, and I'm starting to look at things a little differently because I was talking to Danielle about this. And she brought up a good point. She's like, does it really surprise you that it was him? We're talking about Tal the Traveler. Now, the reason she said that, again, I don't care if you guys love the guy or you're a fan of him. If you don't like what I'm saying, move on. But I'm not here to, like, chop words. I'm here to be very direct. This guy came to the party, and he's like, oh, hey, what's up? I like your stuff. Hey, you want to make a video? Hey, should we schedule a video? You want to make a video? You want to make...
He did it to older millennial. He did it to
everyone.
People. And
don't get me wrong, at the time, I didn't think it was that big a deal. I'm just saying, looking back with hindsight, it makes a little sense that he's the one that's like, oh, Clavicular, you wanna have sex with this girl? 5 seconds in the bathroom stall. Some of us, and Hammer says this all the time, we are content creators / supporters / both. But sometimes it's also okay to understand we also have lives. We have relationships. When we were at the party, do you think I was thinking about like, oh, you think we should make this video? You want to come to my house and make this video? Can we just relax? Everyone else there was relaxed. I'm not talking shit about anyone else. I'm just saying everyone else was at the party to have fun, to get to know each other a little bit more, catch up if we've already seen each other, other than Lance. Lance was lame. But, like, that's what we were there for. So when you come and you're somebody that's like, you want to make a video, you want to do this, you want to do that? Oh, I want more money, I want more videos, I want more clicks, I want more likes. I'm just saying that it makes sense that this is the same guy.
Plus,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say plus, for those that know this stuff, he can't go into the bathroom and have sex with girls. He has ED. He has to take Viagra. He can't get it up.
Okay, I didn't know.
Oh, I forgot about that too. Yeah,
he can't get it up. He can't go into the bathroom and take care of a girl. He needs to take his pill and wait an hour.
Well, maybe he did take the pill. Do you ever think of
that? The whole thing was so stupid and mismanaged. Like, I'm actually a proponent of we should just get a bunch of anti-Semites and get them on a bus and take them to Israel. I actually think that taking it depends on what kind of
we're on the same page, and you're perfectly leading me to my next point. But finish.
It depends. It depends on like who they like. If they're open-minded, at least, which I actually think that Clavicular might be. Now, is he also a piece of shit?
100%.
Yes.
Yep. 100%.
But the whole thing is mismanaged down to like, first of all, not bringing him to Israel with proper management. And I don't mean like restricting him, but I mean like, bringing him with a bunch of idiots that are like obviously making him or encouraging him to do degenerate things with Israeli women. And then on top of that, you put him on Channel 13, which is like Israel's MSNBC, and nobody warns him that he's walking into an ambush. And then you screw him over and he freaks out. And now you run the risk that he's going to leave Israel more anti-Semitic than he entered Israel in.
So Cam's 100% correct, and I want to expand on that. And this is why I hope you guys, whether you agree with me or not, I hope you still listen, because I'm not, right now, again, mostly Jews, but even just some pro-Israeli creators, but a lot of Jews are infighting. Why? Because they either have this take over here or this take. Two things can be true at once, guys. So now that I've just got done kind of saying this way, I think about Clavicular, this is the history, this is why he's a piece of shit. It's about both things. So Cam's right. Okay, I saw some people were like, they shouldn't have let him in Israel at all. Okay, look. He is somebody who I truly believe doesn't give a shit about Israel-Palestine. And I truly believe he's a piece of shit. I still think that. Even if he left Israel being like, it's the greatest country in the world, I love you, I still would think that, because you need to do a lot more than just say that to like gain anything back. However, what we need, because I saw a lot of Jews saying, well, why didn't they take him to the Nova Music site? Why didn't they take him to Yad Vashem? Why didn't they? Listen, that is a playbook that might work in some cases, but that should not always be the same exact playbook from like the 90s of fighting anti-Semitism. Oh, this guy was anti-Semitic. He's coming to Israel. Let's take him to the exact same spots. Again, sometimes that works. Sometimes that is, because if they want to go see that stuff, I'm not saying to avoid those spots. I'm just saying that's not always a playbook. In fact, what Israel could actually really do well with is actually having just some guy, again, without the degrading shit, without the pimping out your sister, without the degrading Jewish women in bathroom stalls. Put all that aside. Israel could just use a guy who just was like, because when people think of Israel, whether you're pro-Israel or anti-Israel, you think war, you think bombs, you think bomb shelters, you think, suffering, right? And I'm not saying that doesn't make sense, because that, to be honest, let's be real, that is a big part of Israel, right? Because of the jihadists and the enemies around them. They're constantly attacked. However, it could also be good if some guy just goes to Israel and comes back and the only thing he has to say. This is why I think, why put him on Channel 13? Why do all that stuff? Don't make a spectacle of it. Just have him go. He has fun. No degenerate shit. No pimping out your sister. He comes back, and guess what? He does streams for a week saying, yeah, I went to this club. I had a fun time. It's a beautiful city. The nightlife was great. The people were nice. That's it. That's it.
That would be an intelligent PR strategy, Nick, and we know Israel doesn't do that. I actually totally disagree with you. I think they should have sent him there for 5 days and made him spend all 5 days at Yad Vashem, but that's just me.
They actually have it open 24/7 for him. They just lock him inside.
Just lock him in.
He gets lost in the mirror room. He just can't find his way out for like 2 days.
I'll tell you. I just want to say real quick. I'll tell you why I don't think the Yad Vashem strategy works with everyone. Because again, I'm not pretending to be some expert on Clavicular. I get I could be wrong, so if you guys want to correct me, feel free. But the little that I did see about him, it doesn't seem like he gives too much shit. I think he's just a guy who is not very much a leader. He's a follower, and he likes to just have all this fucking fun or shit like that, and he likes attention. And so I think if he went into something like Yad Vashem, I don't think this guy, now again, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe he said something, I'm saying, a real big disclaimer here, I don't know much about the guy, but I don't think he's a guy that's just like, I love the Yahtzees and Schmittler, like, I don't think he's like Nick Fuentes, like, I think he's an anti-Semite, I think he doesn't like Jews, but I don't think he would go into Yad Vashem and he'd be like, oh, I liked Schmittler, but maybe I shouldn't have. I just think he'd be like, why am I in here? I don't care.
It would just be boring for him. Like, clubs are absolutely, like, Tel Aviv is absolutely where he should have been while he was in Israel. That's where he's going to get the most out of it. And, like, it's going to shift his opinion on Israel the most is going to be at the clubs.
Someone said he met with the hostage. Is that true? He met with the hostage? I didn't even know that.
It's just so like disappointing seeing seeing that interview, I don't know, because like I don't want to defend him, but like he did shake off that question like 3 times, and the dude Barshem just kept pushing it. I got in an argument with him the other day on Twitter, Barshem, and he deleted his replies to me because he like literally. The crazy thing is that the Holocaust denial and the hatred of Jews is so like dominant in the young people in the United States, and that type of shit is exactly how Hitler was able to take power. The PR battle
with young
is
people,
absolutely it's absolutely as important as the actual battlefield.
Yeah.
Because if you don't fight the PR war and you let everyone just hate the Jews, somebody who hates Jews the most is going to find an easy way to take power.
Well, yeah,
It's
the way you can attack the Jews is you just dehumanize them. You make it seem like they're an other, they're different, right? When obviously they're fucking not. In fact, a lot of people grow up around
everyone that they're evil.
Right. And a lot of people have not that it never happens, but it's less likely to happen for people that hate Jews who actually just grow up with Jewish friends, maybe even once in a while went to a Shabbat dinner or something, because they're like, yeah, dude, they're humans, they have different beliefs, whatever. It's just like anyone else. But when you don't know the Jews very well, it's very easy to, especially when Jews are just 0.2% of the population. It's not like they have a big voice, right? It's very easy for people to just be like, oh, actually they're evil and they take Christian blood and they make matzah, but like. So honestly, it could have done. I agree with you that Channel 13. You're right. It's like the MSNBC of Israel. It's like, Jesus, dude. Like, why them, right? And
yeah,
the interview was bad for sure. And so it's like, anyways.
And I've been arguing with Israelis all week about this, and they're like, "We just don't care anymore. We don't care about the PR." It's like, that's your problem. I don't know if you realize that is the problem. You not caring is the problem.
It's not. It's like, not smart. I say it all the time. Well, 1 second.
I was just kind of scrolling through Instagram, and this was before the interview, and I was seeing so many Jewish creators talk about it. Some were like, "Hey, yeah, he's cool, whatever." And then some were like very, very religious, and they were like, no, he should not be here. We should not have allowed him in the country. And then it started like bringing up a lot of people to the point where, like, I don't know if you saw the videos, like people were like screaming at him when he was like walking out of his hotel. They had to get security involved in a lot of situations.
Hotel, yeah.
It's like, okay, well, like before all this bullcrap happened on social media, people were taking pictures with him and like running up, like having fun. Like until it became like this nightmare.
I think, to be fair, that's going to happen anyways. And this is another thing I want to bring up. There's this thing with pro-Israelis even about arguing against every single other pro-Israeli that has a dumb take. There's always, listen, Jews are not a lot of people, but there's still 16 million of them, right? In a raw form, like raw number wise, it's still literally a lot. And then when you add in just pro-Israelis in general that may not be Jewish, that's even more. So in the raw number form, it is a lot. Every group is going to have people that are going to want to scream, maybe even unalive the guy, all the way to loving the guy and jumping on him while he grabs your ass and everything in between. Okay? So I agree with you. That was dumb, but I'm not going to even harp on a couple Jews that were screaming at him because that's always going to be a thing, no matter what he does. Okay?
Let's not forget Israel has leftists.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so,
well, I mean, like, I do agree with you. We should have more people. Like, I was not pro-Israel until I really went to Israel, and I was like, okay, Cam has been telling the truth. And yeah, I think that there should be more people on the fence and people who don't like Israel coming, but there shouldn't be this huge like uproar. Like when somebody goes, it should be like secret. Like they just go with a couple people and whatnot. They don't have to make a whole spectacle out of it because it goes crazy.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, what upsets me the most about it is when I was arguing with Barshem, the interviewer. He's telling me, I'm just doing my duty as a journalist. We deserve an apology. Blah, blah. Like, there's no way that he was ever going to apologize on that newscast. And even if he did, the situation would be unchanged. Nothing changes by him apologizing. And second of all, like, in order to apologize for something, you first have to realize you're wrong. That's not going to happen after 2 days in Israel.
Right.
Then you have to stew on it and think about it. And eventually you come to the conclusion, maybe I should apologize. Maybe at some point Clavicular would have apologized. Maybe he wouldn't have. But it doesn't matter either way.
Right. 100%. That Israel, especially with the young following that this clavicular dude has would have gotten so much more out of him if it wasn't this big spectacle. It would have been anyways, because that's who he is, it seems to be. But I'm saying not forced, from our side at least. Maybe his side, but not our side. If he went back and just was like, people came up on his live, I don't know how he does lives, but maybe people were sending him chats like, how dare you go to Israel and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah, I don't care. Like, I had fun. The people were nice. I partied, they were cool. That would have done infinitely more than him going on Channel 13 and being like, I just want to say I'm so sorry about that.
Right.
Because if he did that, people would just be like, man, bot paid, Mossad agent, they got to him. He got the phone call.
It would have been worse. It would have been worse if he apologized. And here's the other thing. Nobody
Unless he did it on his own.
Right. Well, even then they would have said he's a fucking Mossad agent. But also, nobody apologizes on demand.
Yeah.
Nobody does that unless it's your wife. Nobody apologizes on demand, right? Okay. So, and here's the other thing. I think Israelis maybe don't understand this about Americans, and I don't blame them for it, is like Americans also don't like apologizing for things publicly in general, because we just went through like 3 years of cancel culture where all of the apologies were fake. And you also don't want to feel fake when you're apologizing. So you almost might as well just not do it. Right.
And also, why would...
his whole thing is like not be like, his whole thing is he was ugly. Now he's like good looking. He doesn't want to apologize for anything. He wants to look cool in front of the girls at all times.
Also,
like, he does not want to look like a bitch.
Why would the Jews even want to accept that? Like, let's say the Channel 13 guy's like, hey, are you gonna apologize? Let's say Clavicular's like, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Your country's beautiful. Let's say he says that. The Jews would probably look at that and be like, he only did it because they asked him. Like, it wouldn't even have been real. So it's like literally nothing to gain by doing that. Okay, so...
Except a viral moment that generated views and money for the guy who was doing the interview.
Right.
That's the only thing that was generated. And he like claims that he was doing what's right for his country, and he knows damn well in his mind that he was doing it to make money.
Right. And... yeah, Jews and everyone for that matter, it's not even a Jewish thing, but everyone for that matter, if somebody does damage or insults you as a person, your family, your people, whatever, your tribe, right? Apology does nothing. Actions do a lot more. So it doesn't matter. Okay. So anyways, to go now, like I said, for those that are just joining, I'm going to be swinging back and forth with what I think about this clavicular thing, right? Because I think there's a lot of Jews that are like, they believe all the way over here, they believe all the way here. In reality, two things can be true at once, okay? So, so far we've covered who I am more upset at. Clavicular doesn't owe shit to anyone. In fact, I don't even respect his opinion. I don't respect him as a person. I don't even care, right? It's not even like I hate him, because I don't care about him. But what I will say, again, I unfollowed him. I removed him as a follower. For him, Tal the Traveler, again, for those just joining, not to be confused with Tal Oren, Tal the Traveling Clat, Tal the Traveler, different Tal, okay? For him to have used Jewish women and degraded them so that way he can appease some click whore, like, it's insane to me. Disgusting, absolutely awful. He should... In fact, let me look. Has he even apologized yet? I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, someone correct me if I'm wrong, that he like posted an apology and deleted it, which is even worse. Let me look up his...
I think he was the worst, even more so than Moshe and Daniel.
Yeah, nothing. At least on his Instagram. This guy has 130,000 followers on Instagram.
I'm more mad at him than the other two.
For sure. Because again, Clavicular doesn't know anything to anyone. Moshe and Daniel, again, two guys I used to, well, at least Daniel, I used to message at least once a week. I've done videos with him, right? The Let's Do Something. I did that on UCLA. In fact, he messaged me right before all of this, asking me if I wanted to go do debates on socialism. I'm going to, of course, tell him no. I have no interest, unless he does something to really, and I have to believe him. His apology
will be sincere, and you don't know.
Right? Okay. If he does that, and it truly is like something sincere, sure. I'm not somebody that will hold too much of a grudge, but I'm just saying until that happens, listen. To me, that's right. I never went down this rabbit hole. Right now, what this clavicular stuff really exposed when it comes to pro-Israel influencers is there are those that legitimately care about the cause. There's people that might not believe that that's me, but I don't really care about their opinion because they're all pro-Pallies anyways. They think, oh, you're a grifter, you get paid. I legitimately care about this, okay? It is something that I shifted away from talking about even conservative politics where I make 100,000 followers in less than 6 months, and then I get banned maybe once in a while, to a topic that's like a niche of a niche. It takes a very long time to grow, and I get banned way more talking about Israel than I ever did talking about conservative stuff, although they do target conservatives too. I'm not saying I didn't get banned at all. I'm just saying I don't care, right? I legitimately care about this. I put my research into this. Soul, like I've literally had pews pulled on me, death threats, and I'm not here asking for like any praise about that because I choose that. I'm an adult. I choose that for myself. It is something I legitimately care about. And there's a lot of creators that are exactly like me. They legitimately care about this. Now there's some that are increasingly being exposed more and more as somebody who it feels like, and I hate to say this because it does make me sad, but I'm going to say it, that October 7th was a payday for them. And I was feeling this way during my last trip in Israel.
True. We unfortunately we heard it from people behind the scenes. It's not just like we're
I
just
totally
thinking,
agree.
like we see it, we know it, there's evidence. It's not just
So-
like we're pulling it out of our butts.
I was going to bring this up a little bit before anyways, because when we were in Israel, and this is what Danielle's talking about, and we were in Israel with Lance and Maddie and Joe, we were hearing from people there. I'm not going to mention names because they're not public, but we were hearing from people about, they didn't give us names, so I can't tell you who, although maybe I feel like maybe I might have an opinion on who, but they were telling us how certain creators act with certain organizations, with Israel, how they are, how they act on social media, their demands, right? Again, I'm not saying this at all for praise. I really am not, but I need to give you guys context, okay? Have I gotten paid to, go do an event? Have people flown me out to go speak at events? 100%. Yes. Right? Have I ever been paid to say something I didn't want to? Absolutely not, and I never will. If I've ever been paid by the Israeli government, I know I make the joke a lot, 10.5 thousand. The answer is no, okay? I'm just being real right now. And there are some people, right, when I've been offered this to go speak at this, there's been times where I told them, give my honorarium, give it to the IDF, give it to the friends of the IDF. I'll do it for free because, you're down the street from me. You don't have to pay me for that, right? There's some people I heard for like a 30-second thing, they'll ask for like $20,000, which is fucking insane. Okay, it is absolutely insane. And by the way,
they're asking that on a thing that other people do for free, which is insane because there will be other people doing the same thing that just do it for free because they want to do it.
And I want to make something clear.
It's not insane, by the way.
It is insane. If you knew who I think it's insane. If
it's just surprising, is all.
It's absolutely insane. It's 100% insane, and I'll explain why. For a couple things. One, because of who the person. This person I'm not going to mention names because I'm only going to mention names if I 100% know, and I'm like only 90% sure. So I'm not going to do that because if I'm wrong, I don't want to spread any of that. If I know for a fact, I have no problem. But what I'm saying is that. One, they're asking it from like nonprofits. I'm not going to say they don't have money, but I think it's a little different than organizations that are really loaded and are for profit. And the second thing is that, I don't remember what the second thing I was going to mention. I think, the second thing is also like their attitude towards the whole thing. It's very, very just straight up business for them. And I want to make something clear. I am not criticizing anyone who makes money for this. Absolutely not. You are putting your time into something. You have every right, especially if organizations have literally one second, that have the budget for this. You have every right to be paid 100%. So I want to make something clear. I am not criticizing people that get even more money or not. What I'm saying is that if that money is used for something that just allows you to do it more, to me, that means you're absolutely for the cause. If you're using it, or sorry, if you're only doing it so you can get that money, then that's what you're actually aiming for. Now, of course, there can be a balance for that. There could be people that are like, I'm doing it for the cause, but yeah, of course, I also like to have money. There's nothing wrong with that either. I'm solely talking about the people who have clearly exposed themselves as they are doing this because they're October 8th grifters, and they have used this because it's not about the cause. It's literally was a paycheck for them.
100%.
Anyways, so I think it's very clear, and honestly, like I said, I'm not going to mention every single name, but if you guys actually, if what you just heard me say, start looking at certain people's videos, and you might be able to start to figure it out for yourself a little bit. Like, okay, I can kind of see, you know.
I do agree with, though, like, the people that I've been criticizing, the way, like, I guess from our side, the Jewish side, is like, why are we so comfortable with accepting crumbs? Right? Like,
Perfect.
what is that about? Like, why do we have to like accept every single person that's ever said like a somewhat neutral thing or a nice thing about Jews or Israel? It's like, I don't know, it's just.
I like how
a
you
little
guys
bit
keep
much.
setting me up for the next thing I want to talk about. So that's the next thing I want to talk about. To the Jews, and again, this. Again, you guys might not like hearing this,
Can
but
we
I'm
stop
gonna say
begging
it.
people to like us? It's annoying. Anyway.
So to the Jews, there is and I want to make it very clear, this is definitely not all of you guys, right? But this is a significant enough portion that it has to be kind of said. And really, I guess it's the pro-Israeli community a lot, but I think it's just more the Jews because obviously the Jews are being directly affected 100%, and it's been really bad for the past 3 years now. I think there's a certain level of insecurity happening that is causing some of these Jews to see people like Clavicular and literally jump on him. And listen, my empathy that I struggle with already with empathy, but if I had some empathy about this, I can understand that when you live in a world that you're 0.2% of the population and everyone seems to be attacking you, especially on the internet, and you're just like, oh my gosh, like I cannot take a break. Like every comment section, even comments under videos that you wouldn't even think were about the Jews. Somehow there's something in the comment section about Jews. And so when you have that for 2 years straight, I can understand that it's going to create a percentage of the people that are going to hear just somebody visiting Israel, even if they're someone that just screamed Heil Schmittler, and you're going to jump on him and all that stuff. I'm just saying that I'm trying to like word this in a way that makes sense. It does sadden me a little bit when there's like this sort of group or percentage that there's such an insecurity with it that they're putting aside certain values, like degrading your women, like pimping out your sister, like your own brand, yourself, your own person, your values, just for, I guess, clicks, likes. I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying the right words.
Like, we're like everybody else. No, it's more. And I also I do think that having clavicular there in general, there's nothing wrong with it, in my opinion. Oh shit, I just completely lost my train of thought.
There's also the thing where it's
It'll
like,
come
oh,
back.
he was degrading Jewish women. Well, if you've seen any of his crap, I mean, he kind of degrades every woman. Okay,
It would have been a worse mistake for Israel to not let him in, is what I was saying.
Yes.
It's not coming. It would have been really bad because in that case, then all the anti-Semites would have something to say. Well, why didn't you let him in? He didn't do anything that was worth not letting him in.
Yes.
So
Maybe.
there's definitely, thank God that they did let him in. He's not there like Tyler or Oliveira, whatever, was there for a specific purpose.
But
So
even Tyler,
that would
it's
have been
like
bad.
it's like shooting. It's like Israel shooting themselves in the foot again. Like what's worse? What's worse? Tyler Oliveira going and scrounging up some scandal in Israel that nobody gives a shit about. Like, what's he going to do? Jews on welfare again?
In hindsight,
Or
I would have
banning
let
him
him
from
in
the
too.
country.
I disagree with you and Daniel on.
I think it's easier to debunk a stupid person's lies
No,
than
it's
to
not. It's not.
imagine that they,
It's not. It's not. And I'll explain why. There's a difference between Tyler and Clavicular. I don't
Sorry,
think
what were you saying?
Clavicular. One second. I don't think Clavicular was going there to try to make Israel look bad. I'm not saying he was going. I know he said he was, but I don't think he was going there to even make him look good. I think he was just going there to do what he just kind of always does. It's just the location today is Israel. Tyler is going there to definitely twist things and make things look bad. Now I get what you're saying. Oh, well, you can just debunk him. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world that debunking really works anymore with specifically with videos like Tyler. Unfortunately, we live in a world where perception is more reality than reality is. Because there's plenty of people that tried to, and where I'd say did a good job at debunking his first video. It didn't make a damn difference, right? Because people just used it. And some people that may not even have been like super anti-Semitic and used his video, they saw it and they just believed it. It didn't matter how many times you debunk it. Now, does that mean they shouldn't have let him in? I'm not saying that, but we also need to stop applying to Israel this American values, okay? Because they're not America. I'm not saying I don't love American values, and I'm glad they're in America. I'm just saying that not every country's America with this whole, like, oh, you know, just like total 100%
Can I inject
freedom.
a point that came from Mia?
All right, sure, go ahead.
Also, just to point out something, for Israeli women, this is kind of sitting in like a weird spot for them, and I do understand where this is coming from, because Israeli women don't typically act like that. I'm talking about born and raised, a lot is for the family, and even if they did act like that, it's very important not to embarrass your family on like the internet or TV for that matter. Is why you'll see a lot of reality shows in Israel. Don't do that like they sleep together one night. Like it's very much like, you know, whatever. So Israeli girls are looking at this girl who probably moved to Israel a couple of years back, and they're saying, portraying this as if it's a typical thing that an Israeli girl will do when it's not. It's very more like American culture for people to party that way. And so Israeli girls are like, okay, now we're getting a bad rep, which is, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't jump on a guy like that. It's a very much American behavior.
Yeah, American.
And I think that that's really fair because it's not
Right.
a representation of Israeli women the way I know them.
Right, Americans who make Aliyah, they're bringing that sort of culture and mixing it in with Israel. Yeah, that's true. I don't think Israeli women.
I'm not saying it's never happened, but it's not a thing.
Right.
Like,
okay, but real quick, that's not what I was talking about though. So with Tyler, the reason I disagree is because Tyler was there to make a perception that's going to be seen as reality, and it's not. He was there to twist things, edit things, and do it on purpose. I don't think Clavicular was there for that. Now,
But Nick, I think
one more sentence. I
make
promise.
him work for it.
Right, you're right, but here's the thing. You said which is worse. I think it's bad no matter what. But I'll tell you which is worse. The video he would have made would be worse, and I'll tell you why. Because the first video he made, which probably would have been half as many views as the one in Israel, the first video he made was still being talked about and used a month and a half later. Him being denied Israel was talked about for what? 2 days? Maybe 3 days at most. Was it bad for Israel? Yeah, sure, but it was going to be bad no matter what. But the difference is all he gets to do is now he makes a video is like, they didn't let me in. And half the people were like, yeah, fuck you. And half of them were like, yeah, because they suck. And that was like, that's it. And then they moved on. Everyone moved on. No one's talking about Tyler anymore. If he made that video, and listen, I'm willing to admit maybe I'm wrong about this. This is my point of view. If he made that video, that is something that would be used for 2 months at least, and forever, honestly. But like for a big part, 2 months.
But Nick, I think okay, so here's what I think you underestimate. I think people cared about the Lakewood video because it's in America and they feel like they're being shorted. I don't think Americans will give that much of a shit about whatever he was going to investigate in Israel. Like what was he going to go do? I mean, there's really nothing he could have done.
Oh, okay,
And then
I'll give you that. I'll concede
like,
to that. That's a
real
good
quick,
point.
And then it's like this. Okay, so if he's gonna go to Israel and like make them look bad, at least make him work for it and put money into it instead of just, oh, he showed up to Ben Gurion and he didn't have to do anything and he just got sent home and had
he
his
gave
content.
everybody a narrative immediately. Like, like,
Exactly, and that will be used forever.
Okay. Let me counter. It won't be.
I would have let him in.
No. Hold on. Let me counter a little bit. So a couple things. One, it won't be used forever. People are already not talking about Tyler. Like nobody cares. But
if I was to say like, oh, Israel's not an authoritarian Nazi state that stops people at the border, they'd say, well, Tyler Oliveira,
that's not the same thing as a Nazi state. You can easily debunk that if somebody tries that. But what I will say to you, okay, well, hold on, let me counter. and we're never going to know what kind of video he'll make, so I'm speculating here, but what if he made a video where instead of making Jews just kind of look bad, like, oh, look, they hate Goyim, what if he made a video about, like, how much money the Hasidics get for doing, like, no work, and he just says the Americans are paying for it? You could say that's not necessarily true, but it doesn't fucking matter. What if he twists the video that way? Then Americans will care, because they're going to be like, look, we're paying the B'nai Brak neighborhood to hang clothes outside of their windows. Like, what if he did that?
That's different. That's different, though, because, like, there are Jews in Lakewood that are on welfare and probably abusing it. Hasidics or, like, whatever, Haredim, whatever, in Israel, like, it's so verifiably false that it wouldn't even stand up.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's verifiably false, because all he has to do is say it. And 90% of the people, yeah, you're right, 10%, and even that's kind of being nice, may look and be like, dude, come on. How many times has Candace Owens says something that's so verifiably wrong, yet 90% of our audience still, 99% of our audience still believes it? And I'm not talking about the things that maybe she leaves vague that you can't prove.
But he doesn't have a cult following like that.
Yes, he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
No, not like that. Not like Candace.
I'm not saying he would get as many views as Candace, but even if it was 10% of the views as Candace, it is very culty. But anyways,
I don't know what this means. Somebody said you just gave Nick Shirley a reason to go to Israel. I'm pretty
Nick's already gone to Israel.
Yeah, Nick Shirley's already gone to Israel. That was dumb.
Yeah.
Anyways,
he went until like 2023 or something.
Yeah, he went like.
Also, Nick Shirley is quite literally a Mossad agent. Anyways, listen, let's pull away from Tyler Rivera. We'll agree to disagree. I think you did bring up a good point, though, that I didn't think about with the Lakewood stuff. That's fair. But pulling away from that, look, I wanna bring up this girl who I don't really know much about, but I know of her. Her name is Lizzie Savetsky.
Thank you, Kim.
Let me put her up on the screen.
Yeah, you guys know her, I'm sure.
I know a lot of you guys are like, Nick, how do you not know these people? Listen, I'm pretty face blind, and I don't doom scroll a lot, so I just don't know much. But this girl right here, let me put her up on this girl. Her name is Lizzie Savetsky. I don't know which one she posted that I saw. Maybe it was this one.
Her husband is a world-class plastic surgeon.
Okay.
Guys, I got to go to bed. I just needed to confirm that I wasn't an insane person over the clavicular.
I don't want to talk shit, but I heard
no,
he
you're not.
was her plastic surgeon
Right,
also. Like he's still
later, bro.
Which is fine. That's cool.
What?
Okay, so she put, are we really going to let this 20-year-old D-bag come between us? And I'm kind
so you have to explain.
right. And she put, we all know the saying, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. Over the course of the last few days, the ice is getting increasingly thin and our community is breaking apart. Okay, a couple things. One, I think that's a little exaggerating. I don't think the community's breaking apart. I think Jews arguing with each other is as old as, like, time. However, you know, let's keep reading. And by the way, I want to point out something real quick before I keep reading. I don't have anything bad about this. I actually don't really know her that well. I know of her, but like that's about it. So I just want to.
Oh, she's great. She's great.
Okay, I'm not. This is literally just me reading it at face value. This is not me saying anything beyond that. So I don't want anyone to take like, oh, you don't like it. No, it's seriously, guys. It's not about that at all. I don't know who she is, really. Let me fix this real quick. I don't even know if this is actually the post. Let me keep reading. This controversy says more about us and our need for communication around how we disagree. We're builders who want what's best for our people and our nation and stuff. No, actually, I think this is fair. This is not the one I was looking for. Is it this? Nope. This is something else. Did she delete it? I swear I saw it. I'm pretty sure it was hers.
Has figured out how to solve Israel's PR problem. You know, how to get out of the echo chamber. We are doing great. We are killing it with Gen Z. You know, I think I'm just going to deactivate my account because everyone else has got it under control. PR problem is cured. You know, all the kids love Israel. What I have seen over the past few years is...
This isn't it either.
This is not about Lizzie specifically, but like I hear this a lot. Like they're really nice. They're really nice. You can be nice and not necessarily be kind. There's a difference there.
Yeah, I'm sure she is nice. I don't know. Again, this is you guys have to understand. I'm just using it because she's the one that said the words. It has nothing to
Can
do
you
with
open the
it.
door?
Just 1 second, please. So, Lizzie, I think this is it. Yeah, here it is. You guys completely missed the point. Clavicular's controversial past is exactly why this mattered. Okay. Before we continue reading, already I don't like the tweet, and I'll tell you why. She said his controversial past. He doesn't have a controversial past. He has a controversial present. Okay? Again, that does not mean, like I've been saying, unlike most people online who have this opinion over here or this one over here, I'm somewhere in the middle. Again, we have to have some critical thinking here, people. We have to be able to say, this is true about Clavicular, but this is also true, right? Everyone has this, like, just left-right thinking. That doesn't mean I think he should have been, like, kicked out. He shouldn't have been here or there. I think is he still in Israel? I don't think he is. Whatever. He shouldn't have been in Israel. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that it's okay to say, for Lizzie in this case, it's okay to say, hey, I think this will be really good about winning over some Gen Z. I think we should handle this correctly. However, he's also a piece of shit, and it's not a controversial past. It's a controversial present. You can say both. You can say both. You don't have to have both decisions. Or sorry, one decision.
He does have a past. He does have a past. He's been around for a while.
No, I didn't say he didn't. She's saying she's saying his controversial past. It's not just a controversial past, it's a controversial present. There's a difference between somebody who is controversial in the past and is made leeway to pull away from that and blah, 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 and somebody who is still to this very day exactly that. Again, as we saw in the videos in Israel. The nightclub incident, the company he has kept, it makes it even more impactful to his massive following of misinformed teens, chose to come and see Israel for himself. Agreed. Again, that's true. I don't make the rules, like it or not. This is who the kids are listening to. That's just how it is. It's a fact, and we fumbled big time. Also agreed. And that's kind of my point, right? Is that it's okay to say, hey, Lizzie, that first statement you made was wrong, but I also agree with this statement. So many people are doing this, like, oh, she said this one thing wrong, so I'm just going to attack her. No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel really bad for the girl, the IDF girl. I will be honest with you.
No,
she's one in the situation where I do feel bad for because I understand what it's like to be a 19-year-old, whatever the fuck.
Nope, I disagree.
Unfortunately for me, I didn't have social media when I was.
I disagree completely, and I'll explain why. She absolutely deserved to get removed from her post.
A young girl, like,
it doesn't matter.
A little bit of.
It does not matter. All right, you join the military, regardless if it's because there's conscription or not. You are set to a certain standard. This is the same thing when people say.
Yeah, but people are saying you should have been raped on October 7th. Like,
okay. Obviously, that's insane. I'm not. Okay. Yes, I don't know. I didn't know people were saying that to her. Yeah, obviously that's insane. That's a disgusting thing to say. But you said you felt bad for her. If you're talking about that statement, okay, fine. But obviously that's a minority. She deserved to get... Nope. 19 as a girl, no. She deserved to get removed from her position. I was in the military for 12 years. And even in the U.S. military, it doesn't matter if you are 18-year-old with a uniform or if you're a 30-year-old in uniform. You are set to a standard and you represent, especially if you're one of the spokespeople of the IDF, but even if you're just an IDF soldier, you're expected that you are 24/7 represent. 1 second, please. You are expected 24/7 to be in that position. You're representing the IDF. And here's why she deserved to get removed from her position. Not because she hung out with Clavicular. No.
I didn't say she wasn't.
I'm not saying you, baby. It's okay. Let me just get this out.
It's coming after what I said.
Okay. Fine. Separate from what you said. She deserved to get removed from her position, not because she hung out with Clavicular. Okay? I think that's dumb, but you're right. She's a young person and whatever. That's not why. Because, and somebody was like telling me about this in the live stream, she handed him her phone and he unlocked and he was like, oh yeah, let's go live from the IDF account. And she was like laughing about it and stuff like that. Anyways, so if where was I going with this? That is a security issue for me. right? You are the IDF spokesperson. I don't know what's exactly on her phone. I'm not saying there are security stuff on her phone, but I assume being in that position, she probably has something on her phone. Now, does that mean I think she was doing it with ill intent, like she didn't care? No, but still, you have a position, okay? You have a position, and you need to uphold that position. You don't give somebody, anyone for that matter, your phone when you are the IDF spokesperson. Or what's their position? You guys, can someone tell me? Is she the IDF spokesperson? Is that the right word?
I think she just ran the Instagram, I believe, because she was bragging about having it on her phone and whatnot next to Clavicular. I think she just ran the Instagram, to be honest.
Okay, the manager. Okay, so she was a manager. Yeah, so TikTok kids, they are clueless. They think they work for a TV channel, which they do. That's true, they do. Okay, whatever. Okay, so manager. Regardless, my point still stands. Now, do I like some of the comments that were said to her? No, of course not. You're right. She's a young person. She shouldn't at all be like threatened. That's disgusting. I don't even agree that
she's for making a mistake and like for the entire world to be able to see it. I feel bad.
She knew she was being live streamed. She knew she was being live streamed. This is like, listen, I get it. I understand when people are like, oh, dumb kids. And yeah, okay, yes, dumb young adults. Because in the end, they're still not children, okay? They're literally not kids, okay? Does that mean I think people under the age of like, especially even 25, maybe even 30 at times, do I think they're not dumb? No, I do. But still, they're not kids. They're still adults. They have a position. It's an important position. You have to uphold that. Do I think she should have gone to jail? No. I don't think she should have gone to jail. Do I think she should have threats at her? No, of course not. I don't
Did
think
anybody suggest she go to jail?
Yeah, there's some people in the comments.
For what? For jumping on a dude?
No, like, because of the phone. The handing of the phone.
Okay, fair enough.
But people like straight up defending everything about her. Listen, I also don't agree with that. Again, there's nuance here. We should be able to understand both sides.
And she also had multiple days to like say no because she kept coming back to the live stream. I think Clavicular asked at one point from a video I saw on X, hey, do you want to have sex? And she refused to have sex with him or something. So she probably was at her own house, going back to her own house every single night after the streams. So she could have just chosen not to come back if she really wanted to.
You could probably relate to Clav getting turned down for sex, Lance. I'm sure that happens to you a lot.
How did you know, dude?
If I know you. From my understanding, she is the sister that was essentially pimped out by Daniel Braun. Is that correct?
What's your question? Sorry.
Nick, hi, Nick. I can clarify of Shira Brown. What's the position?
Yes.
Number one, she's a soldier. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Hammer. Number one, she's a soldier. That's number one. Number two, she belongs to the IDF spokesman department in the army. Okay, it's called Galei Tzahal. As such, she was responsible or co-responsible for the IDF TikTok account. Okay, so on her phone, she's got obviously
she absolutely
access.
knows who this person is. There's no like plausible deniability. That's for sure.
No, that I understand. All I'm saying that when she held she gives, first of all, appearance with him is, for me, it's inappropriate, whether it's legal or not. That's a different thing. But when she handles her phone that's got access to the IDF, that's her role. The IDF TikTok account, obviously there are policies in their way to present things internal of the IDF. So that's, for me, it's definitely inappropriate, against the rule of the army. And what happened to her is, number one, she was expelled from the unit of the IDF spokesperson, and number two, she was disciplined for a suspended jail time. I don't know if it was 30 days or suspended jail time. In other countries, I think it will be maybe even considered as treason, by the way. because there's all kinds of info that belong internal of the IDF. It's like, you remember the IDF spokespeople Daniela Gari. He belongs to the same unit. He's the head of the unit, but he
In the
belongs to the
comments
same
is
unit.
saying it was a big mistake and she was misled by Daniel. The thing is that like kind of disturbs me is like that is your sister. Like
Yeah, for sure. And that's to
like
get
not
back
like
to
Jewish sister, right? His actual sister.
yeah, to get back to
That was Tal's sister that was doing all that? Or
Daniels.
Oh, okay.
The guy from Let's Do Something. That is to get back to what I'm saying about Daniel Braun and well, him. He's with Moshe, but Daniel Braun. That's what really upset me about this, because it is, yeah, it's pretty insane actually.
He's done great work, and you know,
it's pretty insane to do that with your sister, right? And yeah, she did get in trouble, and I'm not absolving her of what she did. Again, she's a representation of the IDF. She definitely did something that she knew was wrong. She deserves to be punished. But regardless, yeah, to do that to your sister is insane. Okay, to get to the last part, and then I want to move on from the clavicular stuff. And this is really the one thing I really wanted to talk about the clavicular stuff. And if you haven't agreed with me up to this point, hopefully you agree with me with this. Maybe, I don't know. With the Jews that are kind of infighting about the clavicular stuff, I'm not saying all of it. I'm saying 90 to 99% of it has been Jews talking way past each other. And what I mean by that is when you have someone, let's say like Lizzie, okay, sorry to keep using her as an example, but you know, she's pretty big, so you guys know who she is. When she says, hey, I think clavicular would be good for Israel because of blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. And then you have the Jews that are kind of, let's say, attacking her and going after her and saying, no, you're wrong because of A, B, and C. They're not even in the same field. Like what this Jew is saying to Lizzie is correct, and what this Jew, in this case Lizzie, is saying is also correct. But you're talking way past each other. Like Lizzie says, hey, he has a Gen Z audience, and I think that could look really good for Israel if we play it right and we do it right. Right? That's a true statement. That's literally a true statement. And then some people are like, maybe in their mind, they're referencing, let's say, the tall video, the Tall the Traveler video. They're like, well, yeah, but what about this? But let's say they don't say it. They're just in her comments being sort of vague, but that's what they know they're talking about. It's not like Lizzie says she accepts that. And so what people do is they hear Lizzie's words or someone else that's on that side, not just Lizzie, and then they think, oh, so you're defending that video. And it's like, no, that she's not. She's not defending that. And also, vice versa, the Jew that's attacking her is not attacking her because, like, it's all talking past each other.
This whole situation really did highlight just our reaction to things. Like it's
not unique to Jews. That happens in every tribal group.
That's true. That's true. But this is what we're talking about right now.
No, you're good.
I know, but it's a little preaching to the Jews. I don't know. It just strikes me as odd. You know, there's different people, different opinions. Certain people handle things well. Certain people handle things poorly. I think this idea of preaching to the Jews on how we should be talking to each other is.
You don't have to do anything. You can do whatever you want.
I just think the whole thing is. I think it's misguided. That's all.
Okay. Jewish breaking news. You said you interviewed him for 2 hours?
Hey, Nick, how you doing? Yeah, I interviewed him 2 days ago.
Okay.
It was 5 o'clock my time, noon Israel time. At the time, he was stuck in his hotel. He couldn't leave because at the time there were a bunch of hooligans from Tel Aviv surrounding his hotel, wanting to basically getting into a boxing match with him. So at that point, his security deemed that it was unsafe for him to leave.
Because?
Okay. Well, because by that time, everyone, after the Tall the Traveler video broke, that's when people were like, he's out to rape their Jewish and Israeli girls. So they were smelling blood. Before that, it was just like, oh, who is this jerk? So on and so forth. But after that, then people started to want clout also for trying to get one in and punch the Nazis, so to speak. So at that point, again, you have to understand, it was probably safe for him to leave. He was afraid. He's a little paranoid. You realize he's not 100% there. He's not exactly your typical Even though he says he mogs, a mog stands for alpha male in the group. He's not exactly an alpha male. So he's a little.
He's got a substance abuse problem as well.
I don't even know how you guys know this much about. I honestly, your guys are teaching
Unfortunately,
me right
I did a deep dive in him. Before the interview, I did a deep dive. Unfortunately, I'd learned way too much. But there's a video there's a YouTube video, the video I did with him and Lyle Culpepper. I'm sure you've heard of Lyle, our pro Hamas friend.
Ellie Steinman, yeah.
Correct. So we both interviewed him. I figured, since we didn't want to be canceled ourselves after Lizzie was being canceled, anyone, as you said, smartly, anyone who even said his name, canceled. So we figured we would do a satire, sort of like punking him, so to speak. He actually thought that I had literally a hammer punching my face the whole time with a hammer, and of course Lyle was there, and he thought that we were legit. So.
Oh, I saw some of that.
Yes, obviously he's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
No.
My thoughts on him are he's afraid to leave. And by the way, he also, and I verified this, he had the evening before, he had a 2-hour dinner with a former female hostage. Not going to say her name because for her anonymity, but what Nazi has a dinner with a former hostage for 2 hours and listens to her? And if you listen to our YouTube, he said he learned about October 7th really for the first time from her.
Yeah.
Because you have to remember, when October 7th went down, he was 16 and a half years old. 17 at most.
Are you suggesting to me, he's 20. Are you suggesting to me, Jewish breaking news, that he didn't know that singing Heil Hitler and putting it on social media?
I'm not saying that. The way he described that is that Kanye is a mainstream singer and he thought it was just cool. And I'll tell you this, I know Jewish kids at 16 or 17, Orthodox Jewish kids who sing that song. Are they neo-Nazis?
Does that make it right?
I don't think anyone's saying it's right. I think he's saying he's not a Nazi.
That doesn't mean he's a Nazi.
No. I never said he was either. However, when you are Nazi adjacent or at least Nazi sympathetic,
no question, he's definitely Nazi adjacent. He's afraid to drop Nick Fuentes and all his buddies in that department.
Okay, so he's a bitch. What do you know?
That may very well be true. But
I don't think
he's afraid that he's going to lose his followers.
Yeah,
I know he's not disagreeing. I'm just saying, like.
Well, the way you said, "Are you saying?" I thought you were trying to okay.
No, I was asking. It was a question.
Okay.
Here's my take. And by the way, you've seen all the videos today that he's dropped at least 20, 30 times over the past couple of years that he's Jewish, that he's admitted he's Jewish.
Who?
On stream.
Clavicular's
Jewish. I'll send you the video. I can't say what he told me, but all I can. If you say 30 times on tape to hot girls in clubs, if they ask you, "Are you Jewish?" you said yes. You have to remember, this kid is 24/7 surrounded by video.
I didn't even know he was 20. He looks like 30 to me. I don't.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's all the stuff that he's doing. It makes him look a little older, But I mean, he's had literally everything done. He just had his nose job. He had his ears pinned.
He smashed his own jaw, didn't he?
That's called bone smashing.
Yeah, he smashed his own jaw to get it reset.
Smash his own jaw. So if you look at the video, I have a hammer for an hour and a half to my face, because telling him and he thought, and when I told him I'm a 74-year-old, I'm not 74, I'm much younger, but when I said I'm a 74-year-old looks max, I'm the OG, he was actually very impressed. So I think we're talking about something here that he's not self-aware. You know how people with Asperger's, they don't get the joke?
Yeah.
I think there's something we're not talking about. He's not playing with a full set of marbles.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
He also takes literal meth. I don't. Everyone's skipping over this part. He literally does meth.
All right. Let's cover what the words.
I believe I mentioned that.
He injects meth, and
he's stop saying that word. Stop saying that word on TikTok.
They don't M word. There's currently a civil case from another looks maxer because he injected something into not the M word, but something into her face, and she sued him. She was 17, he was 18, and she sued him for statutory rape or whatever. It's in a civil case. So that is still pending. Then there's the crocodile shooting incident where he shot at crocodiles. He got 6 months probation and 3 months community service.
He also OD'd on film in a club.
He OD'd. Well, he does a lot of for his looks maxing stuff. He does a lot of M.
Somebody choke him out too. Was that
The dude's a clown. He's a joke.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about any of this, but one thing I do
But
know,
here's-
even before
here's-
you
here's the
told me
more
any of
interesting
this, is
question I have
that
for you,
he's
Nick.
obviously a clown. Yeah, go ahead.
My
Pretty
question
impressed
is
the old
this.
man here knows all this, though, right?
It's literally, I
think it's
since
embarrassing.
Since October 7th, and I was asking other people, is it just my algorithm because I did a deep dive into him? But literally, every time I turned on Instagram or Facebook, someone started saying, I wasn't going to speak about this. And I knew, oh, okay, great. Now they're going to speak. Everything was clav. It was, so you have to appreciate the genius of the kid with the algorithm. Why are a bunch of sophisticated people, non-Jews, Muslims, speaking about this guy, this practically nobody? There's something about it.
That's going to be
that's the bigger
Because
phenomenon.
because they're not sophisticated.
No, everyone's speaking about it. You can't say that Lizzie Savetsky is not sophisticated. You can't say that Nick's not sophisticated. We're all sophisticated. We're all speaking about it.
That's
There's
going to be
something.
that's
There's an
okay.
interesting
Real
phenomenon.
quick. That's going to be my last point. I'll let you guys say that. I do want to end it here, and this is going to sound a little hypocritical because I've been speaking about him for about 30 minutes to an hour now at this point. But that's going to be my last point because I said I would do this just kind of once because of how much people are talking about it, and I don't want to do this again because I really don't understand. As someone who just was talking about him for the last hour, I really don't get why there are so many. I get why some people are talking about it, but I really don't understand why so many people are talking about it, and not even for a day or two. It's been 5 days. I don't get it.
Not since October 7th have I seen so many people covering one subject. It's ridiculous. And October 7th was worthy of being covered, but
there's something very weird about it. I agree. There's something. I don't know what it is, and we can't just say because the Jews are infighting about it, because as Hammer said and as Lizzie said, I think Jews kind of do that anyway. So what is it about this that people, again, I can understand if it was a big topic for a day or two, that happens, but it's 5 days later and people are starting to slow down finally about it, but it's
because it's the summer. And summer is a slow news period in general, so people are gravitating towards something to talk about.
Not really. I think what it is, we do have to appreciate his genius and his not genius, but his mentors. He does like to strike controversy at every, so he knows certain things to say. He knows if Tyler Traveler brings him a phone, says a 35, he knows that if he says 5 to 10 seconds, people are going to go nuts. He knows that if he's dating an IDF girl, not a random girl, people are going to go nuts. So he does know how to strike those
maybe that's all he can last.
Now, Tyler Traveler is canceled. The guy worked for 3 years very hard to build his following. He was warned, do not have anything to do with this guy. Do not have anything to do with this guy. He didn't listen. And then he wrote a whole Substack. I didn't know anything about this. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Well, also,
there's
that's
no way
bullshit.
that somebody is religiously on their phone.
Exactly.
Know that.
There's no way he didn't know this guy. But I will say, and then I'm going to move on from this subject. Looking up with Tal the Traveler, because I'm not going to lie, when people were saying Tal the Traveler said this, and I wanted to go find the video, I'm not going to lie, for a second I did think Tal Oren, Tal the Traveling Clat, and I'm like, no way he would do
we have
that.
to hammer that
and
home
then,
for the people. It's
people confuse them.
It is not Tal the Traveling Clat. It is not him. He's amazing. Love the guy. That's why it actually hurt so much when I first read it, because I thought of him and I was like, there's no way he would do that. And then I realized it was not him. It was a different Tal. But that being said, when I looked into it, I clicked the first video and it was him on a news segment telling him, and Hammer, you'll like this. It was him because he's a traveler, hence the name. He travels to all these countries.
Oh my
praising
God,
Pakistan. He's like, it's my favorite country in the world. It's the best food in the world. It's the best people in the world. Pakistan.
They literally asked
Pakistan.
him, what's your favorite place that you visited, and what the best food or something.
And then I realized maybe
Pakistan, and he got so excited.
Yeah. Then I realized maybe this guy's just not that smart.
No, he was a traveling guy, right? It's those accounts where they go everywhere, or whatever.
He's a kid from Miami.
He visited Israel, and this is what he says, that he loved it so much that he decided to stay. It was not.
That's it. That guy loses all credibility just for that.
Well, him him and Daniel Blanca, they sort of came together from Miami and got into the Hasbara space at the same time.
Oh, if you like Pakistan,
they were like a pair.
I don't get it either. Yeah, I'll send you that video after. Okay.
He sounded quite passionate about the Pakistan.
I'm gonna catch up with these super chats and we're gonna change the subject. That I've said what I've had to say about him. I think to sum it up for those that are just joining, I think the guy's a piece of shit. I think he's a misogynist. I think he's absolutely anti-Semitic, like Hammer said, like Nazi adjacent. Do I think he really cares about that? Like Nick, I don't know if I should say his name on TikTok, F level? No, but he definitely is adjacent to that. That being said, I also think, with that being said, that Israel dropped the ball on a lot of the stuff, and I think every influencer, instead of kind of working together to understand what should be done, they were all going past each other because they're like, "Ooh, guy with a lot of views and clicks," and then there's these creators who don't care as much about the cause. They saw October 7th as 100% a paycheck, and those are the ones that were like, clavicular, like, it's insane, I don't get it. It's like, who cares if this guy gets a lot of clicks? And then,
Sure, Israelis are super annoyed, though, that, like, everybody's talking about Israel now because of this fucker.
Just want you to know, Donnie, I too am passionate about Pakistan.
I know. I knew that's why you would appreciate that.
Very
he was
passionate.
really into it. Like, he was like, Pakistan, I fucking love Pakistan. Like,
oh, it's
yeah. I'll send you the video. It's insane. Okay,
it's one of those
things. He would sacrifice his life for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, if you like Pakistan, like, we can't be friends.
100%.
Right.
Or India, for that matter.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming up. I'm going to catch up with these super chats. Just breaking news. Thank you so much. Ariel, Lance. Appreciate y'all. Peace out. Thank you. Sorry. All right. Soldier. No, I already read that one. McFly says Europeans jealous maxing over Nick's AC. Kime says, hi, Nick. USA will be saved from the Red Green Alliance, ? And please, hold on. Let me fix this real quick. And please, how the F is Ro Khanna able to say he was detained when he was allowed to turn around? Yeah, it's insane. Jujubee, thanks for the membership. Blue Moon, Nick, please talk about your debate with Ben at Jillian. Oh, Ben, yeah, that fat dude. That was a dozy. He was something else. FYI, please take care of your mental health. Don't get upset so much. Yeah, Ben, honestly, that debate was like, I feel like a month ago. I know the video just got released. Yeah, listen, for context, Jillian told us to come in there and she was like, hey, I don't want any arguing or debate. I actually just want a conversation from people on both sides because I'm trying to learn, which is 100% true. Jillian is the sweetest person, one of the sweetest people you ever meet. She's very nice. She's lovely. She's amazing. She messages me almost daily about like stuff like my safety and stuff. Like, she's super nice. And so I went in there with that kind of context and he agreed to that as well. And then he just became a typical pro pally and just like aggressive and yelling and interrupting the whole time. And Jillian, after he left, just looked at me like, what the heck? And I told her, I was like, yeah, that's how they are. Anyways, Erty says Tucker hated Trump for years. His leaked Fox texts prove it. Rigged the election for Biden in 20. He previously worked for CNN and MSNBC. Campaigned in 24 only to get JD in, and now trying to get Trump out. Okay. The Real Avi says, hey, Nick, love what you do, and may God bless you for it. A question for you is, Noahai, do you believe in other parts of the Torah, more particularly the esoteric parts like Kabbalah, Hasidim, etc.? I'm gonna just say no, just because I don't even really know what that means. I think a lot of Jews don't even really grasp a lot of that stuff. That's something that, from my understanding, like even Hasidic Jews will study for like their whole life. So I can't, in good faith, say I do or don't necessarily believe in it. Same thing with the Talmud. Like, do I know more than like 99% of like anti-Semites that try to cherry pick stuff? Sure, but that's not saying much. But do I know even like surface level scratch, just as like if you took a little pin and scratched the surface level? No, it's like extremely complex. So yeah, that's what I have to answer about that. Mayan says the whole pro-Israel community drama just gave him the attention he wanted. It was stupid, ignoring him, and I don't know what that's supposed to say. Should have been the real reaction. Blue Moon says 100% agree, pathetic. Who the heck is he? Israel PR is terrible. Shame. Legima says Tal the Clot is innocent. Yes, Tal the Traveling Clot is innocent. Not him. Totally different Tal. I wouldn't have been able to take that. Yeah, I was upset when I thought that too, but then I realized different Tal. Yeah, he's great. Avi says there's a lot of criticism in Israel about an IDF girl who goes out with him, and he do like pickup culture. He left because, yeah, we talked about that criticism. The Real South says, you guys gotta not care about some weird no-name 20-year-old kid and not crash out on him. It makes you look bad. Let the trolls troll. Let him see it's a normal country. He's a dumb, low IQ kid. Why is this a thing? Agreed. Legima, that vermin isn't welcome on hallowed ground until he apologizes for his Schmittler youth behavior. He should have just been left alone to do Dizengoff stuff at Dizengoff. Okay. Jose, Clavicular fell in love with an IDF soldier. Yeah, I don't think that guy loves anything. The Real Sal, sorry, Nick, does that help? I'm not really sure what you're... Oh, you're talking about your last super chat. Yeah, I agree with you. Real Sal also says it really should be more mad about that tall guy for throwing y'all women around like that instead of some low IQ troll. 96 Civic says, Nick, you look just like Mark Cuban when you stare into the camera. High five.
Not at all.
I don't think I look like him at all.
Not at all. Not even close. Not even close.
Isn't he Jewish, Mark Cuban?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Is he like fully Jewish? Like his mom and dad are Jewish?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, he's Jewish.
I don't think. Yeah. Thank you. I
But
guess.
when we talk about wealthy people, we include them in our team.
Yeah. Legima says this entire generation are idiots. 100%. Their idiotic beliefs about Israel are linked to their idiotic beliefs about the U.S. and the West. The U.S. and the West are doomed by these brats, I believe. Mamie Smile says Clav is not a bad guy.
Forget that they're literally the first generation to not outsmart their parents. Like they're the first ever.
Mamie Smile says Clav is not a bad guy. W Clav, and yes, I'm a Jew and pro-Israel. Okay, he's definitely a bad guy. Like, I'm glad you're able to roll one off your shoulders, but if anyone says Clavicular, even with the little that I know, which Hammer's an expert on him, but you can't say he's not a bad guy. Of course he is.
I don't think he has much substance to him. He's like just like such a. I don't think there's much going on in his brain. Like he's just.
Now I will say, recently, literally just now learning that he's 20, that explains it a lot more. I legitimately thought he was like 30. I don't know. Okay. Mayan says now move to Rokana. Okay, I'm sure we'll talk about that too. Brendan says, can you talk about Jake Shields? No. I talked about him plenty. Jake Shields was at the 1v10 that I was at, and he ran away when I was there. Like, I was so excited because I just met his manager outside. Hammer was there. We were outside, and I, like, yelled and made a joke and said, tell Jake Shields to unblock me, and he just kind of smiled and walked away. He didn't say anything. And then I walked in. To my surprise, we had to go right to the filming room, but to the left, kind of in the back, Jake Shields was standing right there. And if I knew he was going to leave, I would have walked up and been like, hey, are you going to debate me too, since you keep, like, ducking me or something? But I legitimately just thought, oh, yes, he's one of the 10. Perfect. I had no idea, so I just went into the film room, and then when everyone started going into the room, he just wasn't one of them. And I was like, wait, where is he? I asked Sean after during the break, and he's like, oh, yeah, he left. I don't think he wants to debate you. And I was like, aw. But yeah, anyways. The Real Sal, Nick looks like a young Brad Pitt. Okay, I don't, but thank you. Carson Dimension went to see the Big Boy Locomotive and came across a house in rural Ohio with an Israeli flag. I stopped and thanked them. That's nice. I have a neighbor, actually. I mean, by neighbor, I mean within a 5-minute drive, I should say, that has an Israeli flag. And the reason I know is because their backyard goes to, like, the main road, and they have a big American flag and an Israeli flag right under it. It's kind of cool. Nick looks like a young Michael B. Jordan. I've heard that a couple times before. All right.
If Netflix was hiring people to play Your Life Story, they probably would hire. What is that?
What do you think, Nick?
Yep, that's me.
That's Mark Cuban.
Thanks for the super chat sketch. Hey Nick, Israel supporter here, but I just wanted more clarification on Israel working with Qatar funding Palestine and knowingly also propping up. I bring that up so much. Yeah, long story short, that's not particularly true. There was a 2019 closed door meeting from the Likud party that people said, I mean, we don't know what was actually said, but people said that Bibi Netanyahu said specifically if we wanted to destroy the idea of a two-state solution, we got to keep Hamas and the PA separate from each other. And so he unfroze. He said we should stop freezing funds, which is something Israel already did, but like be quicker about unfreezing funds that go from other areas, including Qatar, to Gaza. Real style, King Keeper Hammer looks like a guy who screams, "Get off my yard." Do you?
I don't have a yard.
Doesn't have a yard. I mean, you have a little mini. Okay, if you did have a yard, would you scream, "Get off my yard"?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you would.
No, dude, my house is amongst my kids is the house all the friends come and hang out at.
Nick, you want to check WhatsApp, Nick?
Okay, yeah. Moderate Case is in the Discord. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break and then we're gonna bring up Moderate Case. I'll be right back.
Oh God, not that guy. That guy's.
We won't be able to hear it though, Hammer.
Ryu, you are 100% correct. I am the fun dad.
Hammer, you know we're not going to be able to hear him if we're up here.
What?
You're not going to be able to hear Moderate because he's on the Discord, and we as panelists can't hear. So I'm just going to put on the YouTube just so I can hear.
No, I'll go watch TV. I talk to Moderate enough.
Fair enough. Just put on his YouTube in situations like this because you can't hear the other person.
Okay. Before I bring up Moderate, I want to make something pretty clear. I get that people don't agree with everything that Moderate says. However, and I'm going to make this very, very, very clear. Okay? Moderate is one of my closest friends. All right? I love the guy. This will not turn into a bashing ceremony. I don't care if you guys agree or disagree with him. That's not what this is about at all. I'm not saying you guys.
Watch your words in the chat. Watch your words.
I'm not saying you guys can't have your opinions. You're adults. You can have any opinion you want. I'm just simply saying that if that's what you think I'm going to be doing right now, that is not the case. That's not the Moderate case.
Can I say something? Because I'm going to drop because I can't hear him.
Okay.
Moderate was right. Misfit Patriot was wrong. Period. Moderate was speaking from a literal point of view. Misfit was speaking from a more broad philosophical point of view. So I understand both arguments, but technically speaking, Moderate is right. That's their classification. We don't like to use that term. So what? Get over it. He's a great ally. I like the kid. And if I like the kid, that should be enough. And if anyone has a problem with him, you have a problem with me. And honestly, if that's the case, you really can go fuck yourself. Like, truly. I don't care if you're Jew, Israeli, Zionist. It doesn't matter. Like, this is a good kid. This is a kid that you people don't know how much behind the scenes he does on behalf of Israel, how much he supports the Jewish people.
Like, he's such a good
And
kid.
if you turn on him because you have a disagreement about this one specific issue, which is really a linguistic semantic issue, more so than it is a policy issue, you're an idiot, you're a fool, and honestly, you can really go fuck yourself, and you take this internet shit way too seriously. Walk outside, go touch grass. I'll say this to anyone on my side, their side, whoever's side. Too many of you spend way too much of your life on this app. You are missing the real world. You are missing the experiences that God gave us the opportunity to experience. Get off this fucking app. Get a life. Go spend time with your kids, your loved ones, your families. Go for a walk, go to a movie, read a book, watch a TV show, go for a hike, take a trip, go eat a nice meal, go have a fucking good ice cream cone. Do you know how good it is on a hot summer night to have really, really, really good ice cream?
Okay, that's great. Okay. You good? Bye. Anyways, to give some context, I spoke with Mark because that's who I am as a friend, right? I don't immediately go to just the internet when I'll do it to somebody I don't care about or I don't know or I don't like, whatever. But I called him. I spoke to them for like over an hour, and then I called him again. And you can ask him. I even said, dude, what the fuck is this? You're wrong about this. And we had a back and forth and talked, and like then he actually gave some context. And I told Moderate this, and I'm being totally honest and open about this because I had the talk with him. He's like, dude, I don't care if you say this or that on the live, and I'll come up on your live. And I was like, okay, perfect. So I told him specifically, like, what was I saying? I told him that sometimes when I speak with you, because I've had talks with Moderate before, we don't agree, and I tell him all the time, I don't care if we agree or not, because I know in the overarching sentiment of what's important, Western values, fighting against Islamist ideology, all that stuff, we agree on 100%. It's the nuance we don't, and that's totally fine. Excuse me. And I tell him all the time, when you say things on X, even I'm like, what? And then I call him and he's like, well, this is kind of where I was coming from and what I meant. I'm like, oh, actually, and I tell him, I was like, that makes a lot more sense. And he goes like, well, that's what I said. And I'm like, no, not really, actually. But if you said what you just said and you put that would make a lot more sense. And then we both kind of laugh about it. Anyways, let me get in. What channel is he in? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hey, why is there other people in there? Let me join. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, hear you clear, loud and clear. Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. I am only bringing up Moderate, so you guys leave.
Yeah. So, all right. Wait,
Get
I
out
thought you
immediately.
to your channel, to the next debate studio.
Yeah, that probably would have been better, but Moderate's too dumb to know where that's at.
All right, I can. Okay, fine. I can move him for you, or okay. Let's move out.
I moved him over. There we go.
Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
If you said something before that, I didn't hear it, but I hear you now.
Okay, just want to make sure.
All right, we got the Moderate case here. Sir.
Nick, how are you doing?
Good. You eating your salads?
Nope. I'm drinking.
It's because you already ate them all.
Drinking water.
Oh, you're not.
I'm not a salad eater.
Yeah, you are. You guys, I've hung out with Moderate, actually, I don't even know how many times, and he always gets salad. Come here. Okay, actually, I don't even know where we're going with this. You and I already had the talk, so I don't even really know what to say. Why do you hate Jews, Moderate? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be serious.
They control the world.
Yeah, that's what we're told. Okay, so to give people context, I see some of you, and that's totally fair. Some of you guys are like, what are you guys even talking about? Right? Like, what's the context here? Hammer, I saw what you put in.
Nick, Hammer says check your WhatsApp.
Yeah, I saw it. He's funny. No, I'm not even actually necessarily talking. When Hammer brought up the whole like misfit and Moderate, I wasn't even necessarily talking about that. I actually don't have the full story with. I mean, I know they've been having a back and forth, but I'm not even here to talk about the back and forth. Come here, Luna. I'm just here to talk about, so like overall, I don't know. I guess just to like let you be able to just explain stuff, because I truly believe when you say things, it actually makes a lot more sense than maybe how things come off. So I guess the first thing is, I don't even know what to ask. I don't even know what to ask. Okay, for context, Moderate said stuff that wasn't extremely like pro-Israel in his X comments or in his X posts, and some people are taking that and definitely being like, oh, he's an anti-Semite or pro-jihadi, or he's getting paid by Qatar or whatever, which is obviously fucking insane. And I told Moderate, just to give you guys full like kind of context, I told him like, Moderate, why do you it feels like every month or two you get attacked wrongfully, but why can't the pro-Israel community, just like any other community, have dumb people? Why, what, like they can also have dumb people, and I feel like you put way too much attention into them, and other people will say that shit from you, and you don't really give as much attention to it. Now, Moderate, fairly, and it made sense. We both agree maybe it's different when it's coming from your own side, and so Moderate feels a little bit more. I don't know. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a community that generally speaking has been supportive of what I do, what I say, all this and that, and I only attack people and I'm necessarily, like, if you would want to categorize it as mean, to people who like attack my character or who don't engage with what I'm actually saying. And I think people can be stupid on every side of the aisle. And if you attack my character and you attack me, or you make an argument that you're putting in my mouth that I'm not making to then try and one up me, then you're gonna get put in whatever position I want to put you in. And that's just the rule of how I operate. I don't care if you're a Christian. I don't care if you're a Jew. I don't care if you're a Muslim. I don't care if you're on the left. I don't care if you're on the right. It's just an integrity thing. I don't tolerate smearing. In any case, and if people want to engage sincerely or have genuine dialogue or disagreement on specific issues, then they can do that. But again, I'm not an expert. I don't know more than everybody, never claimed to, but it's always what I find to be the stupidest people who are the loudest. And if you don't come correct towards me, then I'm going to give you back the same attitude that you have towards me. It doesn't mean that I'm flipping on Israel or anything like that. But if you are in this space and you say something stupid, and what I find to be the case is that people try and gaslight me into saying, well, I just can't take criticism. You can't take criticism. You crash out at your followers. No, I keep it real with everybody, and I don't appease people to make them feel good. And again, if somebody makes a disingenuous argument towards me or tries to call me whatever it might be, Groiper, anti-Semite, Nazi, whatever the case might be, I don't appreciate that. I'm going to give you the energy that you give me. So
I think
that's what it is.
I think, and I want to just like be kind of fair, because I told people are like, oh, can we no, nobody's coming up to ask him. I will ask him the questions, and I will ask him very directly. Moderate likes that. Me and Moderate are constantly trying to make each other better. I'm sure he would tell me if he disagrees with something, and he has, and I tell him if I disagree with something. I told him, and he could back me up with this. I told him, like, you sound definitely more arrogant and kind of like very direct with certain people. I do agree that there are definitely people that are attacking his character way too much. Like, I have seen the comments. You're getting paid by Qatar. Well, the fuck he isn't, you guys. That's insane. That's stupid. That's ridiculous. And I also told Mulder, and you can ask him, I also think it's just as dumb that you give energy to these people, but whatever, he's an adult, you can do whatever you want. Me, if somebody were to tell me that, I'd just ignore it. I don't really care. And I do think that when you speak on X, I know this sounds like such kind of like a sort of a lefty argument, but you sound like you're implying it to like the entire group instead of the person you're directly talking to. Like when you say stuff like Hasbara, where it sounds like it's a pejorative, and I did see your video where you're saying I'm not saying it like that at all. And when you made that video, it's like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. But in your X post, sounds like you were just saying like Hasbara talking points, and like you said, you can ask Moderate. I told him over the phone, like, I do Hasbara. What's the problem with Hasbara? And I don't know if you want to explain that. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, you guys. It's getting all. There it is. Sorry, you guys. The internet on Discord is being a little weird. Let me bring him back inside. Can you hear me?
My bad, dude. Yeah, my Wi-Fi got like shot for some reason.
Mossad got you.
I could hear you. I could hear you for like a minute after, but I know you couldn't hear me. I don't remember the last thing you said.
So what did I say? Oh yeah. So, and I told him what I said to you on the phone about like, hey, when you said like Hasbara and I can defeat Hasbara talking points, stuff like that. And I told you I do Hasbara. What's wrong with that? And then you said later in your video, like, dude, I'm not using it as a pejorative. I was talking about this specific person and like these specific talking points. But when you say it on X, it just sounds like you're just saying like to the Jews or to pro-Israelis.
You do Hasbara, you don't do talking points. I said I can defeat Hasbara talking points.
I think you don't have Hasbara.
You do Hasbara, but you don't do Hasbara talking points. I said I can defeat Hasbara talking points, not I can defeat Hasbara.
What does that mean?
Hasbara talking points are just the commonly recycled pro-Israel arguments that don't have like any nuance or anything like that. That just everybody spews. Like Misfit Patriot. Guy's an idiot.
Okay. So you're talking about like okay, it sounds like what you're saying is Hasbara talking points equals lies.
No, and I actually said it in the video I posted. I said it doesn't necessarily make him wrong, but it means that he doesn't think in a complex way. And this is why his whole talk, because this all started over this guy's saying that you can't occupy your own country because he thinks the entire West Bank belongs to Israel as a country, which it does not. That's a Hasbar talking point. Oh, you can't be a settler in your indigenous homeland. I tend to disagree. That's a Hasbar talking point. To me.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Like, I get what you're saying. You're saying, like, when you're not able to expand on nuance and you're just kind of recycling something, but if somebody asked you further, you wouldn't be able to explain it?
Exactly, which is what he did. And then ran away and called me a glipper and all this and that. All this stems from this guy. Like, I have no problem with the community or the people in the chat. Super grateful, appreciate all you guys for everything. Obviously, we're going to have disagreements at times, and that's healthy, but that's what this guy did. He made a stupid argument, got his panties twisted, and then went off and called me a groper. And this has been building up, like, disregarding Israel outside of this whole thing. Dude was mad and yapping about me on his episode, on his show the night before, because I think that ICE should be wearing body cams, and he called me like a leftist. So it's an accumulation of things that this guy just apparently spazzed out about, and he's mad that I don't reply to his DMs and didn't come back on his show or something. And he's like, oh, he refuses to debate me, so I'm going to have to expose it publicly. And then he just
okay.
went off. And
I don't really know about any of that. But
that's
okay.
That's where it all comes from. Everything is regarding him and the people who have come after me from him. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about that. I'm not, unless he's in the Discord, I'm not really here necessarily. I just read some of your stuff. And again, I'm kind of re-asking questions just for the audience because I already know some of these. You already explained some of it, but like, I'm just here to talk about like, okay, well, I don't want to expand on that. I'll get back to that later because for people in the chat saying like Nick literally thinks, Judea and Samaria, whatever you want to call it, the West Bank belongs to Israel. Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's okay that me and Moderate don't agree on everything.
If you want to call it Judea and Samaria, as I told you earlier, I have no problem with that. I call it the West Bank because most people do. And people understand what it means. I don't care what you call it. It doesn't matter. If you call it Judea and Samaria, does it automatically change, or A, B, and C all yours now? No.
Well, no.
Not.
I don't think they're talking about that. They're talking about how you're saying it's not part of Israel and Nick thinks it should be. But to be fair to Moderate, he's not saying if it should or shouldn't. I don't even actually know his opinion on that. I don't think he's saying that. He's just saying that even Israelis' official position right now is that it's at very best disputed territory or de facto occupation. Maybe not literal occupation, but de facto. And so
they do that for a reason.
Yeah,
there's a reason they didn't mix it, and it does not help the pro-Israel argument necessarily.
No,
the one that most people make.
I agree with you. I think we all understand actually for a little. I think everyone in the chat should understand there's a reason why Israel hasn't annexed it yet.
I think you do. I think 75% of the chat probably doesn't.
No, I think most people, even right-wingers, will definitely say, yeah, they haven't done it because then you have to give citizenship to all of them and they don't want a bunch of Arabs, into the country. I think people do understand that. I don't like using the term because to me, I think the term is used, West Bank is used to erase Jewish history because why would we use a term that's so very new? However, I get the point you're making is that why focus on the term that's used instead of like the actual argument being made? It's just a way to like deflect from the argument. I think that's a fair point. What did
I have no problem with them using the West Bank because it's if people are gonna complain about it, they're just making the same anachronistic argument that people say about the land being referred to as Peleshet in the past. We don't do that. Do we go back to Canaan? No. Why don't we call it Canaan? How far back does the anachronism go? I don't care if people want to call it Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. It's not a point to hang your hat on. Like, it's just anachronism. Oh, you want to go back to before the West Bank to Judea and Samaria? Okay, well, I'll go back before Israel and call it Peleshet.
Yeah, I think the argument. I think the argument was that West Bank comes from Jordan, though, and we're not using it to mean Jordan anymore. So I think, like, I see what you're saying, but I don't know if I particularly say it's similar.
Just following the same line of logic. It's just anachronism. I don't want to erase the Jewish connection. Again, if you want to call it Judea and Samaria, I have no problem. I'm not going to demand people call it the West Bank. I'm just saying I see no problem with people calling it the West Bank. And regardless of what you call it, it doesn't change the legal situation of it. You can call it Judea and Samaria. It doesn't change any of your ownership over it in the current moment. It doesn't matter if you call it the West Bank. So again, it's like this is what people like spaz out about. Oh, you flip sides. It's not the West Bank. Like, bro, who cares? I called it Judea and Samaria on the phone with you earlier today. I really do not care what people call it, but for people to make a big deal out of that, like, dude, who
I don't
cares?
think people. I want to make it
Everyone in
very
the world
clear
calls it
that
the West Bank.
regardless of what you say, I want to make it clear the people are making such a big deal to the point that they're trying to say that you flipped. I think regardless of what you say, that's an insane thing to take. So I'm definitely not defending that. I also think it's totally okay for the Jews, pro-Israelis, to have dumb people just like anyone else. And I think the internet, especially for people that maybe don't show their face, don't have their name, right? The internet's made for that. So I also want to say that I agree with you, but I also disagree with how much energy I think you're putting into people like that. I get that they're from our side. Again,
Yeah,
that's just
because
my
they're
opinion.
slandering me, because they're attacking me and saying I flipped because I called it not Judea and Samaria, which is ridiculous. Again,
Yeah,
if
that
you're
is
gonna attack
ridiculous.
me, yeah. So if you're gonna be ridiculous with me, then I'm gonna match your energy.
Are you gonna? And I asked this earlier, so I'll ask again for the chat, I guess, for you to answer. Would you put that same energy in someone from a pro-Pallies or the left who also give
Yeah,
you
I've done it for
terrible
3 years.
energy at the
I've
same
done it for 3
level?
years.
At the same level?
Uh,
You go on
yeah. How many?
1 to 2 day rants where you're answering almost every like kind of major comment that tells you, and you go through a whole rant on X.
It doesn't matter the amount of comments that I respond to, but my aggressiveness has very much so been more aggressive to the pro-Palestinians and their retardation than to Israelis or Jewish people.
Hey, we're on TikTok. Relax.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm my bad, TikTok. Forget me. They don't do the bleep. I'm sorry.
Oh, actually, they might. Does TikTok still do the bleep, you guys? I forgot about that. Anyways, all right. Let's kind of move on from the next. I don't want to get what started this. Was it the Rogue Khanna's detainment was illegal? Is that the first tweet that kind of started this whole little bender of yours? Sorry.
It like the whole again, everything that I have been saying is in response to this misfit patriot guy and all the people who have flocked like sheep to my channels to attack me. It started technically with him calling me a leftist for saying I should wear body cams, and then he talked about that on his show, and then he responded to me by saying settlers, because I said settlers have no right to stop a vehicle in the West Bank, as they did with Ro Khanna, which they do not legally. And he said, they're not settlers. You can't occupy your own country. And this is how it all started. And I said, when I called them settlers or something like that, and then told him that the West Bank, you can occupy it because it's not your country or something like that. And then he just went on to a whole thing. So yeah, it all stems from like the Ro Khanna incident and me using the word settlers, and then me saying that they don't own all of the West Bank. And then from there it was like, it's not even the West Bank, it's Judea and Samaria. Like
okay, well, let me ask, because maybe there's a difference in definitions, because I don't agree with, I guess, Mr. Patriot if he said that. I didn't read what he said, but just taking you at face value. But I also don't agree with you. So what do you define as settler, and what do you define as occupation?
A settler is somebody who's living in an occupied territory that moves into land that is not necessarily hosted by its own government, or not necessarily its own government, but in land that is not necessarily under the jurisdiction of its own country.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that definition, but okay. I think settler is more just defined as people who settle in a new land, regardless if it's something else, or it's occupied or not occupied. I think even if you go to an area that's totally open, you're still a settler because you're settling a new land. That's why I think the word settler is just and I'm not saying you're doing it for this. Obviously, you're not. I think settlers become popularized to kind of sort of other the just effectively Jewish people living in the land, because all of the quote unquote settlers are in Area C. Area C, by treaty law, is under the control of Israel. Now, I agree with you. That doesn't mean it's part of Israel, legally speaking. 100% agree with you. I know they haven't annexed it. If anyone disagrees about that, you're just wrong. They haven't annexed it yet. But they have not annexed it. But I'm trying to figure out why we have different definitions of what settler means. I don't even know if it really matters, but I don't think settler would be defined as somebody who goes to an area that they're occupying. Which brings me to my next question. Why do you... Is it the legal definition? I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
I mean, it's just a civilian of an
Legal
occupying power.
definition of settler. What
Yeah,
is...
just
How do you
somebody-
define... Who do you think they're occupying exactly?
The West Bank.
Yeah, but that's not a people. It's not a country. So, like, who are they occupying?
The is areas A and B. Is that part of the country of Israel?
No, again, I agree. They haven't annexed it, but I don't see the argument for occupation particularly either. I understand that there's a lot of committees within the United Nations who have that advisory opinion. I just don't know if I, excuse me, I don't know if I agree, but I'm asking you, why do you think that way?
I mean, you could technically define it as occupation or as disputed territory, but the whole reason that Israel doesn't annex it is because they want it to always be disputed territory because there will never be a resolution in my opinion, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad one. I can understand it from the Israeli point of view. They don't want a resolution in the West Bank to ever have a Palestinian state. So therefore, they will always keep the status of it up in the air, and it was originally held territories, and now it's like say it's disputed. Again, this is for the exact reason that they don't want to be, or they don't want to annex it because of what they would have to do.
I think putting my bias aside, right? I'm not just like coming from like you would call Hasbara talking points where it's like, well, it's not occupation because not putting all that aside. I would just call it, I wouldn't even call it a disputed land, even though of course it is. I wouldn't even call it occupation because of course there are some people that believe that. I would call it a legally unique situation because generally speaking, occupation historically and legally would mean when you as a sovereign aspect entity whatever goes into another sovereign entity and occupies that sovereign entity as a sovereign entity. I don't see Judea Samaria as that at all because it was Jordan. Jordan relinquished control in 88. And right now, even though people like to say it's Palestine, it literally isn't. So I find it as more like if I'm trying to be as not biased as possible, I find it as a legally unique situation. I can't think, and I'm sure there are examples, but I can't think of another time in history where that's been the case. So I don't know what to call it, but I don't see why we automatically just resort to saying occupation just because that's what 90% of the world uses for it.
Yeah, again, like I said, I wouldn't like 100% classify it as that, but it's, I mean, if you want to be 100% precise, it doesn't match every definition of occupation, even according to international law. But this, again, the whole reason that they won't annex it is because they don't want that to be the case, where they are legally considered explicitly an occupying power because of what they would have to do. And they have people and they're building settlements and attempting to expand those settlements into areas that are not part of their country, that they refuse to make part of their country. Because they know the second that they make it part of their country, they will have to concede, hey, Palestinians, you get citizenship. And that's the whole problem, is that they don't want to fix it. So it'll always be this contentious issue, and it'll never get fixed.
I think,
as time goes on, we have Smotrich and Ben-Gvir who are going to do as much as they can to take over everything as much as they can.
Yeah,
as
I think
they
that's
just
base,
introduced
but...
the plan yesterday. Again, that's your. I'm seeking again, like I told you on the phone earlier. You can think that's a logical argument from the strictly pro-Israel position, all this and that. I'm saying what is the main issue and what is observable. This is the crux of the argument.
To put my like kind of a little bit of laughing aside for a second, the reason I'd say it's base, even though I'm not a fan of Ben-Gvir, I think he's a jackass at a lot of times, and I think a lot of the times he does things for his constituents and cares more about the camera. But that being said, with the idea of crushing the two-state solution, the reason I do find that to be base is, yes, you're right, I am pro-Israel. But even putting that aside, I think at a point we have to, as the world, kind of pick a side and move forward with it. I don't think in this and I was telling you this earlier about forcing your arguments to just be fair for the sake of fairness and not for the sake of your own values. For me, I'm not particularly interested in fair. There's multiple ways you can solve the problem. You could kick all the Jews out. That could solve the problem, although I think the Muslims would just attack each other, but that could solve the problem. You could kick all the Arabs out. That could solve the problem. There's many different ways you can. It's about what you want to do, whether it's morally, legally, or both. I'm not advocating for anyone to be kicked out or killed or anything like that. I'm just simply saying there are things that one can do. For me, I just think the status quo is not working, and sooner or later we have to pick a side. And for me, I'm always going to pick the side of Western ideology and those that align more with my values, in this case Israel over Palestine, than Islamist values. And so for me, that's where I come from. For me, the two-state solution is a way to undermine the Jewish state and the West in the future, and I want to crush that idea. That's where I come from.
Satiric distress in the comments. You're an idiot. But yeah, I agree with you.
Read the comments.
Again,
I looked at the definition of settler legally. It says a person who, for the purpose of acquiring a preemption right, has gone upon the lot in question and is actually a resident there. And then I'm not going to lie, I didn't know what they meant by preemption. And so I kind of looked that up separately, and it essentially said something, I had to look it up again, but essentially said something like, it refers to a right, doctrine, or act of purchasing, acting, or claiming something before others can. I don't know if that, I guess technically that might fit, actually. I'm not really sure. The reason I find it legally unique and even morally unique and everything unique about this situation is because of the Oslo Accords and how there's an area A, B, and C. I really don't think there's anything at all in history that actually can apply as an example of this. That's why I refuse the whole terms like occupation, settler. Sometimes I use the word or not. I just, and I'm not saying you're not doing this. I know you're not, but I think a lot of people definitely use it as a way to try to other the Jews when in reality it's just Jews living on the land, and so they want to like try to other them, because like if an Israeli Arab were to go and live in Area C, would they call him a settler? I don't think they would. I think they just don't want to say Jews, and so they say settler. I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying in general.
I mean, it's an occupation according to international law. I mean, again, it's not like under. I mean, it's territory is occupied when it's placed under the authority of the hostile army. That's the entire thing. Is that true or not?
I think it's an advisory opinion by international law. I think if international law actually wanted to, or sorry,
that's Hague regulations.
What?
That's according to the Hague.
Right, but the reason I think it's more political than it is legal is because if it was legal and they thought they actually had something there, I simply asked, and I've never gotten an answer for this, why have they not filed a Chapter 7 resolution on it?
I don't think there's anybody to enforce it.
So what? They do Chapter 7 things all the time and don't enforce it. Why is this any different?
You could say they're just trying to politicize the issue.
Right, that's what I think.
Still, they can politicize the issue and not do anything about it. It doesn't mean that what they're doing is illegal. The UN failing to act doesn't mean that what Israel's doing is not violating the Hague regulations in Article 42 of of the Hague regulations.
What does it say?
A failure. It says that a territory is occupied when it's placed under the authority of the hostile army.
That doesn't make it illegal. You're allowed to do military occupation. That's not illegal. You just have to follow articles of Geneva Convention 4. What is it, like 42 through 50 something? You just have to follow that. That doesn't mean it's legal.
That's an occupation, no?
Occupation is not illegal automatically. If it was illegal, then they wouldn't have standards of occupation in articles, whatever, in Geneva Conventions 4. There's nothing wrong with, I mean, I agree with you. The standard is to have resolutions, again, especially Chapter 7 ones, to get out of that. It's not supposed to be a permanent thing. And you're absolutely correct on why Israel is in a tough spot on what they're going to do with it. Because you're right. If they annex it, they got to give everyone citizenship. I'm all for that. But you said it's illegal because there's an occupation. Occupation, military occupation, let me be clear here, is not illegal.
No, I agree with that. Belligerent occupation is it's a legal thing. I mean, America occupied Germany and Japan. It's the violations that occur within the occupation. The occupier is not a sovereign, but they hold territory, not that they own, and they have to, I think international law says, administer it. I don't know if it says that they have to pursue a peace settlement. I think that might be in there. And the authority only exists for two reasons. One of those is military necessity, and the other is the welfare of the quote or said occupied population.
Well, the reason
and
Israel
it's also supposed to be temporary.
Okay, but here's the problem with that argument.
It's not temporary, and the Israeli government does not want to fix it. It will remain this way.
So here's why that's incorrect. I mean, it's correct generally, but it's incorrect in this case. is the last and really only security resolution, regardless if it wasn't Chapter 7, let's just go with it because that's the only thing we have to go off of, specifically talked about removing from, it doesn't even say the territories. And I know, and this is where legality gets very, very, like, it's huge in semantics and it's big, but it's still important. Whether we like it or not, it's important. And Israel's correct argument is that that resolution refused to use that word. And so it doesn't even say which territories. It just says, I don't remember the exact wording it uses, but it implies it could just be some territories, not all. Now, the UN could have fixed that and they chose not to. Second argument is that it said to remove from those territories with the intent of peace from both sides. Israel was the only one that offered that, and it was the Arabs that rejected it. So even if we did go with that security resolution, that can't go forward until the Arabs were to agree from one side, because the resolution wasn't against Israel, it was against both sides. And Israel did that and was successful with Egypt, with the Sinai. They offered back Gaza as well. They didn't want Gaza. They were successful with the Sinai. They offered the West Bank back, other than some parts of the Judean desert and East Jerusalem. Other than that, they offered back the West Bank to Jordan. There is not just, and we talked about this earlier where I said, I don't think you were correct with what you said about they never offered it. It was more than just the alone plan. There were secret negotiations directly with the king. Now, I know on the phone you said...
and the foreign minister shut them down.
The king also
because,
said...
or excuse me, the prime minister shut them down because the foreign minister was going behind his back and trying to get America to approve of a plan that America had never seen. America did not have a single thing in that plan that they had seen, although it did align with most of America's principles and things that they had said in the years prior. The foreign minister went behind the prime minister's back, and then the prime minister found out, killed it, and then sent somebody to America to tell them, do not initiate this plan because our prime minister just killed it. So your own leaders... Again, this is not brought up a lot. Your own leaders were going behind each other's back. So again,
yeah, you're talking about Eben, right?
Perez and whoever the foreign minister was at the time, I can't remember.
The foreign minister at the time was Abba Eben. Abba Eben presented the ideas of roughly, I think for his it was less actually than what I said originally. I can't remember, maybe 2/3 of the West Bank would return to Jordan. And Israel retained certain security control over the Jordan Valley, and also, like I said, some stuff at the East Jerusalem.
They would create a what's the word, corridor or whatever to flow from those territories into Jordan. That's
right.
Correct.
But the king refused it before any of the stuff we were talking about. And on top of that, in late 1968, the prime minister, Eshkol, right? He also publicly talked about, I think it was like 85 to 90%. I agree with you, it didn't go anywhere. But again, and as I was telling you earlier, your tweet just said...
I don't think this is Israel's fault. I don't think this is Israel's fault. It's another point of mine. Israel has made concessions, whereas the pro-Palestinians have not. Then they came up with the 3 no's.
True, but your tweet said they never offered it, not it never went through.
They never offered all of it.
Well, that's not what you said.
Well, I mean, it's what I mean. I didn't use the word all.
Well, I think it's important context, to be fair. But that being said, to get back to Resolution 242, right, which is the only resolution that talks about, and this is where these legal opinions talk about occupation. It comes from this resolution. The resolution never went through anyways because it required, both sides to concede. They were mostly successful with Egypt. In fact, that's where they were the most successful. Everything other than Gaza returned to Egypt, and that was also by far the largest land. And then with Syria, somewhat successful. It's kind of back and forth. Neither side fully conceded, but like 1/3 and 2/3 went to one side and the other. And then they said, hey, we won't go to your side, you don't come to our side. And that actually held, right? And then with Jordan, you're right. There was some back and forth. Things were rejected. Foreign minister going behind the back. That's true. But it doesn't matter because Jordan, and this is where the things get confusing. Jordan, and I think they knew what they were doing. Looking back on it, I think it was extremely intelligent, actually, by the Arabs. Jordan ends up relinquishing all control. So it, in my opinion, and I don't know if you agree, it kind of voids out Resolution 242 anyways, because 242 was required to have actions from both sides, not just Israel. And this takes away that action. And we argue today, for whatever reason, that responsibility was shifted to the Palestinians. And that's the part I reject. And I understand that a lot of international communities disagree with me and they see it that way, but I'm trying to figure out the legal basis of that. How is it that the responsibility that was put on Jordan and Israel, how can the Jordanians just shift it to these quote unquote Palestinians? That's the part that I disagree with, and that's why I reject the term occupation. I see it as a legally unique situation.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd have no problem with that. I fully understand it's a unique situation. And again, like I said before we went into it, I wouldn't necessarily classify it 100% as occupation. But I mean, international law is not black and white, and I think I think the pro-Israel argument is strong in that case, but I don't think it's 100% pure.
That's true. I agree, and I hope you're right. Actually, again, I get it. I'm the crazy right-wing Zionist, but I hope you're right. I want the two-state solution to be absolutely demolished. I find no legal basis in it. I don't even find moral basis in it at all. And I know you agree because you and I talked about it. I think the security threat of it is detrimental. The Palestinians cannot be trusted for it. And so I don't find it legally based. I don't find it morally based. And I also don't find it personally based, but I'll put that aside because I'm biased. What were we talking about earlier that you were kind of saying? Oh yeah, I kind of asked you because you said something, correct me if I'm wrong, you said something along the lines that sometimes because of your attempt to try to think of a resolution because your desire is peace, which I think is an honorable thing, that sometimes you try harder to be fair than versus what you actually think. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I try to see things more like a theoretical way or what could be with optimism rather than always being pessimistic, but also a realist and understanding you can't give the Palestinians or Arabs anything because once you give them one thing, they're like a dog. They'll just keep demanding things until they get whatever they want, and they've like never taken anything in the past.
Do you
Never taken one thing. They always want everything. It's either everything or nothing, and Israel's made concessions and they haven't.
And I remember telling you, that's not really the moderator. I know you're somebody who very clearly, regardless of what people think, you put it out there. And so I find it a little odd that there's a certain aisle that when you go down that aisle, you're trying to force one thing versus your opinion to be more fair. I'm not saying you're rejecting your opinion. I know it's still mixed in there, but I don't know. There's a certain percentage, whether it's 1%, 80% or something in there that you're trying to kind of force fair into the equation.
I don't ever really lash out at people on the internet in terms of like these deep arguments. I don't ever have them with people. I only correct people on a factual basis or when people like attack me. Again, I don't. Yeah,
Well, no, I'm not
whenever I have
talking
a
about
clash
people
with people.
attacking you. I get where you're coming from with that. Although, again, I think you give too much energy to it, but that's just my opinion. I'm saying that when you make your first statement, it comes from a place of like you're trying to be. Again, I'm trying to remember what you said earlier, but you're coming from a place of like you're trying to be more fair instead of coming from a place of like me. I could argue from a place of like I'm trying to be fair, but me, I've made up my mind. I have my opinions. I'm not that I'm closed minded. I guess someone could tell me something, but I think I've studied enough that I don't think anyone can come to me and tell me something that's like gonna blow my mind. Like, oh my god, I never knew that, you know. But hey, I mean, if it happens, sure, I'm totally open minded to change my mind. But I'm not here to be necessarily fair. I'm here to take the information that I've researched, which has been a lot, more than I'd say 99.9% of people, and I'm going to move that forward. I was talking about this earlier during the 1v10 that I had in Vegas. There was that Arab guy, I don't remember his name. He was on with Rudy Rockman on the Jubilee. He was telling me like, you're so smart and you could be doing good if you were just in the middle. And I told him the same thing. I'm not here to be pro-Israeli, pro-Palestinian, or in the middle. I go where my research takes me. And so I don't really necessarily care as much about being fair as much as I do about, I'm not even gonna say accurate, although that too, I'll say my values.
Yeah, I've never switched up on my values either. I'm still very much pro-Israel and will always support the existence of the Jewish state and oppose Islamism and the Palestinian cause. I think it's ridiculous. I think they're stupid. I will never affiliate with those people.
Do you
Doesn't mean I'll agree with everything about Israel, its history, or what they currently do, and the same is true with you.
Yeah, of course, that's true. And I do think that.
By
and
the
this,
way, I just because I've seen it, I'm sorry.
No,
It's
you're
my
good.
phone's right in front of my PC, and I still have it pulled up. I do not support Thomas Massey to the whoever keeps spamming it because it keeps popping up, and I'm not reading the chat. Just I look down to grab my glasses, and I've seen it like 10 times. I do not support Thomas Massey, but
Well, we can get into
what
that
was-
because I know people want. I'm sure people want to ask about the prior tweets too. But I will say, Moderate is somebody, and I respect this a lot, especially for his age. Not that that should matter, but it does in today's day and age. He is somebody that has no problem saying like, "Hey, I was kind of hoping this way. I was not correct. It didn't go that way. Whatever." He's not somebody that is not going to do that. But yeah, I think like, where was I going with this? I think like overall, you know, it. I could be wrong. What I get from you sometimes is that in your pursuit of trying to be peaceful or trying to find a resolution, and I told you this earlier, like we are commentators, content creators, influencers, whatever. We are not that you can. I mean, you're an adult, do whatever you want, but we don't necessarily have to find a solution. In fact, during the 1v10, they constantly were trying to goad me into that. Like, well, what's the solution then? What do you want? Be specific. And I told them, not everything one has a solution, at least in contemporary times. And two, why does it matter? Right? The prompt, it was the second prompt, is that I don't believe that a Palestinian state should exist in quote unquote the West Bank. That was the prompt. That does not mean you get to ask me and tell me you need to come with a solution. I'm a commentator. Okay, I comment on stuff, I research, and I do, you know, I regurgitate the research and the information I learned, regardless of which side takes me. Pro-Israel, pro-Pali, middle, just happens to be that took me to be a pro-Israel person. But you know, I think in the attempt of trying to be like, this is what I think would be the best resolution, I think you come off more like you're trying to force fairness more than you are trying to force your values. And I could be 1000% wrong about that. That's just my perception.
Yeah, man, I'm a young guy. I'm an argumentative person, always have been. It's not. It can be a good trait. It can be a negative trait. Sometimes I, admittedly, become hostile when it may not be necessary. I'm not a perfect human being. I don't give attention to most comments, but I mean, yeah, I agree with you on the majority of things. And
Just imagine having social media in your
I
young
try to
20s.
actually
Just imagine.
maintain a moderate position that is still in line with my beliefs, and I try to explain things in a way where everyone can understand them. And I never preach to a choir. And the thing that you said earlier on the phone about how if you removed everyone and gave them their own state and they attacked one time, and that if they attacked in this case, if you give Israel the right to go in and take everything, would a pro-Palestinian agree to this? And most of them will say no, because we know you can't trust the Palestinians. That is the best possible argument, and I agree with that. That was what I told you on the phone. The thing that the question that I think people should have is, how many chances should you give these people? Do they deserve another chance after October 7th? And that's a whole different conversation as to, should Israel make any concessions ever again after October 7th? I want to pursue peace. I am naturally pessimistic. I think most human beings probably are, because I don't trust Muslims in general. I don't trust Palestinians for sure. And again, you give a dog a bone, they're going to want like a whole bag of treats. And history has shown us this, but I don't know how many times or how many more times Israel can necessarily make a concession and hope that it turns out in a positive way for them. But again, the things that I see as the biggest obstacles to peace is, aside from the Palestinian attitude of I'm always a victim, I'm going to get everything that I want or get nothing, which in most cases ends up with them getting nothing because they don't know how to be grateful. I think that the West Bank is the big issue. It always has been. All of the Oslo Accords, all of it, Camp David, like it's always been.
Yeah, I think
about
that's
what do we do with the West Bank, and I think you agree with me that the Israeli leadership has never wanted to settle the problem of the West Bank because they know what it would mean for them, and it's in their best interest that they don't.
I think everyone who's being honest with themselves has to agree with that, because it's true. The Israeli position. In fact, we should all know this because right wing and left wing Israelis, even again, different nuance, but they agree. Left-wing Israelis are more like, it's a problem, just give it to them, let's pull the settlements. Right-wing Israelis will say, no, we shouldn't give it to them because that's our historic homeland, but they still admit that it's a problem. They still admit that. Like, everyone can say that they admit that because you're right. You have to give them all citizenship, and then that kind of removes the whole idea of a Jewish majority state or a Jewish state in general, and then, yeah, I agree. That's why, for me, again, super right-wing extremist here, I think we need to figure out ways to actually get them to go to the other Arab Muslim countries. Not by super immoral way. I'm not saying like kill them or ethnically cleanse via terrorism or anything like that.
They're
That's not what
not,
I'm
but
saying.
they're not gonna do that. And like I said to you over the phone earlier, sometimes there is not a solution. We don't have to always have a solution, and I don't always.
They're not going to do
necessarily.
that now. I agree with you, but there was a time where Arabs were actually looking to that with compensation. Of course, there was actually some neighborhoods, even in Israel proper, by the way, that they were a majority of them said that they would leave again with compensation, and then this was back in the 70s, and then 1978 happened with Camp David, and those same exact people. That polling that was done, I can't remember if it was like an official thing or unofficial, but regardless, that same exact neighborhood with the exact same Arabs, just after Camp David, it flipped. They were like, no, I actually wouldn't take any money. I'm going to stay. And so I think it's very clear that the more concessions you make, it actually gives them a certain sense of hope and they're less likely to want to like leave. And so I agree with you because I think Israelis have done a very bad job at trying so hard to continuously find peace. And I think it just adds fervor to the Palestinianism, which I see is nothing more than just a fake identity to undermine the Jewish state. That's my opinion, but do you consider yourself a two-state solution guy, or do you not really have an opinion on that?
I don't think the Palestinians have done a single thing to earn a two-state or to deserve their own state. No, I want one, but do I think they deserve it right now? No. Do I think that if Israel
why would
makes
you want
concessions
one?
that could potentially, because I want an end to the conflict?
But here's my problem. Even if somehow I think the Palestinians were to...
Even though, one more point, even though I understand they could have had their own state and they chose to reject it because they want everything. Again, underlying my position, I understand that the consensus forever has been we get all of it or no, and we're just going to fight Israel. That's their own stupidity, and they've paid the consequences for that. Doesn't mean I don't want peace, and I think the only path to peace without kicking them all out or getting them to leave, which I don't think they're going to do, is a two-state solution. And I think giving them a state, if they do the things or take the necessary steps to achieve it, I think that is a more realistic path for peace than to kick them out.
See, I think the opposite. I think that's a more realistic path to further conflict, because I have never seen a time in history where the Palestinians have been given more autonomy that didn't just lead to more terrorism. So I don't see how giving them a state would not just actually increase conflict.
Because I think again, retrospectively, I think we talked about this on the phone. I mean, it's hard, but I think the main thing that they do fight for is not only their own state, but the elimination of the Jewish state. And I mean, who's to say if you give them a state what they will and won't do? Again, there's no 100% concrete, fully perfect solution to it.
Would you push for peace no matter what, even if it actually had a chance, a very, very large chance, I think you and I agree with that, to actually increase suffering and death for both sides, not even just the Israeli side? Would you still try something just because you have a small chance that it might work? And by work, I mean peace.
If I thought, by the way, Hammer asked if you could let him up. He wants to.
You're not going to be able to.
If you want,
you're not going to be able to hear him because you're on Discord. So if he speaks, you're not going to. I mean, maybe you'll hear him if you turn your volume up, but I don't know.
I have my phone. I could be able to hear him from it while I mute. If he wants to come up and say something, it might be important.
Yeah, Hammer's not going to be able to hear you because for some reason, when people are on the panel, they can't hear you. So, Hammer, do you have... I was going to say if he has Discord. There's no fucking way Hammer has Discord. I was going to say he can come into the Discord chat, but there's just no way Hammer has Discord.
I doubt it. My position on that would be that if I thought the probability of it bringing more violence would... if I thought that was a higher probability of giving them a state, more violence, then no. But it's hard to judge that unless you're doing so retrospectively, because you just don't know. You can only judge based off of
just join your live if they want to talk.
What they've done, and that's why, in my opinion, they haven't done anything to earn a state if they calmed down, if they made some concessions, if they took the appropriate measures over time to where they could be trusted by Israel. And again, there will probably be a consensus for the next 100+ years in Israel that you can't trust these people at all. I mean, history shows that. And look
the
at October
reason,
7th, but
right? For me, the reason I could, even if, like, let's say hypothetically, I could read minds, and I saw that the Palestinians truly were like, "Hey, we really don't want to attack Israel anymore. We really just want a second state." I still would say no. And but again, extremist here, hello, and I'll tell you why. Because I want less Islamist countries, not more. Even if they turned into the UAE level, like, I still would say no, because you're right, that's the best case scenario and that solves the security issue. But I want more Western ideology in the world. I want more America's and Israel's and other countries like that in the world, and I want less IRGC or even Islamist countries.
I agree.
So even if, like, I don't think you can ever concede, or not concede, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think you can ever confirm that will be the case, what you're saying, like maybe if they calm down. But even if, I still would say no, to be honest with you.
No, I agree.
I
agree with your position.
What, okay, I do want to ask about the prior to.
Why don't you invite them on TikTok?
I don't know. Is there a reason you wait? What's someone saying something? Oh, babe, there you go. Can you come over to TikTok? Because Hammer wants a question, but Hammer, you're not gonna be able to hear him.
I got a question for you.
Oh, you have a question for me? Oh, sorry, Jake. 1 second.
Well, I mean, he agreed with you, so he can answer too, but I can't hear him anyways. So you're telling me, you're telling me if God came down and told the Israeli people, I can guarantee that this state next to you will be like the UAE and won't cause any security issues.
Yeah.
You would say no to that?
Well, if God told me, no, I'm not going to say no to God.
Well, my point is, obviously it's not going to happen, right? We're speaking in the total hypothetical at the moment.
Oh, you're just saying, like, if I could guarantee that the Palestinians wouldn't attack Israel, at least relatively indefinitely?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I would say no to that.
No, but okay. So then you two are talking past each other, because he said, and he's right, by the way, you're wrong on this one. The path to peace rests in its two state. Now we know that can't happen because they can't.
Wait, when did I? How am I wrong? I didn't disagree with that. I agreed with him on that. I'm saying beyond that, I still would say no because of X, Y, and Z. I didn't. What are you talking about?
Are you saying that as an American, or what's in the best interest of Israel?
No, I'm just saying that. No, I'm saying my opinion because I want less Islamic states.
Oh, I agree with that. But I'm saying from a purely Israeli point of view, who's already surrounded by multiple Islamic Arab states, if it could be guaranteed that they would be the UAE, which, again,
dude,
don't get it twisted. It's not going to happen.
Okay. I think you took that and you combined it with the peace thing. I was saying, irregardless of that, I was saying just for my opinion, if I want less Islamic states. I wasn't saying, yes, you're correct. That would, if we could confirm that, and you're right, it'll never happen. Yes, that would be a peaceful thing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying regardless, just like that aside, I still would say no because of a separate thing.
Okay, got it. Okay, very good.
I don't know if you heard that, Mario, but anyways, so to go with the.
Yeah, I heard it. You think the UAE is Islamic?
Yeah, of course it's Islamic. What?
You don't think they're like a regional partner with America and Israel in the region?
What does that have to do with them being Islamic?
You wouldn't want a UAE beside Israel to be another cooperative partner to strengthen Israel?
I think it would be better if it was just Israel. That's like saying, would I want Mexico to be America or Mexico to be a strategic ally? I still would rather it be America, but yeah, I guess that's a good second option. Okay, let me phrase it this way: the UAE is significantly better.
Israel,
yeah, go ahead.
Sure, but if you expand it out, say it all becomes Israel, do you think that makes the other Islamic countries more favorable towards Israel at that point?
I don't think they would give a shit just as much as they don't care that the UAE likes Israel today.
No, I'm saying if it all became Israel, right, rather than country of Israel and hypothetical UAE, just all Israel. Do you think the Islamic countries surrounding Israel would like Israel more or less if it all became Israel, if they kicked the Palestinians out?
I think they would like them less, but I'm not particularly. Yeah, go ahead.
In the case that they gave in the case it was a UAE created, like a UAE style state, do you think that they would hate Israel more or less than if it was all Israel?
I think it would be about the same. Maybe if I had to be a literal, maybe a little less, but I think it's not so much less that it's significant, and I'll explain why. They would
Yeah.
just see it as how they see the UAE today, Zionist puppet government. Would it be slightly better than maybe if it was just all Israel? Okay, maybe slightly. Yes, I'll give you that, because the other option would be kicking them all out. So I'll give you that it is better, but I don't think it's so much better like you're implying.
I'm just asking a question. I was just like asking for clarification, like what you thought
Yeah,
about
I
that.
just think that I think that's a fair argument. I wasn't arguing from a point of view. I was arguing from listen, if I can have 0 Islamic states, that's what I would fight for. I would love for it. I mean, maybe at most you can have like Saudi Arabia and Yemen, because that's like your historic homeland. That's where your holy land is. I still would want it to be less. I'm just saying, like, fine, keep that, but like honestly, I want less. I don't want more. I
You're
want less.
never, you're
Just
you're
one
never
more,
going to
like
hear me argue
a
that we
teeny
should
one
have more Islamic countries in the world.
that's
I promise you
significant
that.
in the overall grand scheme of
Hold
things.
on, Hammer's asking something moderate. What'd you say, Hammer?
Is one more teeny one in this hypothetical imaginary world that can never exist? Would one more really be tilt the balance of power?
I don't think it matters with my argument. I didn't say anything about power or tilting the balance. I said I want less Islamic states.
I get it.
I don't understand why you guys are like arguing semantics right now. I want less Islamic states, period. Now, I'm not saying I want less because I'm afraid of a balance tilt. I'm not saying it would even make much of a difference. You're probably right, it wouldn't. But I don't see why that. I don't see what that has to do with my argument. I want less Islamic states.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I don't understand why is this so like, dude, even the UAE, who's probably the best of all Islamic states, I think that's a fair argument. Even they have slavery. Like, I want less.
Because at some point there is going to be and I don't know when this is, but at some point there is going to be a sort of a breaking point, because this has been going on for so long. I don't know. I'm not, and believe me, I'm the one that comes up here all the time and says there is no solution.
Real quick, just so I can add something real quick. I think you guys are mixing up like realism, which I'm speaking from a literal, I desire this. I'm not saying that this is the realistic point of view. I'm literally just saying, like, if I'm Thanos and I could snap my fingers, this is what I desire. I get what you're about to say. I'll let you finish, but I just want to make it clear that I'm not saying the realistic side. I'm saying this is my desire, is that I want less Islamic states. And I was answering that, remember, from a hypothetical that you, me, and moderate all understand that that's never going to happen anyways, because the Palestinians, at least for an indefinite amount of time, the Palestinians aren't going to change their mind. So this was me saying this from like a hypothetical that you, me, and him already agree is not going to happen.
Well, I think the only way they could ever change their minds, there's only one way. And that one way would be
to crush their fervor.
Yeah, to crush them, to force them into surrender, make them cry uncle.
Yes, I agree. I think
Israel's not willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree. That's my point. I think that they actually would do well to suffer more. And yeah, I get it. That sounds so evil. But we've seen historically, even with October 7th, that when we crush their hopes of kicking the Jews out or unaliving all the Jews, or even the moderate Palestinians of getting a two-state solution, the more we crush that, the more they actually shift. A lot of people have this weird idea that, no, the Palestinians will never shift. That's not true, actually. In fact, look at their support of Hamas, even right after October 7th versus now. Now, I'm sure part of that's because Hamas did such a bad job that maybe some of them are like, we thought you were our savior, you suck, and so we don't like you anymore. But there is a portion of that, whether it's 1%, 50%, or whatever, but there's a portion there that it's because their fervor, their hope has been crushed. They thought, in fact, there was just documents, I don't know if you guys saw this, there was documents that were just retrieved. I can't remember if it was from Sinwar or something, but the IDF actually just retrieved documents that said, I think it was about Sinwar, that he truly believed October 7th would lead to Israel being nuked by Iran. He like, that was his plan. And we already knew because of earlier things that they found, that he also thought on October 8th, all of the Islamic countries, or at least all the allies of him, would be sending rockets into Israel. Not just Hezbollah, but Iran, Houthis, IRGC, the militias in Iraq and Syria. He thought everyone was going to attack Israel at the same time. And he was wrong about that. Now we found out he thought that it was going to lead to a nuking Israel. And he was wrong about that. I think the way forward is to continue to undermine the two-state solution, to crush that idea, expand the settlements, and I get it. I'm not saying everyone has to agree with this. This is my opinion and mine alone. To expand them, to make sure that everyone understands that it is going to be impossible. And then when that happens and the Arabs understand it's going to be impossible, they will give up on that dream. And then from there, make it harder for them until they either shift, which we know they won't do. When I say shift, I mean start to be more peaceful, stop trying to unalive Jews, stop trying to undermine the state, or they want to leave. That's what I believe the way forward is. And I get it. It sounds harsh. And I get that, but I'm at a point where I don't believe in this whole status quo being fair anymore. I'm picking a side and I'm going with it. And I happen to be picking the side that I see to be more moral, and that's the Israeli side. Everyone's quiet.
I thought Moderate was going to talk. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's evil or harsh. I just think it's a reality of the way the world operates and the way humans behave based on incentives and disincentives. And you have to disincentivize their hatred and their willingness to engage in violence. It's that simple. It's not, listen, the world is not hard to figure out, okay? The world is simple. Executing is challenging and hard, but the world is simple. Everybody operates on incentive and disincentive structures, even though they're different incentive and disincentive structures between Westerners, non-Westerners, Muslims, Jews, etc. You figure out what their incentive structure is, and you disincentivize them.
Yeah,
it's not hard.
Yeah, if I thought that the Palestinians really could, like maybe they're just feeling a little jihadi right now, and they really could shift their opinions and be re-educated, not to like maybe necessarily love Israel and the Jews, but like just be at least somewhat normal, then I totally would be pro two-state solution. I really would be. I'd be like, you know what, maybe it's worth it if it leads to actual peace and security, even though I do think Jews should be in Judea and Samaria. But I don't see that. Not even
that's what Oslo was.
A little bit. Yeah, you're right. That's what Oslo was. And so because of that, and you're right, I said it sounds evil, but you're right, it's not. Because it's a mix of realism, and yes, of course, me being pro-Israel, I have a bias towards that side. I don't think there's anything wrong with the bias because I back it up with facts. It's not like I have a bias where it's like I don't understand this conflict and I haven't put in the time to do the research and I'm just saying it because it feels good, right? And so yeah, I that's the position I'm in. If I was 6 years ago when I really started to study more about Israel, and dude, I know a lot of people wouldn't believe me when I say it, but for those that watch me, if you would have asked me 6 years ago who Yasser Arafat was, I would have been like, if you showed me a picture, I'd have been like, oh yeah, like I kind of know that's that one guy who got the Nobel Peace. Like that's about as much as I would know. And you can ask Hammer. Hammer's known me pretty much from the beginning. I would not have known this stuff. I really did truly put in like an autistic amount of research from day one, right? Not quite 6 years ago, but it's coming up on. And I just studied more and more and more, and it was like an insane amount. I just kept going because I was very interested in it.
Wait, remember when we went to the wax museum?
Yeah, I do remember that. Maybe got the background noise. Yeah, so if I were to at that time,
in the room with world leaders, we were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Right, baby, you have the background noise. Can you mute the TV or mute your mic? Thanks. If I was 6 years ago, right, when I first started kind of studying this stuff, if the pro-Palestinian side would have made more sense, I would be pro-Palestinian today. There was nothing at the time. Like I said, I didn't know any Jews. I wasn't friends with any. I didn't know even Danielle existed. I didn't know Hebrew Hammer existed. I didn't know any of it. If I would have read, because I read pro-Palestinian stuff and pro-Israeli stuff, and honestly a lot of kind of neutral stuff, they weren't either way. If I read it and the pro-Palestinian side would have made more sense, I 100% would have been pro-Palestinian. There was nothing that was pushing me automatically towards the pro-Israel side. Anyways, Mara, just to get it out of the way, yes, I agree. There's a lot of people that were saying stuff like, oh, but Thomas Massey, Moderate, has been more critical of Thomas Massey than he was kind of doing some sort of praise of him. Even though I will be honest, I didn't agree with your posts. I think it was...
I never praised him.
What did you say again? Can you remind me?
Originally, it started by me saying I don't understand the Thomas Massey hate, to which admittedly I didn't know as much about him as I should have to understand why there was as much criticism. So then I looked into it and figured out a bunch of stuff that I didn't necessarily know, and I called him a principled guy, which I found him to be because he does appear to be. But whenever I dug deeper into some of the things that I wasn't aware of, my opinion on that changed. But I did put out some tweets saying like the future of the American political system, whether people want to realize it or not, is a more like Massey-based approach. Like this is Gen Z, and then I think you and other people had the argument that, yeah, these are young people, but as they get older, they will see through it, and their opinions will change. And
I'm not saying that directly. I'm just saying I hope.
Yeah, and I obviously I agree. Like 18 to 5-year-olds are always like, generally speaking, liberal-minded and leftist, and as they get older, everyone becomes more conservative, just empirically noticeable, right? You can see that backed up by data, but I still think the path moving forward, I don't think U.S.-Israeli relations will ever be the same again. I don't see it. And as the Qatari influence and the education system continues to grow, and you have more communists being elected into power in America, and Islamism is infiltrating Europe and America, I see it only getting worse if Israel doesn't take the necessary action that it needs to. I think
Just real quick.
I think in the next 5 years, Israel and U.S. will essentially cut all ties. Or I don't know that, but it would not shock me at all.
I don't agree that they'll cut all ties, but real quick, I just want to answer this. Like, so people in comments, it's kind of what Moderate Center is talking about. Like someone saying, "Oh, what do you mean about Thomas Massey? Because he's an anti-Semite. I disagree with Moderate." It's like you guys are listening to half of what he said, and this is what I do respect about Moderate. You guys listen to everything he just said. He said, "I said this, and people came at me for it. I looked more into it, and I realized, oh, okay, there's some stuff I didn't know." And then he said, "Never mind, I disagree with it." And he still added the nuance, but even though I disagree with it, and he's right, there is a shift in younger Americans, and it's detrimental for us as pro-Israelis to try to just say we should ignore that. It's going to change, or it's not real. It is real. Now, Israel. Now, that being said, I think online perception definitely makes it seem more real than it is, but it's definitely not significant. We really should, if we care about the cause, we should have more people like Moderate who do call this stuff out. It may not be fun to hear all the time, but it's significantly more important for us to call it out and maybe try to get ahead of something if we can, than to just pretend like I don't like hearing that, so you're wrong to say it.
Situation for what it is.
Again, people probably don't know this. I'm not on Twitter more than really probably a couple hours a day. Obviously, I've come to be on there more because I get a lot of my news from there and like trending things. But these like small details about like this guy did that, other than like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, I had no idea about a lot of the things that Thomas Massey had said. I had no idea that he had that guy in his house. Literally, what was he doing? Celebrating the death of American troops. By the way, that guy had me blocked on X.
Yeah, and he also had the I think it was a swastika on his necklace. I can't remember.
Yeah. So I'd never heard of him. So it should tell you something that this guy who is with Thomas Massey, his friend, had me blocked, and I don't even know who he is. They obviously don't like my historical positions that I've taken. And again, as I was introduced to other things, again, I'm not an encyclopedia. I don't know everything, all this and that. As I was introduced to new information and came across more things, I went on offense against him. I relentlessly went after him for a period of weeks, if not months. And I still speak out against him whenever I think he's being an idiot. I'm gonna do a video about his bill that got shot down today. He's the only Republican who voted for it. The bill to cut aid to Israel, including for defense spending for like the Iron Dome.
Yeah.
I'm not perfect, and dude, having a large following on social media and you say something people don't like, people are gonna lash out and stuff like that. I don't think I like personally went after people, and maybe I responded to a couple people in a negative way or something like that. But I don't try to be a condescending or arrogant person unless I feel as if people are coming at me from that position. I don't like to be talked down to.
Right.
And
that's
especially when it's from people who I think don't know as much about me. I'm all open to constructive criticism, and I take it. Dude, this guy Hammer, I talk to Hammer like every day. He's the most constructive criticizing person probably around me, obviously, other than like my family members. I'm all open to it. I'm all open to correcting myself and clarifying things and moving on. But There's certain things that I won't concede on whenever it's something that I staunchly stand
Well,
by, and it's a principle of mine.
This is kind of what I like also wanted to say, and unfortunately, it's not like we can just like talk to every single pro-Israeli in the world, but like that's the whole point of having these kind of conversations because I think the problem is like, and moderates even saying like, yeah, I didn't know this stuff. I'm not an encyclopedia. I didn't know. And some of you could say, well, why didn't you listen to certain people? A lot of the times, and I've seen the comments, people are just immediately attacking him instead of doing what we're doing right now. Like, hey, moderate, you said this. What do you think? Why do you think this way? This is what I think. Like having that conversation, which he's clearly open to. When you just attack him,
yeah, can I clarify one more thing?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, like people are saying that he's taking it too personal and all this and that. Again, I'm not saying this from a condescending position. This is a reality of the matter. I have a reputation that is 50 times more powerful than all of you in the comments complaining about me. Don't take this in the wrong way. No one knows who you guys are.
People are gonna
outside
definitely
of
take that in the wrong way.
But hear me out. I don't say that as to be like, oh, I'm better than you. I have a reputation for speaking for certain causes. I have influence over a lot of people that I try to take as responsibly as I can. I'm not perfect. I'm young. I make a lot of mistakes. When people try to smear my reputation, I'm connected to a lot of people, powerful people. And I'm not saying this to be condescending. I have influence in a way that none of you guys ever will. And when I know what I put into this, and I know where I stand, and I know my positions, and I know that for the past 3 years, I've done as much as I can to advance the pro-Israel cause, and I have people smearing my character, and they're telling me I'm taking it too personal, this is who I am. This is who I am. You guys are people who come into Nick's Live and watch. Me and Nick are the people doing it, putting our time and energy and effort on the line in our research and our advocacy. You guys do it, and great. More people need to do it. And it's not a condescending thing, but there's a difference between an influencer and a creator with a reputation and you guys in a chat. And Nick might not say it out loud, but Nick understands it as well. When it comes to the influence and the messaging and the reputation of this movement in general, you guys will never be us. And the sooner you realize that, the better. And you can complain about it all you want. You will never be us. And that's not something that you should get upset about. It's the fact of the matter. And what we should focus on is advancing the unification of this movement, not dividing people, not smearing people because they say something you don't like when they've been advocating for you for 3 years straight, on and offline, traveling the country, going to do in-person debates with organizations, helping campaigns, helping PR. We've done more than all of you combined. And the sooner you guys realize that, the better. It's not to be condescending, it's the fact that we have influence with a platform that you guys simply don't. You're not able to do what we do. You do not have the tools to do what we do. And again, it's not condescending. You guys could if you put in the time. And again, not everyone is a creator, not everybody's an influencer. And it takes a community. It takes the people putting themselves on the line and the people supporting in the chat. You guys are just as important in the cause, because without me and Nick, or without you guys, to me and Nick, we don't have anybody. Without an audience, without people to advance the messaging and like and share and help the algorithm to get more people to hear these messages, we wouldn't be anything. But we're the ones putting ourselves on the line. You guys are sitting in chats for 4 and 5 hours a night. You guys aren't spending hours recording videos that hit algorithms that go to advance messaging to show how pro-Palestinians are stupid, to advance the pro-Israel cause, going to events to speak, challenging people in real life, confronting pro-Palestinians. How many of you guys in the chat have gone out with an organization to debate people on a college campus? How many of you guys have made videos debating pro-Palestinians that have gotten millions of views, that have touched rooms you guys will never enter in countries you guys have never even heard of, convincing people in other countries that they should be pro-Israel? How many of you guys have done that? None of you. So this is why when people say, oh, you're taking it too serious, I have put tons of energy and effort and researching into coming to the pro-Israel position, and for people to smear my character and call me a Nazi and a groiper because I say one thing you don't like, yes, I take offense to it because I know who I am, and I'm not going to allow people to demean my character and in a way try to dehumanize me and call me an Islamist sympathizer and all this and that.
Did anyone call you that in the chat?
Yeah, in the chat and online and all this and that. Oh,
In
you're
this
being paid by
chat, in
Qatar.
this chat, has anyone called you that?
I was in the TikTok earlier. Yeah, people were like, he's sold out. He's a groiper. All this and that. Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't see that, but listen. Yes, you're correct. Everyone has a different position in advocacy, and the audience is a very, very important position, but it is a separate position. I think again, I'm not ever going to tell you to speak. You're an adult. You do you. I'm just saying the way I guess I would say it is that there's different positions for every single person, right? Every position is equally important, just like every cog in a machine is equally important. They might have separate things that they do, but every cog is equally important. Because we could be saying the exact same opinions to an audience of 12 people and it won't do anything. Or it can be an audience of, right now, it's about 3,000 people, right? And maybe one day it'll be 30,000 people. I don't know. But what I will say, I get what you're saying, I think.
No one is better. People are more powerful. No one is better. People are more powerful. These people in the chat aren't you. These people in the chat aren't me. They're not Tal. They're not Sahar TV. Everyone plays a role. And again, we have every right to respect. And I say in many videos, I'm nothing without the people who support me. But we play different roles, and our roles, the ones that me and you and other people play, who have influence over hundreds of thousands of people, the people who support us simply don't have the resources to have that influence. You don't have platforms.
Okay.
This is the whole point. I have built my platform on specific things, on my integrity, on my dedication to research, on my pro-Israel stance. So when people say, oh, you take it too seriously, yeah, when you attack me and smear my character, when I know who I am,
what percentage of the 3,000 people watching do you think are attacking your character and calling you a Nazi or whatever, jihadi or whatever?
I don't know, and I don't care what percentage it is. I'm addressing those people because they need to be ousted.
But you're not. You said the people in the chat. You didn't say the people calling me a groiper.
Oh, wait. What was your question? Clarify. I'm sorry.
What percentage, because you're saying you're talking to the people that are attacking your character, but I would say of the 3,000 people watching between TikTok and YouTube and X, what percentage of them do you think are the ones attacking your character versus just maybe slightly disagreeing or maybe agreeing with you?
It depends on what I say.
Well, in terms of attacking your character, calling you Nazi, groiper, jihadi, whatever, I haven't seen any, but let's say it's probably less than 1%. I would say it's probably less than 1%.
No, what I've been getting on social media.
I'm talking about in this chat. I'm talking about in this chat because you said to the people in the chat. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Put up a poll in your TikTok or whatever and do it. Do one.
Well, after that rant, it might be more. But what I'm saying,
let them decide. If that changed their mind, then that's their problem. Just put up a poll. You can see. I don't know. I'd probably say 50%.
I don't think 50% think you're being paid by Qatar or that you're a groiper. I'm going to take a very educated guess that
criticizing my character could come in a variety of. It could present itself in a variety of ways. It could be groiper. It could be you flip flop. It could be you don't have a backbone. It could be you're an Islamist, but like it could be anything. Like groiper and Nazi are probably the two most extreme, very obviously. But anybody who thinks that I flip flop, that I've been bought out, that I'm not true to myself, that I only use Israel for clicks and views, or like any of that, that's all demeaning my character. Put up a poll.
Do you agree that sometimes when things happen, especially directly after things happen, that people could be a little extreme in their wording? Like, for example, the day after October 7th, if you were to do a poll and asking Israelis, do you want to kick out all Arabs? Do you think that percentage will be significantly higher than, let's say, 5 years after October 7th? I think it's fair to say it'd probably be significantly higher, right?
Yeah, very obviously people are emotional in the moment. Yeah.
Right. And so if you go off and talk about, hey, you people in the chat, you haven't really done what we've done, there's probably IDF soldiers that are in the chat. So I would say they probably have done more in some cases than we've done. So when you say that and I put up a poll right after, I don't think that's fair because the poll is probably going to, like you just said, be probably a little bit more emotional in the moment and say, yeah, fuck this guy. You know
You're
what I
just
mean?
scared to put a poll because you know it'll show that a lot of these people don't like me.
Again, based off of what I just said, do you think that's a fair statement?
I don't think I said anything that should hurt people's feelings. I think what I said was real and 100% factual, and that these people should realize that.
I don't.
And I think you agree
I
that
don't
everybody plays
think.
a role, but there are certain people who have more influence and they've
Oh yeah,
dedicated a
for
lot of their
sure.
time
I
and
I don't
energy.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think everyone would say I have more influence, you have more influence than 99% of the people in the chat. I don't know who's in the chat, so I'll just say
Yeah,
99%. I don't think
yeah,
that I don't think anyone
it's not a
disagrees with that, but is that what you think
yeah,
you
and
said?
what I think I said.
You think all you said was, "Hey, everyone has everyone has a job, but I have more influence just because of following size, I guess?"
That was the crux of my argument. Not that I'm more important, but that different people play different roles. And the reason that when people say you're being or you're taking it personal, you're being a crybaby, is because of what me and people like you have built and dedicated and energy and the resources and the time and effort into this. When people flip on a dime because you step out of line or say something they don't like, that is when people need to realize why I take it personal, because this is who I am and I know what I've done for this cause and I know what I stand for and I have integrity and I'm going to keep standing for Israel and I'm going to keep presenting the arguments that I have and I'm going to keep confronting people when I think they're out of line. And for people to assume after everything that I know that I have done that for some reason I flip because I'm paid off or Groiper Nazi, it's insulting to me because I know who I am and these people don't.
All of that was 100% factual. That I 100% agree with, and I agree with you that you have absolutely earned everything that you have because you have absolutely put in the time. I know every time I message you, every time I call you, which is sometimes we're busy, we don't talk for a couple days at a time, but a lot of the times it can be daily. You're always doing work, right? By work, I mean the advocacy that you do, whether it's editing, filming, research, whatever. So yeah,
I'm up from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. every single day
I
doing
know.
this.
I know you are. I text you at all hours and you're always awake. And so am I. Like I sleep about 4, maybe a good 6 hours a day. Sometimes on the weekend I'll sleep in a little bit, but like, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think everyone understands that you absolutely, and they don't, they should understand that you've absolutely have earned that position and you are an incredible voice with a huge influence. Definitely. The way you said that right now, which makes a lot of sense, is not how what I heard 5 minutes ago, but whatever.
Well, that's fine. Tell me again. I'm open to hearing. What did I say that might have had a negative
I
connotation or
think
something like that?
I think there's a way. I think with this whole like when you say stuff like you're not us and you can't do what we do,
They
it's
can't. Not everybody has the skills.
I
That's a
think
fact, and you know it is.
I think that is absolutely factual. That not everyone has the skills. And again, the way you just said it right now, a lot different than how you said it before. I would
That's what I
say
said. I said that these people don't have the resources even available to them to do what we do. They don't have the,
I
again.
think you said
This
that after as you were clarifying. Yeah, I think that's true.
No, I said that in the beginning. I said these people don't even have the resources or the capacity to be able to do what we do. Half of these people work jobs. They work a 9 to 5, which is fine. That's 99% of people in this country. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of them simply don't have the talent or the ability to articulate things in a way. How many messages have you gotten of, wow, you put this so perfectly. I wish I could explain it like you. I know you've gotten thousands of messages like
Yeah,
that.
all the time.
As have other people. Video editing and building a platform and being consistent with it. This stuff is not easy. People don't understand that. It's not easy
It's
for
not.
Nick to it's not easy for Nick to have what 300 people on TikTok and 1,000 people on YouTube. It's not easy to have 77,000 subscribers on YouTube. It's not easy to have 200,000 like Nick has on TikTok or over 500,000. It's not easy, and it doesn't come by chance, it doesn't come by luck, and it doesn't come by grifting when you're on the pro-Israel side. It comes by consistency, research, and dedication. And again, I know who I am. I know what I've done to get here. You people don't. You people see a number and you see me behind a screen on a video. You have no idea what goes on and what is put into this behind the scenes. And everyone with the platform will tell you that. You guys have no idea. And you don't have to. And we don't have to gloat about that. Oh, we work harder than you. You could be somebody working in a coal mine from 9 to 5. You get your hands dirty. You do a lot more than me physically. Everybody has a specific role to play. Everybody does their own thing, their own occupation. They have their own family necessities and obligations to friends and family, whatever it might be. My whole point is when I know what I've put into this and you know what you've put into this to get to this point and being consistent and standing firm on things and having integrity and consistency, showing up every single day for a movement, for then people to just flip on a dime because I say something they don't like and say that I've flipped. If I wanted to be a pro-Palestinian or a grifter or demean Israelis and Jews, I would have done it 2 years ago. Because, again, a lot of people aren't going to like this. I could be a pro-Palestinian and be one of the best. And so could Nick. This is why Nick can go on Umingle and act like a pro-Palestinian and eventually bait them into concessions because he knows their arguments better than they do.
Yeah, true. I think it's insane. Yeah, I think it's insane.
It's what puts us at this elite level in the discourse and debate space.
Yeah, I think it's insane to ever call, whether you're a pro-Israeli or a pro-Palestinian, to ever call a pro-Israeli a grifter, because if it truly was about grift, you're right, we would 100% just be on the pro-Palestinian side. If I was a pro-Palestinian with my debate skills, I would probably be a millionaire, to be honest. Actually, I really could be, because I could get there's always going to be infinite more pro-Palestinians, because the quarter of the entire world already right at the bat's just Muslim, and then you add in all the leftists and then all the, like, let's say groypers and all of that put together. You know, even if I could get like a significant enough percentage of them to even just donate a little bit, yeah, I could make millions. And so I agree with you on that. I think, how about this? Let me ask you, if what you're saying, right, is that the influence that you have, do you think it's also then therefore equally important, if you're going to say I have this influence, is it also equally important to also understand and therefore you have a bigger responsibility?
Right. Yeah, I said that in my original thing, and I said, and I understand that comes with a load of responsibility and a reputation that I have to defend and uphold. Obviously, a reputation that is going to be genuine. I don't put on an act to be somebody that I'm not. And I acknowledge I'm a kid. I'm hard-headed. I'm argumentative, that I said 30 minutes ago. I mess up a lot. Anyone saying they don't is lying, and they're too egotistical. They have too much pride. I'm not too big to admit that I messed up, that I could be wrong, and I don't think I'm the best in this space. Every time that people have asked me, who's the best debater? Who can I get to debate? Who do I tell? I tell them Nick Mattel. I've said it repeatedly in videos. I made a whole video about you, I think, when you hit 100 or 200K. This guy's the best debater. You guys should go follow him. He deserves all of the roses and flowers and sunshine and rainbows. I'm not the best. There's plenty of other people. The Tal is better than, dude. How many people I've run into in this space who know more than me on this conflict, who can debate better? I'm not the best. I will never claim to be the best, because I know I'm not. But I also know that I'm better than, or I wouldn't say better, I have more influence than 99.9% of people in this space.
Oh no, you're a better debater even than 99%. When it comes to this specific topic, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've done literally more research than I think is honestly even healthy. So it's not even particularly fair, but no, I think you're an incredible debater, and with other topics, you could out-debate me for sure. This is my topic, and I debate pretty well in other topics too, but like, this is my main thing.
And it's not a self-gloat, it's just an acknowledgement of reality. For anybody in this chat who would say that they're a better debater on this topic than you, they're lying to themselves and they know it. And if they do say that, they're just too prideful. I'm not a better debater than you on this topic. Probably on some other topics, you'd probably beat me on the whole salad thing. You know way too much about that. But
it's you, bro.
No, I'm not the best. I will never claim to be the best debater. I don't even debate the topic much, because I try to do strictly content and like public discourse and stuff like that. But the whole point is that people have roles, and that people who are, yes, I should probably, not even probably, I should be a lot more careful with the way I go about doing things.
Probably the way you say things sometimes too.
But I'm sensitive to attacks on my character that I don't think are fair. And when my character is attacked, when I know who I am, I do lash out. So if somebody wants to come and present a counter argument or say, here's where I think you might be wrong, or respectfully disagree, have you considered this? But when it's not that, when it's a lash out at me and attacking me as an individual, not rather than my arguments, I will come after you with 10 times the energy you came at me with. That's how I've always operated, not even in this space.
I said this earlier to you, and I'm going to say it again because you kind of just said it again. I think you give a lot more energy to the people that are incorrectly hating on you and saying stuff about your character than you do about some people who legitimately say, other than me, you came up on today's live and I respect that, but other than me, there are times where people do leave a comment that are like, hey, I love you, but have you considered this type of comment? And you said you liked it earlier. Okay, I'll give you that you like it, but you don't really respond to those. But when somebody does a stupid comment like, you're just a jihadi Qatari sympathizer, you respond to those. And I'm not saying you shouldn't respond to those. Again, from my personal opinion, I think you give a little too much energy to it, but you're your own person, you can do it. But when you say, why don't people give me these nice comments or like, hey, I don't agree with you, but have you considered this? When I see people do that, I've never seen you on X at least respond to those ever.
I told you, like, what do you want me to say? Thanks. I retweet pro-Israel.
No.
I retweet people who are pro-Israel making very strong cases all the time.
No, but if somebody
I
says
amplify pro-Israel messaging all the time. I'm not going to respond to somebody and say, hey, thanks, with a retweet.
No, I'm not talking about people that agree with you. I'm talking about people who respectfully disagree with you. You can absolutely respond and be like, that's a good point, but here's why I don't agree, or that's a good point, I do agree with you, or whatever. I don't care. And again, this is starting to come off, and I hate that I sound, this is not trying to come off like you should do that. I'm just saying, when you tell me right now, like, how come people don't say, I respectfully disagree with you, and this is why? Well, I have seen people do that actually in your comments, and I haven't seen you respond to that. Or maybe you have. I just haven't seen it. It's not like I looked at your whole profile, though, to be fair.
I don't know, like, explicitly what you're talking about. Like, somebody who's genuinely coming from a good faith position critiquing my argument?
Yeah, I've seen people in your comments that, again, maybe you have responded to them. I haven't seen your whole X profile. But I have seen people who weren't attacking you, but told you, like, why they disagree, right? Without saying you're a jihadist or a groiper or a piece of shit or anything like that. And you told me earlier on the phone, like, yeah, I like those comments. And I'm like, okay, but I've never seen you really respond to them. But right now you're saying, why don't people do that? I have seen people do that.
Yeah, sure. And maybe, again, one, I don't look through all the comments. What tends to be the case is the ones that pop up at the top are the ones that are the most charged. I mean, this is the nature of social media, as disagreement and just, like division and people arguing.
Right.
And two, I mean, the whole social media platform space that we exist in is the debate space, is the argumentative space. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely probably do a better job of amplifying tweets that disagree with me in a good faith manner, where I explain, hey, I agree with you here, but here's where I would disagree, or something like that, or give credibility to a position and elaborate on it. But again, I give my attention the most because I expect more. Even like pro pallies who would just be idiots in a comment section. They're lost cause, half of them. Been debunking them and dismantling their arguments and positions and showing who these people are for years. I expect more from the pro-Israel cause because they're better, more decent, smarter people than these idiots on the pro-Palestinian side. So where I give my energy to, big pro-Palestinian narratives and idiots with big tweets that are just spreading misinformation or being Jew haters, where I think it's necessary, I'm not going to give that energy to some retard, or sorry, you're on TikTok, to some idiot groiper with like Hitler as his profile picture on X who has like 7 followers, because they're irrelevant. I don't expect much from these people. They're bottom feeders. They're lost. I expect more from the pro-Israel side. And again, it's the same thing as a parent. You gonna criticize your kid more, or are you gonna criticize some kid on your son's baseball team? You're gonna criticize your own kid more. It's part of you. It's in this sense, it's a community. I don't expect anything from idiots on the pro-Palestinian side.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, listen, I think you're very, very, and I've said this to you before, you're very, how old are you again? 22? 23?
I'm 20. I'm 22, yeah.
22, yeah. I think you're very mature for your age, but I also think sometimes it does also, I don't know, and maybe this is just coming from, maybe we're just different people. Maybe it's not an age thing. I could be totally wrong about that, but sometimes your delivery is a a little
Yeah, when it's deserved. Like, here's one. Smokey Jew 4.0, I don't like you. You're condescending and stupid.
yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think people should. That's not how. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you. I don't agree. I don't think that people should just automatically just be saying you're stupid. I think there's ways to say why you're wrong or why I think you're wrong or whatever. I don't know. I think you are I don't know. I think you give a lot of energy to those people. Which whatever. I mean, whatever. What can I say about that? It's just maybe you and I are just different about that.
I'm imperfect, man, but I expect more from more logical people, and I get it. You know, having a platform is going to
But
come with dissent and people on your own side.
why can't pro Israelis have illogical people? Why do you expect them to be logical? They're just like
I
any
don't
other
expect
group,
all
right?
of them. I expect more
More than
rationale.
what? More than 1%? Let's say it's 10%, which I don't think it's that high. But let's say 10% of the
More
3,000
than
people
their
watching.
opposition.
Well, I think 90% of them don't have that, so it still would be more. But like, why can't the pro Israelis just have their own word that won't get me banned? Why can't pro Israelis have that?
They can, and they do.
So why?
I don't address all of them. I address
Well,
the ones who
no,
attack my character.
I don't think you're. No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that would just go straight to attacking character. I'm saying, like, I get it. You're saying,
Well,
I expect.
I will attack anyone who comes after my character, and in a bad faith way. But I hold it to be more so offensive to me when it's coming from my own side, and I think that's logical. I think you would care a lot more about what a family member said about you than what some random stranger said about you.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yes, you did, Smokey. You made videos about me a while ago, calling me a groiper and a liar and switching up, and you've made multiple videos about me begging for attention. Yes, you have. Just be quiet.
Hey, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I'm not getting into that. Yeah, look.
Oh, I can explain because she tried to push Maddie the opinionated because you want drama, Smokey. She tried to push Maddie the opinionated Zionist and multiple other people out of the movement because of some former statements they made where they changed their ways and came clean and said that we should oust all of these people because they're all frauds and they're all secretly anti-Semites and they actually aren't allies.
Hey.
And I told her that people should be more appreciative of allies and try to unify the movement. And she said, "No, we don't need any of you guys. And you think you're important and you're not, and all this and that." This is exactly what she did. And she's been doing it, and she goes after other Israeli influencers and creators who she disagrees with and tries to oust them. And she gets 100 views on her video and 10 likes, and then goes and talks in group chats about people. And she made another video about me desperately seeking attention, and I'm not going to give it to her. But now here she is trying to stir up more drama. So if you just don't play games with me. Again, this all could have been avoided had you not just run your mouth. So don't do the game, Smokey.
I have no idea. I can't respond to that because I have no idea.
It doesn't involve you, Nick. You have no position to take. It's not you. It's between me and her. And it's not between me or any of the other people either. Simply for her.
So I don't get into drama. I don't actually even know. I wonder if there's any videos about me from the pro Israeli side that don't like me. I don't even look at my ads, to be honest.
No, you're the only person she follows on Twitter because apparently like all the other influencers are just garbage and all this and that. If you were wondering, she follows like one person on Twitter and it's you.
I mean, what's not to like? I'm the best. That's an accurate statement. Yeah, look, I think again, as you clarify things, I think I can see where you're coming from, but I think like the original just kind of like to the people in the chat, I don't think it's weird for them to think you're speaking to the entire chat versus you're saying to the people in the chat that attack my character or that go beyond just constructive criticism. I mean, do you think that's at least somewhat fair, that it's okay or not okay that they're going to think, oh, he's speaking to everyone?
No. Well, because I am always, if I'm saying something, I'm normally addressing an individual or a tweet or something.
When you said to the
I mean,
chat,
what did I say when I said to the chat?
I mean, you said a lot, but something around the lines of like, to the chat, you people can't. I don't remember exactly what you said, but you definitely did say to the chat.
Only whenever I address the whole thing about the influencers and the role that everybody plays and the time and effort and energy that goes into all this and people needing to understand that. I don't think I've addressed the chat in general. I just said to the chat, this isn't between me and you. Whenever I was addressing, I don't want to bring her name up. I think it's gone at this point. But I said this is not. When you said, "Oh yeah, I don't have a position," I said you don't need a position to take. It's not about you, and it's not about the chat. I'm not speaking to anybody else except the single person that I was addressing. I still have 100% love and respect for the community in general. Generally speaking, are there outliers and idiots, as you said? Yeah, but again, you can be that. But if you're going to be that and you're going to demean me and attack my character and be try to stir up drama and all this and that, then yeah, I'm not going to sit back and take it.
So just to clarify, you're speaking to the people that are attacking you in a bad faith way.
Yeah. Dude, I have no problem with the people who aren't doing that in the chat. Nothing that I've said has been addressing them. Which could very well be, I don't know, 90% of the chat. I'm not strictly following it. I just have my phone propped up. I had the TikTok app open so I could hear Hammer earlier because I couldn't hear him through the Discord.
Okay.
But again, it's the people who want me to take constructive criticism who like get mad whenever I say that, people need to understand the importance of influencers versus supporters and messaging. Like they can't take the slightest bit of criticism and understanding the reality of the situation, which is that when it comes to speaking for Israel and doing certain things to advance the pro-Israel cause, their what quote unquote influence is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent compared to people like you and myself. And that might hurt your feelings, but facts don't care about your feelings. It doesn't make me better than you. It doesn't make me more valuable as a human being than you. It is the reality of the situation, of the position we are in. And everyone plays a role that is unique. The same way I think a father and a mother and a husband and a wife should play a unique role. None is more valuable than the other. And this is a team project. This isn't the moderate case project. And I've always said, I don't want to be a mouthpiece for the pro-Israel movement because a lot of people disagree with me and it's not a monolith.
Yeah, I think that's...
This isn't team moderate. This isn't team Nick. This is team pro-Israel. I am pro-Israel, despite whatever you guys want to, whatever accusation you want to throw at me. And I know who I am, which is why I'm not going to put up with BS.
Yeah. That's where I want to get, and I'll end it here, honestly. What I really want to I guess get at is that, and again, this is like the one and only time I hope, at least, hopefully forever, but at least for a long time, indefinitely, this is like the one and only time I want to address between this and also the clavicular stuff and other things I want to pull away from, because every minute that I think we spend on drama and answering our own community and attacking influencers in our own community, even those with large influence, less influence, anything in between, is just one moment that we're not, whether it's someone like me who I am a lot more, my content's a lot more about Israel, or someone like Moderate where a lot of content's about Israel, but he does other things as well, anything in between. I think the work is equally important. For me, it might sound cheesy, you can believe me or not, but it's true. I truly believe in this cause, not just for Israel, but also for like Western ideology, my son's future, when he has kids, my grandkids' future, and the future of this country, the future of Western ideology, and the future of, honestly, what I just find to be moral. Not perfect. I don't think Israel's perfect. I don't think America's perfect. But I find what we believe in to at least generally be the right thing. We have our own problems, but comparatively, it's the right way to go. And I truly do care about that. So every second we spend on shit like this, that's why I said this is like the one and only live that I'm going to be doing this, hopefully forever, if not for a long time, is a second we're not spending doing our part, because God knows that we are outnumbered and We probably always will be, especially if we keep letting in these like third world immigrants into our country and allowing for this influence of these outside people. And
pushing people away whenever they're on your side.
yeah,
Which
I
is
have
something that, again, you even know this. Like, people don't understand the amount of people that could be reached that simply get pushed away by the pro-Israel community when they adopt this liberal leftist idea that everyone has to agree, and that if somebody steps a little bit out of line, you disown them, that you excommunicate them from the movement. This is what the pro-Palestinians do. Oh, you voted for Kamala Harris? Oh, you can't vote for Kamala Harris. She's supportive of the genocide. And then the black Americans really split with the pro-Palestinian movement when the pro-Palestinians tried to make their cause more relevant than the black American cause. This is what they do. We shouldn't do this. And people don't realize how many people have been pushed away that could be won over for the pro-Israel cause. And as you said, Israel will never win the PR war, strictly by numbers. You're outnumbered. And you need as many people as you can. Hold people accountable. Hold me accountable. Hold Nick accountable. We all mess up. Everyone will step out of line at some point. No one is flipping on you, but don't assume that when somebody says something you don't like, they flipped on you, because when you go after them and they see, wow, what I only did this and all these people are coming after me and saying this and this and that, then they don't want to be a part of you. And this is not what the pro-Israel movement should be founded on. This is for the pro-Palestinians. This is for the communists. This is for the leftists and the people with the pink hair and septum piercings. This is not what we do, yet you guys enjoy doing it, because a lot of you, whether you realize it or not, are drama farmers. There's a reason I don't engage in drama, that I'm not in your guys' group chats where I know you talk about me, because I got 10 phone calls today. Hey, what people are talking about you in this group chat? I got 4 phone calls about you. I know what all goes on. I don't entertain it because I'm mission focused on public messaging and on influencing and creating content. I don't care about the petty drama. You guys can have your disagreements in group chats, whatever. We should be mission focused and focus on uniting people, not dividing the movement from within and self-destructing, because you're losing people, and you will never, ever have more people supportive of Israel than you did before October 7th. The mission now should be keeping as many people that are already here on this side and strengthening that position, strengthening that side, because you're losing, whether you realize it or not. And it's not a good position to take. And I think Nick will agree with you that, oh, us poor Jews, everyone's always going to hate us. Hashem will save us. The whole world's going to flip on us. That's not a good position to take. You want more allies. You want more people around the world pushing for your cause and pushing pro-Israel messaging and being on your side and trying to convince other people. Self-destruction is not for this movement. And if you want to be someone who is that, then you're not productive to this movement. You're doing more harm than good, and you are the one that should be ousted.
I think overall, I think it's always best to definitely have more allies, especially quality ones. Now, me being a believer in God, I do think people will turn on Israel. So I actually do think that's going to happen, but I don't think it's something that we should expect anytime soon, and only God knows when that will happen. But that's just me. I'm a religious person. I do believe in kind of the Bible when it says that'll happen. But I understand not everyone's particularly religious in the chat.
Yeah, that wasn't a message to everybody in the chat. I just looked down and people are like flipping out. If you're not that person stirring up division and all this and that for attention or little petty arguments, then I'm not addressing you. I'm not addressing anybody by name, no one in specific. I'm saying a general message to people who think that division and pushing people out of the movement because they disagree with you on a certain thing, but they're still genuinely pro-Israel. If you think that that is helping you, you guys, okay, and this is again probably going to hurt some feelings. You guys, for the most part, you live in a bubble. All of you in the chat, probably 99% of your feed is something about Israel or Israeli politics or the Middle East. You guys live in a bubble, and to the Israelis, Americans don't think like you. Westerners don't think like Middle Easterners. So certain people understand PR and public messaging better than others. Again, everyone has specific skills. Some people in this chat maybe understand better than I. Nick understands that to a very good degree. PR is an important thing for Israel where they have failed catastrophically. It's one of the main reasons, it's not the main reason, I think they would have failed regardless, that Israel has lost so much support, particularly among Gen Z. When people examine the pro-Israel movement and see people stirring up drama and ridiculing people for stepping out of line in one little way, they don't want to be a part of that. You should want people to see the pro-Israel movement and embrace it. This is what's so good about the conservative right in America, and I know a lot of you in the chat may not be conservative or right-leaning. Me and Nick are, proudly. There's disagreement. We oust people when they go too far, like Tucker. But we don't oust people who have disagreements on specific policy. Whether it be immigration or economics or any domestic policy, we handle disagreements and we settle them accordingly. We don't shun people and oust them. That's not productive to the pro-Israel cause.
Yeah, so I will say, like, you have done absolutely incredible stuff, not just for the pro-Israel cause, but even for American political aspects as well. I would say I think delivery, and as you said, Westerners understand PR better than anyone. I don't particularly think
No,
necessarily.
They understand PR to the American audience.
Correct. That's what I meant.
Americans, yeah, not PR in general.
No. I didn't mean
Yes,
PR in general. I'm saying to the
Israelis don't understand PR, American PR, in the way that Americans do.
Correct.
And Americans don't understand Israeli PR in the way Israelis do.
Correct. You're right. I should have been more specific, but that's what I meant. I meant for Americans. I will say that I think with somebody with a larger influence, I think there needs to be, and again, you're an adult, you do what you have to do. I just hope you respect my opinion enough to at least be able to consider that there is a delivery. And I think that when you have more influence, you're correct. It's going to lead to some things that some people in the chat cannot do or will not do, or whatever the case might be. Or maybe they can't do because, yeah, like they have a job that's like more demanding, whatever the case might be. Like you said, everyone has their own life story. It's not more or less bad or good. It's just someone's different life story. But if you do have more influence and you're taking that responsibility on, you also need to understand that delivery is extremely important. I think, just to be completely blunt with you, because you're my friend, I think some things, sometimes that needs to be worked on with you. And I think sometimes that the ousting, some of it is just 100% bullshit. But I think you're giving way too much credit to you thinking that people are ousting you just because you don't agree with BB 100% of the time. And you think it's that, when in reality, sometimes it's your delivery. Just to be 100% honest with you.
Yeah, no, well, my comment wasn't specifically about me. Just in general of people trying to oust other people, because I started that whole rant, which, yeah, I'm sorry, it was a rant. I started it off by saying that a lot of these people don't understand that the division is pushing a lot of people away. They see the division, they see other people ousting other people and calling other people out in the huge disagreements, and they don't want to be a part of that. Again, my whole thing was, again, mission-driven, focused on unifying the pro-Israel movement per se, again, although it's not a monolith, and strengthening it, and that this whole division game of ousting people and pushing people away is causing more harm than good. It wasn't about me. I don't think anybody necessarily is trying to like oust me, or there's been any big push for that.
That's what I'm talking about with your delivery. Is until you just said that right now, I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about other people. I had no idea, because it 100% sounded like you were talking about you. That's what I'm talking about with your delivery. Is
I never said me one time in that.
You're correct, and you also never said other people either. So naturally, we're going to think, because you are talking about how people
when
have
he explains himself,
came
it
to
comes
you,
off better.
right? When you hold on, babe, can you mute yourself, because there's a echo. Sorry, 1 sec, hold on. Anyways, when you say stuff like, hey, people have come at me and called me, I don't know, grape or whatever, etc., and then you immediately follow up with, when you oust people, ... why wouldn't we think you're talking about you? When you come back and you say, I never said me, well, yeah, you didn't say that, but why wouldn't people understand that?
If that was the sequence of my statements, then I genuinely, wholeheartedly, 100% apologize if that's the sequence of it. I don't think that's the sequence of it. I could be wrong. I don't remember my exact words from however long ago it was. No, but genuinely, if that's what I said, then that is not what I meant. I thought I started the whole thing off talking about like PR wise and how people don't understand PR, and when people, and I kept saying people, not me. But if I did lead with talking about me and then delved into that, then to clarify, I was not talking about me. I'm speaking generally as other people are examining this movement and trying to get involved in it and see what do these people think? How do these people tolerate dissent and other opinions, that the ousting and stuff like that is not helpful. And I think me and you have seen it firsthand. And
Yeah,
again,
no,
the,
for
the
sure.
pro
I
the
don't.
pro-Israel movement has lost so many people that we didn't need to lose.
No, I think that's true. I think in a general sense, I can think of a few people that, yeah, maybe it didn't need to be that way, and it went that way again. And maybe I'm wrong, but again, it doesn't really matter if I'm wrong or you're wrong or one of us is right, because again, perception unfortunately becomes more of a reality than reality. And if me, who's probably listening to you more fairly than just about anyone, if I heard it that way, it's not, I don't, maybe I am wrong. Maybe you did say a certain way, but I don't think it matters, because if I heard it that way, I'm assuming that other people did as well. But, anyways, I think you've done absolutely, and I know you'll continue to do absolutely incredible stuff. Things that I can't do in some aspects, and things that a lot of people can't do in other aspects. And I know you're going to continue that. And I hope and I want that when people to disagree with you, for them to have a conversation with you. And I know for a fact that's not going to always happen. I know for a fact, in fact, even tomorrow you're going to get more hate, and the next day you will, and then maybe they'll love you again, and then they'll hate you again. Like I know that's gonna happen. However, I know where your intentions lie. I think you're 100% definitely, again, not spectrum wise, just 100%, as in you are 100% pro Israel, you're 100% for America and the values of America. And I agree with you. Nobody should be trying to oust really anyone. Again, if they're people like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, yeah, 100% oust these people, because they are way too far. There's no like, oh, they just have a disagreement. I would just suggest for you, if again, take it, you're an adult, do what you want with it, just as somebody who is a friend. I think when you get in a concept of like, especially X, because I get it, you told me this earlier, it's a lot different when you make a video, you kind of set it up, you get the lights on, and then by the time you start speaking, it's different than when you're just maybe laying in bed and you're like, da 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 on X. I think that sometimes your delivery may not match reality, because every single time, including right now, when you actually explain and you say, well, no, this is what I meant, I think everyone can agree it's like, oh, actually, that makes a lot more sense, but that's not what I heard. And again, that doesn't mean we're right. It doesn't mean you're right. Maybe it's somewhere in between. But again, perception is reality. And when you explain things, it makes a lot more sense than when you first say things. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. No, right, and I appreciate that. As I appreciated, again, I told you on the phone, dude, be blunt with me. Say whatever you want. Again, I appreciate constructive criticism whenever I actually believe it's coming from a place where people are actually trying to help me. But there's also a lot of times when people say, "Oh, I'm constructive criticism." You're not. The people they're not trying to help. But no, dude. Literally, I'm not a New Year's resolution guy. But one thing that I told myself, I remember, on the first of this year, is that I should be more patient to talk. You have two ears and one mouth for a reason. And again, it's something I have to work on. I'm a
Yeah, you
flawed
should,
human being.
for sure. But that being said,
But
listen, everyone, yeah, you should still want him to succeed, whether you disagree with him or not, or whether you think he's an arrogant asshole or not, or he needs to work on stuff or not. We all, first off, everyone needs to work on stuff, including myself. And 10 years from now, guess what? I'm still going to need to work on stuff. But in the end, we should still want him to succeed. You should still want me to succeed. We should still want each other to succeed. I'm going to read this last super chat because I think it's important. Tal, thanks for the super chat. Israeli right wing here. Moderate is not wrong. We do occupy Judea and Samaria, and we do deny citizenship from Part A Arabs. I don't know what Part A. Oh, you're talking about Area A.
I want all the people in the chat to call him a pro-Palestinian who's flipped on Israel, because that's an Israeli who agrees with me. So why don't all of you who are crashing out, why don't you go call your own? Call him all the things you called me.
Hold on, let me
You
see.
won't do
And then he
that.
says, that said, no easy way to solve the clash in that area, only transfer. Anyways.
Yep, everybody go DM Tal and tell him all the things you told me.
I
See if you do it.
Well, to be fair, you're right, and this just proved to your point earlier about having more influence. If you have more influence, it also comes with a lot more hate versus somebody who's just a random person that's commenting. That being said, Tal, you're a pro pally. F you. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, look, I'm sure as you get older, maybe it'll happen. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Just take a little bit of a breath before responding, or don't. I don't know. You do you. I think we've beaten a dead horse. Still love you, and I want to see more great things that I know you're going to continue to do.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the support, guys. Yeah, I got a lot of things off my chest. Sorry for the monotone. My throat is bothering me, and it's like 4 a.m., so I don't want to be screaming into a mic. But no, like I said, pro-Israel, 100% pro-Israel. Whether you want to say I'm not, whatever. Criticize all you want. Attack my character in a way that I don't think is genuine and in good faith. I'm just gonna have problems with it. But I mean, the people can talk as big as they want in the chat. Again, what I said earlier, you guys are peons in a chat that nobody knows who you are. So again, it doesn't bother me. To the peons, you guys are like pro-Palestinians to me. The Groypers, I said, with 7 followers, with Hitler as their profile pic. That I don't pay attention, or I pay attention to it, but I just think
Again,
you guys are irrelevant.
Are you speaking to people that are attacking your character, or are you speaking to the chat?
I'm speaking to the people who are attacking my character, like this guy who just said, "Get effed, Jake," and this other guy who said, "Nobody respects me."
Really need to make that clear, because again, you just did it
I literally
again.
just said that. I said to this guy in the chat.
No, now you just said. I'm saying before. I got it. So you're saying to people attacking your character. Got it.
Yeah, again, I said to this guy in the chat.
No, you said that after. The first thing you said was to the chat.
I said to these people in the chat, these peons, then said the people who are attacking me, and I named the guy.
Gotcha. All right.
I've quit. No.
All right. Have a good night. I know it's 4 a.m. I need to get off soon too, because I need to go to bed.
Nobody text Nick about me. If you have a problem with me, come to my DM and sort it out, or just comment or something. Nick's not responsible for me. I'm a grown adult. I say what I want. Don't go to other people. You can talk about me in group chats. I know what happens. Don't call people. If you want somebody to talk to me, tell them to reach out to me. Don't egg other people to address me or anything like that. It's nobody else's obligation. It's not Nick's fault. It's not Hammer's fault. It's not Ryan's fault. It's not Rabbi's fault. It's me. So it's nobody else's obligation or responsibility to defend themselves but me. So appreciate you for having me on, Nick.
Peace. And yeah, I uttered that. If you guys text me about him, I will just ignore it, because again, I'm not responsible for any words that anyone says, just as much as no one's responsible for my words. So yeah, just slide into Modder's DMs and call him a piece of shit. Don't tell me.
All right, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate you guys in the chat, most of you.
Yeah, the not peons. Yeah. All right. Bye.
See you, bro.
Let me catch up with these super chats, and I am going to bed. That is the last time. God, you guys understand how much energy that takes out of me? This is the first, I gotta say, someone correct me if I'm wrong, that's been watching me for like 5 years. Pretty sure that's the first time I've ever done like a quote-unquote, if you will, drama live. I hate them. That is the last time. I only did that because of how much, between that and the clavicular stuff, not just that, it's just... I felt like
some of y'all do this every fucking day. I don't know how you guys do it.
Yeah, some of you guys do drama lives every day. I don't know how. Like, my energy is so drained. And the thing is that I didn't even really want to do this one, but it was just like I was gone for like what, 3 days, I think? It felt like I was gone for like 5 months. And I came back and everyone was just like, blah, blah, and I was just like, dude, what the heck? It'll be the last time until the next one. I hear you, Nick. I know. I hope there is no next one. If there is a next one, though, I promise you it won't be for an indefinite, undefined amount of time. Even if something big happens tomorrow, I don't think I could do that again. It just drains. It drains me. I already regret even doing this one, honestly. But I just felt like there's so many people talking about this clavicular thing, and now this morning with the moderate thing, I just was like, let me just get this out of the way. Let me catch up with these super chats. Where is it? Where is the last one I read? I read that one. Gotham, ask him why he said this. I did ask that dismantle 99%. Ari says, facts are not Hasbara talking points. Your feelings about the fact that doesn't make it Hasbara, debunks it. Yeah, I don't agree with the words that he used, but I get, again, like I said to him, when he explains things, it makes a lot more sense. But then when you hear it, yeah, I get what he meant when he just said talking points that are something that if you try to get nuance with these people, they don't. And that's true. There are people on our side that's the case. But again, his original tweet didn't sound like that. Again, as always, when he explains himself, it makes a lot more sense.
And thought can stand alone also, like, just with the how some Jews, discuss this, like, Black Lives Matter did it a lot, where it's like, you hate black people. Like, we can't be like that. I'm not saying that everybody is, or even most, but we can't do that. Like, this one's an anti-Semite, that one's it just never works.
Yeah, if anyone, I haven't seen anyone say it. To be fair, I don't really look at the chat. But if anyone thinks Moder's an anti-Semite, you're wrong. 100%, you're wrong. You can disagree with him. You can say, like, I don't like the way he words things. You can say he's an idiot if you want. I don't think that's the way to go about it. I think there's, like I did today, have a conversation. Or don't. Honestly, if you really disagree with somebody, whether it's me, Moderate, anyone, to the point that you don't even really want to have a conversation, you just want to say, like, you're an idiot, just unfollow them. And I'm sure Moderate would back that up too. Just unfollow. Like, if you think that about me, I'd much rather you follow and tell me why you disagree in a at least relatively what's the word I'm looking for? Like a relatively respectful way. But if you really are just like, you know what, I can't stand Nick's points, he's way too right-wing for me. How can he not be for a two-state solution? And you can't explain to me, or you don't want to, just unfollow, right? That being said, if you guys are somebody that thinks that Moderate Case Jacob is an anti-Semite, I'm here to tell you, you are wrong. You're very, very, very wrong. Okay? But that being said, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Let's see.
Oh, we have to talk about obsession though, real quick.
Oh yeah, we do need to talk about that. But let me finish these. Let me finish these super chats, and then we'll end with a nice note. The real Avi says regarding Judea.
I don't know how nice, but
1 second, please. Regarding Judea Samaria, I think he's talking from. Hold on, baby, you're echoing. I gotta mute you. Regarding Judea Samaria, I think he is talking from a technical and legal perspective, not in the essence of what Israel is and where its borders are or should be. Yeah, I think you're correct. I think he is talking about like, hey, this is the perspective, period, from a legal side. JB says the ICJ Upper Volta case states that no land has to be annexed as it is Israel's already. I have to look into that. That would surprise me, but I am willing to admit I don't know everything, so I'll look into that. Let me copy paste that real quick. Ari says the West Bank was created by the hostile Jordanian army. Zombie, thanks for the 5 gift memberships. Zombie also says if you got the sub I gave and you're on an OP, I hope you listen to Nick's words here and previous videos. Thanks, Zombie. Appreciate that. Jose says Argentina won. Yeah, they did, baby. They took out 2 Islamic countries now, Egypt and England, on their way to win the World Cup, to take out the final Islamic country in the World Cup, Spain, of course. Sorry, I had a burp. Hit says calling Israelis occupiers, calling Hasbara debunked talking points, telling the audience that we could never do what he does. Goodbye, Moderate. Ouch! Sorry, Moderate, you lost one. Buddha says, so glad he is moving the needle by himself, but never make yourself more important than another person. The machine moves on without him. I mean, yes, the machine will always move on. However, I stand by what I said earlier. We should still always absolutely want allies. Again, not if they're like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, and they're like so far.
HD girl, I missed you.
Rose House
Where you been?
says Homelander vibes.
Love
Okay,
you, HD.
that's pretty funny, Modern. I gotta be honest, that's pretty funny. Anda says he's doing the Motambele fallacy now. I don't even know what that one is. I know all fallacies. Maybe I do. Hold on, let me look up. Informal argument when someone conflates two positions, a controversial one, the Bailey, and a modest, easy to defend one. When challenged on the controversial claim, the arguer retreats to the modest one to avoid criticism, then acts as if their original contentious stance has been proven. Ooh, I kind of like that. I guess I did know that existed, but I didn't know that's what it was called. The Bailey is the arguer advances an extreme sweeping or highly contentious claim, the courtyard. The challenge, when an opponent criticizes or tries to refute this bold claim, it proves too difficult to defend. So the retreat is the arguer falls back to a milder, common sense version of their actual argument, the hilltop. They conflate the two, insisting that the critic is being unreasonable for attacking their harmless position. Then step 4 is the claim of victory. Once the critic leaves, the arguer claims victory for the original controversial Bailey position. Wow. I like that. Thanks for that, Onda. Scream says he's giving Jews don't know suffering like me. Whiny. I'm going to read every super chat. I always will. All right. Just a number says, okay, next topic. Time to move on. Zombie says, keep up the good work, Nick. God bless the family. Thank you. Eval says, when he uses terms like you are Israel first on X when disagreeing with others, is that not attacking people? Don't need allies like this. I can't respond to that because I don't know who he said that to. I gotta be real with you guys. I'm not like pretending when I say I don't really kind of scroll a lot on X. Honestly, most of the time when I scroll on X, it's just a bunch of like anti-Israel shit. Like when Moderate said earlier, like 99% of your stuff is pro-Israel. That is probably true. But X, I feel like does the opposite. Is it just me? Is everyone else's X that way? X is like the opposite. It's like, oh, you're pro-Israel? Well, here's like 90% anti-Israel stuff. It's like insane, actually. Pingu says Argentina or Spain. Definitely Argentina. Oop, I skipped one. Hold on, sorry. Legima says, we read you loud and clear. You are a devoted acolyte of Austrian painter. Just a joke. You are actually awesome. Oh, that's too moderate. Okay. Moderate, this guy likes you. Jose says, not only Israel has shit propaganda, but on top of that, you all want to cancel some of your better guys. Some of you are really stupid. Yeah, we should definitely not be canceling people who are absolutely incredible for the pro-Israel cause. I want to make something very clear, and I get maybe you guys aren't going to like hearing this because I get probably 90% of you are mad at Moderate right now. Moderate is definitely one of our best. That's a fact. I'll say it again. Moderate is definitely one of our best. 1000%. I will die on that hill. And no, that's not just because he's a friend, even though he is, but it's because he actually is legitimately one of our best. He has put in more effort into research than 99% of people. Not me. I am, I've done more, but, and not Hammer. Hammer's done a lot too. But for someone who really just started really after October 7th, Moderate might have been talking. I didn't meet him until after October 7th, so maybe he was doing some stuff. But for my understanding, he can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he really started talking about it until after October 7th, at least in a pretty serious way. I would say for less than 3 years, his knowledge on the subject is definitely more. Oh, he answered. I really do appreciate it. I started the day of October 7th. Okay, see that. There you go. For someone that's been studying for less than 3 years, you guys understand. A lot of the people in my chat, you guys are probably Jewish. Specifically, a lot of you are Israeli. You guys grew up with this, right? You have more experience than even I do. Not necessarily that I don't maybe know more, right, with history and stuff, but when it comes to like experience and just having it in your life, even more than I do. I started over 5 years ago. Before that, other than maybe like a here and there thing,
like,
I didn't talk about Israel.
I get something that you didn't get in the beginning, right? Like, it's just one of those things.
100%. And that's why I am sympathetic with some stuff with the specifically Israelis, but Jews in general especially, because there is something that you guys will always have that I won't. And no, this isn't just coming from like, oh, Nick's humble kind of place. I mean, it's serious. Like it legitimately, there is something you guys will have that I will never, ever, ever have, no matter how many books I read or how much I study. And that is you guys grew up with this. Now, obviously, after October 7th, things shifted a lot more. But still, anti-Semitism, and I'm sure the Jews in the chat, if not all of you, most of you probably have a story as a child where someone was just hating you simply because you were Jewish. I'm not going to understand that because I never had that as a child. Where is it? Here we go. GM says Fleischer Wilf debate, both pro-Israel, opposite sides. Oh, Fleischer. Okay, got it. Yeah. Corey says damage control. Talk about how you have taken on a responsibility that other people haven't or won't. And Vol says bad PR is okay. Getting slaughtered sucks more. That's true, but I think Modern's position and mine as well would be hopefully we can work on both, not getting slaughtered and not having bad PR. But that's true. If you have to pick one, I'm with you. Tall says, oh wait, I already read Tall. That was the Israeli white ring guy. Tall says, again, Nick, I love you and moderate, but the status quo must be solved, though it's not easy. Not solving it and keep this going forever, of course, easier said than done. Yeah, I agree with you. The status quo definitely needs to be solved. And my way of solving it is exactly what I said earlier. I'll repeat it for those that didn't hear. You guys ready for this right-wing extremist Nick Mattel take? My position, and I'm sure that actually most people don't even agree with me. Maybe people in my chat do, but I'd say most people definitely in the world don't agree with me. I want Israel to crush the idea of a two-state solution by any means necessary, whether it be by taking an official stance to say this will never happen, and on top of that, expanding the existing settlements, putting settlements in. Babe, you gotta echo. Putting.
No, I'm not doing anything.
Maybe the mic is like. I don't
The
know.
mic's out.
I don't know. Anyways, expanding the existing settlements, creating new strategic locations that specifically splinter one Palestinian Arab town from another Arab town, and crushing the fervor of the Arabs and the international community, including the United States of America, by the way, of ever thinking. I want the future to be that whether we're talking about the USA government, we're talking about the UN, or we're talking about the Palestinians, I want them to think, man, I really was pro two-state solution, but looking at this map, it's just not possible anymore. That's exactly what I want. And then, after that, I want Israel to respond with more security and control the more terrorist attacks there are. I want any fervor from the Arabs to think that they're ever going to get Israel as the state of Palestine. I want that to be met with harsher collective suffering, not collective punishment, which a lot of pro-Palestinians get wrong. Collective punishment is illegal. How dare you say that? I agree with you. I'm not talking about collective punishment. I said suffering. Because suffering is, in some cases, specifically in this case, is a good thing. It's a moral thing, right? Because, now, I'm not saying I'm doing this because I care about the Palestinians and their and how they're raising their children. But that being said, it will lead to their success as well. What leads to the downfall of these Arabs, specifically their children, because I will say I do feel for their children because their children don't choose to be born into this, and I think it actually does sadden me. I know it's going to sound like I'm making this up. It actually really does sadden me when I think about how these children are born and the first thing they're taught, the TV shows they watch, the cartoons they watch, the books they end up reading when they go to school, is just like a, hey, you weren't chosen to be born here, but you were, and we're going to teach you hate and jihadism and all this shit. It's actually really fucked up if you think about it, because it's not their fault. It really is not their fault. All right, regardless of what you think about the Palestinians or not, it's not the child's fault. And that's why I consistently say, stop blaming Israel, start blaming their parents. When the 1v10 that I had, when that Arab guy came up and he's like, you're so smart, but you have no empathy. And then he literally, you guys are going to see this in hopefully a week when the episode gets released. He goes, when I was a child, the IDF, and I told him, I don't care. And I said, I want to make it clear. When I say I don't care, I don't mean like I don't necessarily believe you, although I don't believe you. But even if you're telling the truth, it's an anecdotal piece of information. It doesn't matter to the overall point. And by the way, same thing with Israeli anecdotal pieces of information. Does it mean you can't feel for that? Does it mean you can't hear it? Does it mean you can't accept that they have that perception, or not perception, but what's the word I'm looking for? Memory? No, of course it does, but it doesn't matter to the overall point. And so, and I told him, he said, but I still experienced that as a kid. And I said, yeah, I'm sorry your parents made fucked up decisions. And he, of course, got mad at me for that. He's like, it's not my parents. And I'm like, yes, it was. It was your parents. And so, where was I going with this? I brought this up for a reason. Oh, right. What I want is I want to crush that fervor 100% until they either do one of two things. Either they learn that maybe unaliving Jews and trying to take the land and either unaliving or ethnically cleansing the Jews, until they either learn that's not a good idea and they're going to stop, or they want to leave because the conditions are too hard. I don't care which, because you know why I don't care which? Because either way, we will move past this fucking conflict. Whether it's because they decide to leave or they stop being jihadists. I don't care which one they pick, because it means the end of this conflict that's existed long before any of us were born. Okay? That's my position.
We movie to talk about, so I'm sorry anybody in the request.
One more. Yeah, one more super chat. Eval says, I hope he learns. He's young, but it's not unforgivable. Yeah, well, we're all gonna learn. That's true. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not letting anyone else up because I'm about to end the live, but we do have to talk. So me and Donnie, because
you have to understand how I got into this, because I don't like scary movies. He knows that.
I love scary movies, just for context.
So
scary movies is my favorite. One sec.
Yeah.
Scary movies is I know, I just want to get this one sentence real quick. Just for context, scary movies is my favorite genre.
It's my least favorite, so he knows that, but he had mentioned this movie Obsession like a couple days ago, and like, you know, I remember hearing. So last night he was like, "Let's watch that movie," and I was like, "But I don't like scary movies, especially at night." And he's like, "It's not really a scary movie; it's more of a thriller."
Okay, real quick, hold on.
So this is where I come into this.
Baby, 1 second. Somebody said no spoilers though.
Okay, of course, I wasn't gonna do that.
Just want to make sure.
All I'm saying is, by the end of it, I was intensely disturbed in so many different ways. And if that was their goal, they did it, because that shit was crazy. That was a scary fucking movie. It's scary.
So from my point of view, I read and was told that it's like mostly just like a thriller. So I didn't know okay, let me rephrase. I didn't think it was scary really at all. But again, she doesn't like scary movies, so you guys have to understand from her point of view. So for those that haven't seen it yet, like, oh, is it actually scary? No, it's not. It's not scary.
Yes, it is, dude.
It's not scary. Okay, there's a few.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Of course it is.
If you are not prone to being scared, it's not scary. Okay, there are a few like maybe jump scares, and by jump scares, I'm not even talking about like in your face. I'm talking about like the music pumps, and you're like, you know, like maybe that's at like most, but it's
I was creeped out the entire fucking time. No, absolutely not. He's just good at watching them.
He said
this wouldn't have been a successful movie if it wasn't scary.
No, that's not true. Somebody, no, it's not. People can be things can be a successful movie and not be scary. What are you talking about?
Because it was a horror. It's a horror film. They did a good job at the horror part.
Midsommar is technically a horror film, but it's not scary at all.
Oh my god, it's scary, movie. You guys. It's just being pedantic.
It's not. It's not scary. Anyways, Captain Ellie says it's a movie. Let me just read this real quick, baby. Captain Ellie says it's a movie about dating a Latina. That's funny. Okay, so let me give you guys the kind of the backstory. So yeah, I thought it was just mostly a thriller. I didn't know there was even going to be any jump scares, let alone a few. But that being said, again, if you're prone to scary, like Danielle is, okay, maybe it's scary. But I got to be honest, if you're not prone to scary, it's not scary. Is it creepy? Yes, it is creepy. 100% creepy.
Okay, fine. The creepiest fucking movie I've seen in at least 15 years.
Where the
entire time
You're muted.
How many times did I say, "Oh my god," when we were watching? Holy shit.
Yeah, this is why. Okay, so scary movies. I actually don't like cheap scary movies, and by cheap scary movies, I mean ones that are just trying to scare you. Like look, I don't get scared very easily, but I'm also a human being. So if you were to like maybe, I don't know, hide behind a door and I don't expect you there at all and you go, boo, like, yeah, I'm a human being and I will probably react to that. I won't react like crazy. I'll immediately get over it, but I probably will naturally have a reaction because I'm a human being and my nerve signals and whatnot,
It's your
it all works,
instincts,
right?
yeah.
It's instincts. So I don't like scary movies that have those cheap scares. Will I jump more? Yes. Will I be more, I guess, if you say scared as in like my heart beats faster, yeah, sure, I'll be more scared. But I don't particularly find those movies to be good. My favorite scary movie of all time. Actually, I want people to guess. Can you guys guess what my favorite scary movie of all time is? While you guys guess, I'm gonna go ahead and yes, exactly, Namo, startled, not scared. Yeah, I can be startled, but that's not necessarily scared. While you guys guess what my my favorite scary movie is, I'm gonna continue. So we watch Obsession. Now, everything that Danielle is saying, though, watch this. Like, did you still think it was an incredible movie?
I think it was definitely what it wanted to be.
It's not that's a politician's answer.
It's hard because did I enjoy myself when I watched it? No, I was freaked out the entire fucking time. So good. I mean, it's successful. It's sure showing that by the box office right now, which is insane.
Did you, minus being, I guess, scared for whatever reason, did you find the story and the movie to be good and the acting?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure.
So that being said, I was expecting to like the movie because a lot of people were saying, hey, it's actually a pretty good movie. But I liked it much better than I even thought I would. It was actually, I loved it. Is it my favorite?
I'll never watch it again. Put it though.
Is it my favorite scary movie of all time? No, but it's up there. It's probably in the top 10 at least, if not top 5. So I'm gonna read some of the comments, see if anyone got it right. About what my favorite scariest movie is, or my favorite scary movie is.
This is my scariest movie, I think.
Okay. I don't know when people started answering, but Miss Blonde said something before that's already true. Let's see. Jaws? No, definitely not Jaws. I mean,
Jaws isn't horror.
I like, well, technically it is, but I like Jaws, but no, it's not the best. Aiden says Saw. I am a fan of the Saw series, but it's not my favorite, but I am a fan. Chucky.
The Saw isn't scary to me. Saw is more
It's called Child's Play, not Chucky, but that being said, no. It? Nope. Hills Have Eyes? Nope. The Shining? Nope. The Blair Witch Project?
It's actually a good one. Like there wasn't like a good scary movie since Saw until now. Like with an interesting concept. It's like, whoa.
Hellraiser? No. Insidious is definitely in my top 5, but no. Definitely The Shining? No. Exorcism? Exorcist, I think you mean? No. Although that was a good one. Blair Witch, no. Sharknado, yep, you nailed it. It's Sharknado, no.
Just tell them, babe. It's gonna be. They're not gonna guess it. Just tell them.
Shining, The Conjuring. The Conjuring's also in my top 10 to top 5.
Ding, ding, ding. Someone got it.
Conjuring's good. Hold on. Alien, no. Red Room, no. It's no. Blair Witch, no. Gosh, Jesus, really? Who?
Someone on TikTok got it.
There it is. Turbo Mitzvah. Hereditary, yes. Hereditary is my favorite. That's why I said Miss Blonde. She was talking about it earlier before I asked the question. Hereditary is my favorite scary movie of all time because it's not cheap scare.
Toni Collette for the acting in that movie. She's fucking awesome. I love her so much.
The acting was incredible. Toni does an incredible job. Oh, somebody on YouTube said I said it first. Sorry, I was reading the TikTok chat. Yeah, so you guys probably said it first on YouTube. Yes, it's the movie is okay. The guy that said weak movie, I hate you. You're the worst. It's a good movie. It's a great story. It captures you. It's creepy. That scene, not just with the head. I'm trying not to do too many spoilers for whatever reason you haven't seen it. I'm talking about when she was like in the background. This is what I mean by scary movies that aren't cheap. Do you guys remember that scene in Hereditary, for those that see, where the scene, like the camera's not even focused on her, but when you look in the top corner, she's just like on the roof, on the wall, and she's just like kind of in the dark, and you don't even really see it until you
They
look.
use a lot of that strategy in this movie, where like something's a part of the scene. I'm not going to give it away, but like you don't realize that it is until Like it moves in a certain way. It's really interesting the way it's shot.
Those are my favorite. Not the one where it's like the camera pans and it's like, and it's like, okay, cool. But like when you see something and it's like, okay, that's creepy. Like I wouldn't even notice that.
That's literally what I mean by scared, by the way, you guys. I was creeped out the entire time. It was really disturbing for me. At the end of it, I was like, I can't get it out of my head. The actress, like her face is imprinted in my brain.
Yeah, same thing with Obsession. Obsession does that a lot. There's even stuff where people say if you watch it a second time, you'll notice she's in the background more than you even probably noticed the first time. But yeah.
Ismail said both Midsommar and Hereditary are about cults.
Yeah, and they're both by A24 too, which I love A24. I also really like Jason Blum. He's great. Also James Wan, yeah. I mean,
yeah, they sold this movie to Bloom House or whatever. And just tell them how much did they make? What was the budget? Like a couple $100,000?
Obsession was like $750,000 budget, and it's made like I think like $500+ million. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Hold on, somebody said, where is it? Wait, hold on. Somebody said if you like Hereditary, watch something. I missed it. They said you're welcome, but where is it?
Oh, what up, Crustable? I see you, bro.
There it is. If you like Hereditary, watch Bring Her Back. You're welcome. That's gonna be my next one because I haven't seen that.
Ooh, remember the miniseries we watched with the British we were just talking about it the other day. With the black girl, and then there was the wife who never mind.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, but I didn't do a good job there. Sorry. Smokey wants to know, do we watch American Horror Story?
We've seen some of it, yeah.
We've seen a lot of it.
Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm tired, you guys. Anyways, if you haven't seen Obsession yet, and you do like at least creepy to scary movies / thrillers, 100%, you should watch it. I think it was a great movie, and also it was nice to have something that was just different out of Hollywood. Well, it wasn't. That's why it wasn't out of Hollywood. That's probably why it was good. Hollywood fucking sucks now. It's nice to see something that wasn't just a recycled story. It was different. It was very well done, and the acting was legitimately incredible. The acting was great. She did, like, she contorted her face into the creepiest ways, and so it was really cool how she did that. All right, guys. Sorry about the drama live. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll go to Umingle and we'll do all the normal stuff. Bye bye. God bless.